Am I the only one here tonight? Shaking my head and thinking something ain't right. Is it just me? Am I losing my mind? Am I standing on the edge of the end of time? Am I the only one? Tell me I'm not. Who thinks of taking all the good we got and turning it bad? Hell, I'll be damned. I think I'm turning into my old man. Am I the only one willing to bleed or take a bullet for being free? Screaming what the hell at my TV for telling me, yeah, you're telling me that I'm the only one willing to fight for my love of the red and white and the blue, burning on the ground. Another statue coming down in a town near you, watching the threads of old glory come undone. Am I the only one not brainwashed, making my way through the land of the lost, who sees it as it is and worries about his kids as they try to undo all the things he did? Am I the only one who can't take no more screaming? If you don't like it, there's a frickin' door. This ain't the freedom we've been fighting for. It was something more, yeah, it was something more. Am I the only one willing to fight for my love of the red and white and the blue, burning on the ground? Another statue coming down in a town near you, watching the threads of old glory come undone. Not the only one. I can't be the only one. Am I the only one who quits singing along every time they play a Springsteen song? Am I the only one sitting here, still holding on, holding back my tears for the ones who paid with the lives they gave? God bless the USA. I'm not the only one willing to fight for my love of the red and white and the blue, burning on the ground. Another statue coming down in a town near you, watching the threads of old glory come undone. I'm not the only one. I can't be the only one.
Okay, hello folks, it's Doc. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Pretty good day on my end. So just making sure everything is working the way it should. So tonight we're going to talk a little bit about saving the soil. We're going to talk a little bit about the Power Elite and some other interesting things that you guys will see once we get into it. So that's the plan for the evening. We have some people waiting in Jitsi and in Discord. So if you guys are interested in jumping over to those places, just let me know. I'll give you the link. So the I'll post the Jitsi link in chat now. That should be it. So I am gonna get everything set up. I'm gonna jump over and we're gonna go say, hey, the folks that are waiting in the other rooms for us. So let's go jump over and get them to say hi. And okay.
Well, not either, I would
Hey
say.
guys, how's it going?
No, you can't. You
Hey.
can't get rid of the Catholic altar boy smell. I smell it on
Oh my god. Well,
you.
what's up, Doc?
Hey, what's up guys?
Doc's
Hey.
back.
Yep, I'm back now, so how is everyone on this lovely Thursday evening?
Most excellent.
Very
Listening
good.
to Christmas music. Got
Ah.
Christmas lights up everywhere.
Very good,
All
very
fired
good.
up and ready to go, I think.
Well, good. The first thing we're gonna do is we're going to I'm gonna bring up I just have to find it. I have it saved, so I just have to bring it right back. We're gonna talk a little bit about the soil issue first. So if you guys are not aware, it's been making its rounds on the internets recently that they are that there's people stealing soil. So let me get the link. I'm gonna put that link here in Jitsi. There we
You know, like
go.
Canada is a major supplier of potash.
Canada's part of Big Soil.
Remember when they were stealing beaches?
When they were stealing what?
Beaches.
I don't remember when they were stealing beaches.
Oh,
I know they destroyed some of the coral and stuff around. Fuck.
when you are mixing concrete, you need sand that has rough edges and the grains.
Okay.
Smooth sand isn't like it doesn't hold the concrete mixture as well as the jagged edges inside the rough sand.
Sharp sand, that's what you want.
Yeah, you want that. Yeah, exactly. This smooth granular sand just doesn't cut it for good concrete.
Okay, so here is I think this will play on here just fine. We'll double check just to make sure. But this is if you've not seen this little TikTok video, this was playing on this has been a TikTok video, and then this has been, as you can see, we're on Gab, so been spreading around like Gab like crazy. So
listen to this.
Okay, TikTok, you've been hearing a lot about the government paying to come in and destroy crops, and I'm just here to tell you
So she counts a
it
pill.
is absolutely true. They came in here, they took
to
about
watch it,
10
watch it.
acres off of this farm, paid us about double the market
You
price.
couldn't
We
touch
couldn't
the
say
moose?
no, but they kind of pulled a fast one on us. They pushed about a foot of topsoil off. As you can see, it's off to the side here.
She might
They
be a
got it
kill
labeled
factor.
and everything. And they're actually
Bro, I
starting
don't
to
know
load
what's
that
going
up in
on with
side
the
dumps, and they're
eyeball.
hauling it to the West Coast
Other than
ports,
Karen.
and they're putting it on all these empty
get
shipping
killed.
containers
Shipping containers.
that are going back to China, because
Is she in
all
front of
these
a green
goods
screen,
and
or
products
what?
come from China, and the shipping containers are empty going back there, and they are sending our
literally looks
Midwest
like someone
topsoil,
just
our
peeled
richest
the
topsoil,
fucking
back to
ground
China to
I
pay
mean,
some of the
are they
interest
making a
on our debt.
road
They
or
can't
something?
legally
What is
seize our
this?
ground and give it to the Chinese, but there's
Is it connected to deep tilling?
so what they're saying, so fundamentally what they're saying is that the people are coming in and they're just taking the topsoil. So I've not been able to collaborate this with anything of any type of like relevance, but I do think this is interesting. Like if there's any ounce of truth to this, it's something that is intriguing. But as we're gonna point out here, I'm gonna put a couple other videos up. If China is taking the topsoil and they're gonna ship it over to China, like, great. Like if they're paying for it and we can ship our topsoil over there, okay. Like The Cubans, like a lot of people don't realize when the cigars, when you hear about the Cuban cigars and such like that, when Cuba started selling their selling their cigar farms, like including in the cigar farm and including in the plants was the topsoil. So they would come in, they dig up the plant and all the topsoil around, put it on a ship, and then send it over to some of the places they sent it over to was Puerto Rico and then some of the other little islands. So, who really, like, if that's the case and we're making money off of it, that's spectacular.
Well, so does China have any geoengineering projects that require massive amounts of topsoil?
Well, okay, so part of the reason what I've heard is the problem is when they started making all of those dams, and when they made some of those dams in very fertile ground, and
Right.
and because of those dams, you're not going to have the silt buildup that you would naturally, because dams actually have negative aspects to them, like they cause beach erosion. Like the Hoover Dam is one of the largest issues for beach erosion in the United States because it doesn't allow the proper silt to make it to the Pacific. Yeah, that one goes to the Pacific. Doesn't make a lot of the silt go to the Pacific, so over time it's going to cause beach erosion. And so maybe that's the reason they want it, or they just want to fast track things. A lot of us, we buy topsoil, and with that topsoil, we like to grow gardens and such like that. So there could be a reason for that as well. But this whole like absolute crazy fear is, I think, is just ridiculous.
Here's the question. So strategically, how much land is being destroyed by this?
That looks like a strip for irrigation.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they were strip mining an entire field, right? Like it looked almost like road construction or something.
Yeah,
like,
I don't. It doesn't look bad.
Go
ahead.
If you were going to cause mass famine in like the West, right, by somehow stealing all the farmable topsoil, right, and then shipping it over to your country to compensate for, say, flooding from dams and whatnot, how much topsoil would you reasonably need to remove in order to basically disrupt the food supply?
You wouldn't have enough boats to do it.
Yeah, not in the
Right.
not in the United States, not in the United States or Canada. We can grow so much food.
Because, like, the only reason to import topsoil from somewhere as far away as the US or Canada or something would be essentially if you were trying to disrupt something, right? Because what would be the point? Like, you could just import soil if you're China from North Korea.
Because it's cheaper to get from the States at the moment.
Yeah, that might be
It
the reason.
happens to be economically at the moment, and the fact that it's in a different part of the world doesn't really make any difference. Like once you put it on a ship, it's on a ship, so it can go anywhere in the world pretty much.
I don't think they're shipping soil.
Yeah, isn't the entire point right now that the United States has been crippled by the shipping, backup? Well, I don't think the U.S. could put shit on ships that fast.
Well,
you show me a single cargo hold full of soil, and then I'll start to believe it.
Yeah, I agree. I'll agree with you there. Okay, so the next, I just want to show. Let's just say for all those people out there, let's say it really is happening, and people are genuinely concerned about soil. So I first want to I first want to give a basic science lesson on what soil is, because a lot of people don't understand the purpose of soil and why even doing this is not. They're not actually benefiting by taking the soil. So we're going to watch a short little video to show you why it's not beneficial of China doing this, so it's probably not true. And two, like, just kind of a little basic understanding, because most people don't know how soil works. So let me get this.
Yeah, I was always told that this was like a finite resource, right? Like soil.
Yeah, so many... it's nothing. The soil's not finite. It can be damaged, but it also can be repaired. But we're gonna watch this little video as soon as I can get it to paste in here. Okay, great. Let me pause it for just a second to make sure I've got what I want it to do. So we're good to go. I'm going to this, and here we go.
Healthy plants need healthy soil for healthy growth. To be able to precisely absorb what plants need, the soil needs to contain minerals and the necessary soil life. Research shows that the widespread use of synthetic fertilizer leads to soils that no longer have the required biology for healthy plant growth. Fertilizer comes from a time in which there was no understanding of the long-term effects on the soil. For farmers, fertilizer was a miracle. The harvests doubled, and growers were able to provide the required food for a growing population. But now, after years of using synthetic fertilizers, the effects on soil quality are apparent. Increasingly, it is seen that fewer nutritional minerals remain in the soil, resulting in plants that quickly become weak and diseased. They are no longer protected by bacteria and fungi, but instead are attacked by them. As well as this, using fertilizer means that these days, farmers need to plow deeper as the ground becomes quickly compacted. This is a costly business for farmers and is disastrous for the soil. There is a better way. It is not widely known, but the roots of plants are able to develop more easily in an environment rich in old roots. Here you can see the current plowing method, in which the soil is turned to 25 centimeters. This means that the plant really struggles to reach the thousands of passageways that other plants have created with their roots. They often don't even reach through the plow pan, which is caused by plowing the land with heavy machinery. A surface cultivation method can offer a solution to this. This shallow soil processing means that the roots are quickly able to access the passageways left by decomposing roots. In this situation, they only have to work really hard once they reach the extremities of the passageways. This means that they can root deeper year after year and ensures that there is even more soil and water available for growth. Dealing with diseases by spraying does little more than suppress symptoms. A healthy plant is able to keep most plant diseases out. In response to the negative effects of using fertilizers, pesticides are used to save the harvest. The conclusion we can draw is that plants that are only given fertilizer will ultimately always become diseased. Fertilizer is the direct cause of the use of most pesticides. In order to resolve the worldwide problem of over-fertilization, the vicious circle must be broken. The question that we must ask ourselves is, how can we improve the soil? The answer is surprisingly simple, but requires some explanation. Just like every other organism on the planet, a plant does not function independently. Health and growth depends on a partnership between specialist bacteria and fungi. Plants, fungi, and bacteria form a wonderful system based on trading products. How does it work? Fungi and bacteria supply nutrients from the soil that would otherwise be hard to reach. In exchange for this, plants supply sugars in the form of glucose. To explain this system, we will explain bacteria and fungi separately. Plants have a problem. Their fine absorption roots have a limited capacity. They only use 4 to 7% of the soil volume and are, on average, not thicker than a hair. They don't live long, only 1 to 3 weeks. As you can see, plants need external help. Plants use their absorption roots to forge a partnership. If they can't find partners, they'll die. If they succeed, it's the start of a beautiful relationship. From now on, a symbiosis can be created. Minerals are hard to mine from the soil, but rhizobacteria are specialized in this process, particularly when it comes to releasing phosphate, which is very important for the plant. These bacteria also carry out countless other important tasks, including one which is very special. Rhizobacteria form a sort of natural defense system around the roots. Anything attacking the plant is kept outside by the physical presence of these rhizobacteria. They ensure that there is no room for disease-causing bacteria. They have their own interest in this because the plant provides them with food. However, the bacteria also need help. They are not travelers. The bacterial colonies do not move back and forth from minerals to the roots. Most minerals found in soil are located outside the reach of the roots, and therefore also out of the reach of rhizobacteria. These can only live near the roots. As we have seen before, the zone of absorption is therefore very limited. Mycorrhizal fungi are able to drastically increase this absorption capacity. It may sound like a modern development, but it's not. The fungus has always existed, but due to modernization, its role has been neglected. Due to many years of using synthetic fertilizers, mycorrhiza is only very sporadically found in agricultural soils. Mycorrhizal fungi have always lived in symbiotic relation with the plant roots. Mycorrhizal fungus forms a living connection within the roots and creates an absorption and transport system. This is essential for healthy plant growth. Mycorrhiza in the roots is just as normal as chlorophyll in the leaves. This is beyond doubt. As stated before, the absorption roots of plants are 0.2 millimeters thick. This means that they can only grow in macropores, as shown here. Now we zoom in to see what happens when the plant gets help from the mycorrhizal fungus. The fungal threads are even thinner than most bacteria. They are only as thick as 3 microns. This means that these thin threads grow easily in the micropores, where the majority of nutrients and water are stored. Without help, a plant would never be able to reach these areas. It's not just the roots, but also the fungal threads that are responsible for the absorption of nutrients and water. The long, thin fungal hyphae that fully takes over the absorption of materials from the roots are able to provide disease resistance. Distantly located minerals that are bound to iron and calcium are now easier to absorb. These fine threads or hyphae can easily be a kilometer long in just 1 teaspoon of soil. Mycorrhizal fungi cause absorption capacity to be 7 times higher in average. This means that growing can be done with less water and that weeds have far less chance to thrive due to competition for space. The benefit to the fungi is the glucose produced by the plants. For the plants, the benefit is a larger absorption zone. This unique and constant interaction between the plant, bacteria, and fungi creates a really fantastic symbiosis. The payout that the plant provides to its partners is water, minerals, and glucose. The partnership between soil and roots requires healthy soil biology. Healthy soil contains organic matter from dead leaves, dead roots, and dead animals. This dead organic matter is broken down in nature by soil life to become humus. This creates a great deal of food for soil life, and the soil retains plenty of CO2. Years of using fertilizer has caused the humus to disappear from agricultural land. You could think of humus as the battery of the soil. It's where the energy is stored, the energy that the soil life needs to do its work. Without the humus, it is almost impossible to achieve natural soil recovery. It has long been thought that nitrogen fertilizer stimulates the soil life as more bacteria are able to grow. But to maintain their carbon-nitrogen balance, they are compelled to consume more organic material, which then enters the atmosphere as CO2. The symbiosis between plant, fungi, and bacteria is not only a great partnership, it is absolutely vital. Without these transformers of organic material, we would all perish in excess organic material. Returning to the question we asked previously about how we can improve the soil, the answer must be, ultimately, plants improve the soil on their own. They do this through the symbiosis between plants, bacteria, and fungi. Plants are really the only soil improvers. Here we can see a clear difference between an absorption system without and with mycorrhiza fungi. The plant on the left is entirely dependent on the pH value of the soil and the supply of minerals. The plant on the right has roots that are able to optimally self-regulate the pH level and absorption via mycorrhiza fungi. This results in a healthy absorption that works perfectly with organic fertilizers. Using this natural system, we will achieve healthy soil that in turn brings healthy plants that can produce healthy fruit and vegetables. The way we deal with our soil has a direct effect on the emission of CO2 and the nutritional value of our food.
Okay, so not sure if you guys felt like you've learned anything there, but if you're new to food and you've never really done anything with soil, that's what's cool. But that's if you watched what that video
it's a
said.
conspiracy to steal our humus.
So yeah, but it's interesting though, if you watch that enough, you'll realize how much of an issue it is. Like, so they're taking it, but it's actually going to cause problems for them in the long haul, because they're getting the topsoil and they're not getting the deep pre-root stuff, and so they're kind of just wasting their money in the scheme of things. So that's kind of the lesson I wanted people to get out of this, is to not be afraid and to not think that, oh no, they're stealing our topsoil, but when in reality they're just, if they are taking the soil, which again, Terry brought up a good point, I don't believe it until I see it. If they really are taking our topsoil, then does it really matter? Because over time it's just going to deteriorate and not going to be worth what they think it's worth. So the other thing I wanted to point out is just how absolutely easy it is to create your own soil. So there's some spectacular videos, and there's some spectacular things. Like one of the classes that I teach is doing a seed starting soil, and with a seed starting soil, it's one of the easiest things that you can create and make on your own that you don't need to spend a lot of money doing. And you'll see online where people will charge all this money for this special organic seed starting soil, when it's really something that you can pretty much do on your own. So and just a quick little recap without going into all the details, it pretty much is just peat and vermiculite and perlite, and just mixed up properly with the right ingredients, or with the right measurements, and you've pretty much made all the seed starting soil that you're going to need. So anybody else have an opinion on that video?
Is Rhythmic muted at the moment?
Yes, I was. My bad.
Ah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if they're targeting like regenerative pieces of the soil that would be necessary to keep agriculture alive, like that could be a problem. But strategically, I don't know. I'm suspicious of that kind of subversion. The scale doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I think the fact that somebody's trying to convince us that the Chinese are trying to take over by stealing our soil is like more proof that the Chinese aren't actually trying to take over anything really, and it's just like a conspiracy to make us think that there is this like 3 different global superpowers that are playing in a 1984 style of events, when actually it's just one entity that's controlling all of it.
Well, I would argue against the idea that China doesn't want to conquer anything. I mean, if you look, like, China is basically like playing a colonial game, like Belt and Road Initiative and all that. Like, I mean,
But don't you think that China's being controlled by the same capital of bankers that also control America, the UK, all of Europe, and all the rest of the world? Or do you think that China is operating independently to that authority that we agree controls all of our countries?
I mean, I think that the the Chinese system writ large, right, is being allowed to exist, right? It's not necessarily that they're opposed to the West. Like, I mean, if anything, economically speaking, their setup is pseudo capitalism. Like, it's essentially a blend system, right? So, I mean, they're being allowed to exist by the same powers that be that basically would institute global banking, global trade. Like, they're not necessarily disconnected from those same powers, right?
I think that what COVID showed us, with the way that China larped their reception of COVID, their reaction to it, was then mirrored by the whole rest of the world, showed me that the same puppet master is orchestrating all of the governments. And China's no exception. Like, China's, to me, just seems to be just a different flavor of exactly the same thing as what we've got in the West. It's just a puppet system.
Well, I
right?
mean, the question is a puppet of what, right? So, I mean, the idea is like, what is the current Chinese power structure today, and what are they rooted to, really, right? Like, where did the CCP begin? Like, I mean, that leads down a rabbit hole of all kinds of connections, right? Like,
I mean, where the CCP begins, and if they're still installed by, you know, the global elite. Again, that's an interesting subject that maybe more people we need to like maybe explain and hash this out a little bit. So, the global elite they're masters at psychology. Absolutely masters at psychology. So they know how to do a lot of the cool tricks. So what they're doing in a lot of ways is they are making sure that they're controlling all angles of the information, at least to the best of their ability. So that would mean that if they have the opportunity to make you think or make me think one particular way, they're going to do their very best to do that. And so like with the Chinese, they want to try. They install their puppet master, and he might not even know that he's a puppet of the global elite. Like, he just might think that he is actually doing what he thinks is right and what he wants to do for the control. Where he is there's people still above him pulling the strings that know that if he does something that they don't want him to do, they can just, you know, delete him off the earth.
well, that depends, right? The UN would not necessarily be able to conquer mainland China, right? So, like, in reality, who's going to be your check and balance against like whatever the regime wants to do, right? So, the real question comes down to a question of essentially, where is the limit on Chinese power, right? Essentially, part of that limit comes from the idea that global trade, as we know from, like, you know, Gaddafi being killed and everything, if you try to escape the global trade and banking system, you pretty much are taken off, right? Like, world superpowers will mobilize, they'll topple your regime, etc., right? But China's not on a gold standard, to the best of my knowledge. Like, they have certain policies probably regarding gold, but they're not necessarily divorced from central banks, right? So in some sense, they're like financed by it.
Can you find Scope stocking?
I think that China's
Yes.
controlled by the same bankers that control us.
The fucking Jews.
Well, we'll get onto that in a minute, Golf. Steady.
Oh dear.
Well, I mean, yeah. So if you think about it, right, if you're going to start a conversation about the analysis of like powerful people and their politics and what they would do, right, the best and first place that I would start with any of this right, is what is the currency and what is the psychology of the elite, right? Like, because I mean, if you think about it, right, if everybody in chat right now had $1, you know, and they put that dollar into something, right? If you asked somebody for 10 cents of their dollar, they could afford it, right? Like in that case, right, everybody has equal purchasing power, right? And that's sort of like defeats the purpose of a currency, right? Like because the entire idea is that there has to be incentive and value to it, right? Otherwise, you're just exchanging Chuck E. Cheese tokens. And so for like an analysis of powerful bankers or elites or any of this stuff, they can't necessarily be bought, right? Because if you have $100 million, like 250 grand is like $2 to you, right? Like it's like nothing, right? So currency becomes worthless the richer you get. Like it's totally worthless.
Okay,
As soon
but
as you have the ability to create money, more money becomes irrelevant to you because you already have more money.
Right. So like I mean at a certain point, like I believe the happiness index on this is like $70,000, right? So $70,000 will get you essentially all of the basic necessities for a normal middle class life. In terms of happiness, to the actual fulfillment of what that money will buy you, anything over that amount gets you less and less happiness in return, right? Yeah, you could buy more expensive things, but if you're a millionaire, going and buying an expensive watch every day would just become normal, right? It doesn't have any value, right? So, like, you know, buying a Rolex to a rich person is just, oh, I bought another watch. I've got 10 of these, right? Fuck it, right?
okay,
Like, there's no, yeah.
so the part that the part that you're not thinking about is you're thinking like the way they want you to think. You're thinking like a cog in the machine. They don't care about the Rolex. What they like is instead of thinking about I want to go buy this to make myself happy, I want to go buy this to make myself happy, they're going, I want to see if I can make an entire country wear a mask. Let's see if I can do that. Hey, buddy, you think? Yeah, Mark, do you think you can get? I'm gonna make Australia wear a mask. Do you think you can get Austria to lock down all the people over the age of 60? And you're just like, oh, well, yeah, I'll see that bet. Yeah,
it's lols.
Yeah, it's lols. Yeah, it's lols. Let's see what we can get. Let's see what we can convince the people to do, because if I need more money, I'm just gonna snap my fingers and make it happen.
Well, I can explain that to some degree, I think. I mean, so the natural reaction to the fact that Trump became president is that the populace needs to be scared back into thinking that establishment power structures are somehow safe, right? So the entire focus of the Biden administration has been essentially lock the economy down and make everybody live in fear so that they all think Joe Biden made me safe, right? It's a stupid tactic, and most people aren't falling for it at this point, right? Because like the definition of vaxxed just went up to 6, right? It's 2 for the basic COVID and a booster, and now you got to get what, 2 more plus another booster? Like this is never going to end, right? And most people, after you tell them
6 injections, really, that's the definition to be fully vaxxed now.
So
that is what they said they were going to consider,
yeah,
I believe,
but
as of today.
but this goes back to exactly what I was just saying with goes back to just what I was saying with Mark. If me and Mark were super elite, super rich, I would go to Mark and like say, okay, so how many of those million people do you think can get 6 vax? And Mark's like, let's say a quarter of them. And like a quarter, okay. Let's say, when do you think we won't be able to get people to get vaxxed anymore? And me and Mark would debate, and we're just like, maybe when we ask them to get vaxxed every week, maybe that'll get to the point where most of the people will say no. And me and Mark's having this conversation about how, you know, we're the power elite and we can do this kind of stuff. And then Mark's like, and then I say, yeah, but Mark, aren't we worried about losing some of the power? And Mark's like, no. Because
well, let me throw it a step further for you, right? So let's take this to another step up the conspiracy ladder, so to speak, right? If we're going to do this, all right. So essentially, let's say there's a club, right? The Secret Control the World Club, and you and Mark are members.
Let's call it the
right?
Bilderberg Group. Just
Sure, why
hypothetically.
not? Yeah, hypothetically speaking, let's call it the Bilderberg group. Let's call it whatever you want, right? A group, mystery group, X group, right? So mystery group has two members as of current, right? The two of you. And I come along and I say, hey, listen, I got a third guy that wants to join this here group that you guys got, right? He's incredibly powerful. He's like the leader of, say the United States, right? Like say a president or a congressman or something powerful that could actually enforce these like sort of schemes, right? And you want to bring this guy into your group, and you're both like million gajillionaires, right? You have the octillionaire mindset. You guys are, super rich, right? You could totally, all the money in the world, right? And you want to get your kicks. So in this scenario, we're going to bring in this ultra powerful person. Now, the ultra powerful person has within, their power, say, the justice system and all this, right? This person could expose you, right? But if they come into the club, you could do all the things you want. How, pray tell, would you bring this person's power level, so to speak, right, in line with yours such that they'll work with you and you're reasonably assured that they're not going to turn you in?
Okay, so first off I'm gonna go back and I'm going to clarify what you're saying. First off, if me and Mark are we're the Illuminati, I'm gonna use that, or we're the
Sure.
Bilderberg group. If me and Mark
Whatever,
are the
yeah.
if me and Mark are the Illuminati and we're gonna create a Bilderberg group, we're gonna scale it down, and we're gonna then invite you into our group. We're going to invite you in, and we're going to say, oh man, we see that you've got all this power. He, as me and Mark laugh, thinking, this guy thinks he's got power, but we can just, we are this powerful and elite that whatever we want, we can make happen. If we want tomorrow them to, dislike you, we could. But we like the fact, we think it was awesome that you got up to this particular power without me and Mark's help. So of course we want you in on the fold, and you're just like, well, I'm going to expose you, and we'll laugh at that. We'll just like, but no one knows our names. Like, no one knows who I am. No one knows that it's Mark and Doc. So they know your name because you're some rich, powerful so-and-so, but they don't know our name, so we can just be like, oh, you want to come in? Oh, and they're going to expose us? Oh, well, it's just the Jews. That's all we have to say. And then who's going to argue against us, because no one ever heard of us. No one knows our names. Our names aren't even spoken.
You're missing a critical point in this, right? So at the point where you've got, say, a powerful person, right? Because the question that needs to be answered is, how does even, say, ultra-rich people, say, get shit like this done, right? They have to act through a mechanism of power, right? The Illuminati can't just be the Illuminati and make it happen, right? What are they going to call, like, Alfred on the bat phone and be like, collapse society, right? Like, how, right? So they have to have a connection to all of these apparatus, let's say, right? The institutions, the mechanisms of power.
The main thing they've got is the ability to decide when new money is created, and they can do that in every country in the world, including China. That's it.
Let's speculate.
That is all it is. Don't think that there's some complicated web of power that you need to control.
Yeah, but we've already established that money. If you
can control the creation of money, then you control the world. There is a group of people that do that, and it's less than like 10 people.
I gotta poke one thing in this. It's not money. It's blackmail, right?
No, it's money.
At the elite level, money is worthless, right? We've kind of agreed on that, right? It's all Chuck E. Cheese tokens. If you have 100 million and I have 100 million and we throw 100 million at each other, we have 200 million in the game, and everybody's poor now, and congratulations, so what? Right? like that would be a pointless fight, right? Millionaires fighting millionaires is like, what's the point, right? You could have rival millionaires and that kind of thing, but like ultimately, I don't know, Jeff Bezos buys the, let's say Washington Post or whatever, wasn't it? Like you could have all these things and just buy them, right? And spend all your money and do this. But ultimately, if you're trying to work in collusion with other wealthy people, currency is worthless, right? But if you had dirt on that person, social dirt that could erode their power,
you can't erode.
Actually their currency.
No, their power. See, they want us to believe that their power is blackmail, so that we can search for something. No, their power is the basic understanding of proper fellowship. because it's funny. I want to make Mark laugh, and Mark wants to make me laugh, and we both want to have a good time, so we're mutually not going to screw that up. If we would attack each other, we're too intelligent to know. If we would attack each other, then we're going to lose some of the power. It's the same thing. You know, it's this concept. You see it in very powerful people. It's why if somebody in their family does something silly, they don't care. They're just like, oh, that's just so and so. Let him do his stupid thing. Or, you know, there's nothing that somebody can take from us. There's nothing they can blackmail about us. So if we're this powerful, what are they going to blackmail you on? Oh, your wife slept with so and so. Okay, yeah, sure, I let her. That's our rules.
No. So it's not about that. It's about voluntary blackmail, right? That's, I think, the point that people missed with the Epstein-Maxwell thing and all that kind of stuff. I think part of it is that the powerful elites can supplicate themselves to a group. And in the case of doing that, they're stronger in numbers. They increase their power as long as they're not exposed.
Okay,
Does
so
that make sense?
No, but okay, so me and Mark want to make sure golf is out there and can play around in the world. So we're just like, you know what? Let's find some bad people on this planet, and let's just give them a lot of power and give them a lot of money and let them do their bad things, and let's find that guy that worships Satan, and say, here's some money. Go tell everyone that you're part of our Illuminati club. Just go and tell them that, you know. And just run around, and we'll just keep giving you money. Do whatever the fuck you want to do. Just don't bother us. And if you do something else, just keep going and just keep doing it. And then they go out and do bad things, and they get money from us. And and somebody comes and says, "Well, you're linked to a pedophile ring." No, what are you talking about? This guy, like, he scammed me as much as he scammed you. And I'm squeaky clean. I have no desire to do any of that silly stuff. And so what it does is the power elite are so above all of this, you know, they go find their minions so that everybody thinks that the people that worship Satan and sacrifice babies and do all these horrible things, we want them to think that we want the average person to think that that's the elite, because we don't want them to ever look at us. We don't want them to realize that we're just old white men sitting in our castles laughing at the circus that's going on, because that's what's funny. The elite are probably on Reddit doing some of the best shit posting because it's funny.
Maxwell was on Reddit.
Yeah,
but
it's because
Maxwell and Epstein aren't elite though. They don't control the creation of money.
Yeah, they're just tools.
No,
they're just
not.
part of the fun.
Here's the thing, right? If you control the creation of money, right? Let's focus on the creation of money aspect then. So if you control the creation of money, let's just say hypothetically in 1 year, you printed 40% of a currency's total supply. Hypothetically, right? Let's just say somebody, we'll call him JP, right? Will print 40% of the entire supply of this currency, right? So say you start your currency in 1913, I believe, and you establish it, and let's say it's a crypto. Let's say that you and Mark, you're running a country, you're powerful elites, you want to set up a banking system of some kind, right? Say you bought a yacht. You go sailing out into the ocean with a bunch of D-livers, and you want to take this yacht, and you want to be able to exchange money on it, right? But you can't use US dollars or whatever, because the heck with that. So let's say you create a token, and you're on the boat, and everybody's buying stuff with your token, and it's going good, and it's being traded back and forth with other boats and all this stuff. And then you decide that you're just going to pump 40% more into that token, right?
Yep.
So what values the token?
Whatever tomorrow me and Mark go, Mark, we shouldn't use that token anymore. Let's use seashells. Wouldn't that be fun to use seashells? And Mark's like, yeah, let's use seashells. And now we just tell everyone the seashells have value. And now seashells have value because we know the psychology. We convinced enough people down the road that seashells have value, and now seashells have value. Tomorrow we're going to tell people rocks have value. And that's just how we do, because our power.
What happens to the guy that had a whole bunch of token or whatever saved up, right?
Are we? Do we really care? Because we.
Well, look, I mean, how are you going to get new goods into your boat, right? You got to have another boat trade with you, like, and say all the other boats want to accept the token. They want a high token value.
Hey,
They've got
dude.
tokens saved up.
Hey, dude, here you can meet this rich person and tell this rich person that this is the new currency that everybody needs to use. Oh, this is the new currency everybody needs to use. We put the psychology. It's so easy today to do it. We put the psychology out there. Everybody's like, oh, we all need to switch over to XRP, and now everybody's doing that. And oh, we need to switch over. We need to go back to the gold standard, and we all go back to the gold standard, and we're just like, and then me and Mark's like, let's let these countries get back to the gold standard, and then like next week, let's tell them that silver's more valuable than gold. And you're acting like we can't just use our power to get anything we want. Like, we want that yacht, we just take that yacht. We go to the queen and say, we want that yacht, Queenie, and she's like, okay, here's the yacht. See ya.
So hold on. So in the case of silver and gold, right? You're talking about the value of silver and gold. So where does the value of silver and gold come from?
The psychology of us convincing people that silver and gold have value.
No. I disagree. So I would say that the value of silver and gold comes from the fact that it represents the amount of time it took to purify, melt, smelt, etc. that silver and gold. Some man had to go into the earth, get it out. They had to refine it. They had to smelt it. They had to cast it into a bar. They had to ship it to you. They had to give it to you, right? Like, for instance, right here.
There's a reason why they did that, though.
Yeah.
Well, I've got a $300 block of copper. Hold it up to the camera there so you can see it. This is real. This is 0.999 fine Kupfer from a German mint called Geiger Endelmental. And, it's stamped. It's 100 ounces. And 100 ounces of this, in order to obtain this, you would either have to purchase it from somebody that had already refined it for a certain exchange value and given price, and that price would be tied to the cost of obtaining this exact chunk of metal from the earth, right? Like, in order to get this, somebody, either you, me, or somebody else way down the line, most likely, and like a mine, somewhere in some place, they basically have to go get it, right? So that's the value of metal over currency, is that it's directly tied to something that the elite cannot tamper with. I mean, they can maybe tamper with it to some degree, right? You could maybe interfere with mining operations or regulate it out of existence or something, create a scarcity, but that would only drive the value up because supply and demand. So how,
we don't care.
In a sense, can the elite tamper with the price of gold?
We don't care. We don't care what you minions are doing with that tiny little stuff.
The price of gold has been set by a family that has a red shield in the city of London for over 250 years. They've set the price of gold.
Well, I would agree that the prices of metals can be tampered with to some degree. Like, for instance, right now,
not tampered
silver
with
prices,
to some degree. One family has decided what the price of gold is for the last 250 years. I think it is something like that.
But relative to the currencies they're issuing.
You're trying to argue with me about whether or not it's possible for someone to adjust the price of gold. I'm telling you, it is a fact that has been happening for the last 250 years and is still happening today.
Let me push you on something.
Who decides what gold is? Who defines the gold price technically? How is that done today? It's done by a family that has a red shield in their logo in London.
Well, I won't dispute
you that.
I won't dispute you on that part.
They set the price.
Okay, hold on, Mark.
Let's push
see
this though. So the price is two different things when it comes to metal, and this is the reason I argue for metal. Is the price of metal could be relative to, say, the currency. Like, I could, for instance, go on AppMex right now from Coinbase Pro and actually exchange Bitcoin for a fixed amount of silver, gold, copper, whatever, thing they sell from that, market. And that could go from Bitcoin directly into silver, right? But that price rate right? The price of Bitcoin versus, say, silver versus dollars versus silver, those are two separate prices. The fiat currencies, sure, I'll give it to you. They're controlled by the house, with the red shield and all that. And, that's something that goes deep, deep, deep down, right? But the actual cost of it, the true value of it, is something that is directly linked to the fact that it must be found, mined, and obtained, which is why there's two markets for silver. There's actually a paper silver market, which represents the sum total of silver thought to exist on the earth, right? And then there's the physical silver market, which is, I actually want to hold this, right? Which is, we can actually get to it, we can mine it, and we have, and then they can sell it to you, right? That's a totally different supply amount than the amount that's hypothetically thought to exist, right? Hypothetically, there's an asteroid that's made out of pure silver, right? But that has no influence on the price. It can't, because we can't get to it, right?
Okay, so I want to talk about this just because I got these 3 coins. So I have a 10 cent. I have 10 cent. That's a copper-looking coin from New Zealand. Okay. I have a 6 pence, and not just a 6 pence, but a 6 pence with the king on it. So older piece of coin. And I have a modern quarter. Okay. All with different amounts, all with different numbers on the back of them, all made from metal that you're talking about.
Sure. Sure.
All completely,
Well,
all in reality, technically completely worthless.
Well, no, let me throw something else to you. So one of the things I have right here, I'll actually let me turn on my lamp and my camera so you can see this, and we'll pull out some stuff. So, not to, how do I flip a camera in the app on this? Do you know?
I think you just turn the camera, or you just physically turn your phone.
Oh yeah, okay. So anyway, so I have a box, right? I'll just hold it up. And this box is full of like old coins, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you said you have a quarter from modern day, right?
Yep.
I could find in here, for instance, a bicentennial quarter.
Okay.
Right?
Yep.
Now the bicentennial quarter says 25 cents on it. I can hold it up to the camera. I don't know if you can see it, but it's got a drummer boy on the back. And technically on the face value of this coin is 25 cents. But a bicentennial quarter like that is worth more than 25 cents because of its rarity and
but hold on,
composite's different.
Pause there for a second. It's only worth more to people that accept that. If you take that money to a grocery store, they will only give you 25 cents for it.
Let me have a go for a minute. Is my mic working? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
No, let me just tell you the history of silver, right? This is actually what happened, right? Go back 1,000 years, I think it is, or like 2,000 years, or 3,000 years, 4,000 years. In the past, silver was worth more than gold, and it always has been throughout all of history, all of society. If you had some silver and some gold, they were like, "Oh yeah, no, that's definitely worth much more because that's silver." That was universally agreed, backing up the point that Doc's making, because it's not actually it's the perception that people have
Well,
based
it's
on
not just the perception; it was also the use of it too. It's an antiseptic as well. I don't know if you know about silver's disinfectant properties,
and gold's got a lot of useful properties as well, and
yeah, exactly.
And so silver, and like what effectively like alchemy would, the process of like crazy sciences being transformed into like modern chemistry. Basically, alchemy finished when they figured out how to make silver. They were trying to create gold. That was the purpose of alchemy, but they failed. But they did discover how to make silver. They discovered a process.
It's because you could separate it from lead. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And that it's that process, really, the fact that we have to do that process that governs the price of silver. Because there's basically an unlimited amount of the raw material that we need to do that process, but that process has a cost.
Well, there's natural silver and there's also lead. Yeah.
But the amount that we do that process and the amount to which mankind is geared up to how efficient it is doing that process is related to how much we consider the metal to be valuable to us, and that is that's a relative thing that's adjustable by
controllable. Yeah,
by perception. It's not that there's multiple things there. It's not just the accessibility.
It's a variable within. Right. Well, I would point you to something interesting. Does anybody have access, Doc? You might want to be able to pull this up. You might be able to see this on APMEX, APMEX.com. The price of palladium, I believe it was, shot up sixfold because it was used as a replacement to a different metal in the manufacturing of automotive electronics.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring
Like, and so basically a solid metal bullion resource went up from being basically worth like say 20 bucks an ounce to closer to $2,000 an ounce, but like nearly overnight. Like the market skyrocketed. And it was just due to adjusted demand for the actual resource, right? Which is to say that the supply and demand itself cannot necessarily be controlled once it's established, but you could definitely argue that like central banks and large corporations and things could put a lien on supply and demand, right?
Okay, so here is the I'm gonna look. I'm gonna do the 5 year. Here's the 5 year of palladium. So as of today, palladium is worth more than gold. So just exactly what I was saying. Just exactly what I was telling you. Me and Mark tell you that tomorrow that we want everybody to think that this is more valuable. We can just that is the kind of power that the elite have when they can create money.
But the reason for that, though, had to do with the fact that it's being consumed in a greater amount, so the supply shrank. It's not because the money makers could sit there and dictate that there's a demand from the U.S. dollar to this. The demand had to go into something, right? In this case, automotive industry. Like you have to sink the product into a thing, like to decrease the ability to create the bullion, the reserve.
Yeah, but you're assuming that you don't know the guy that owns all the gold mines. If you know the guy that owns all the gold mines, you can control the price of gold. And
well,
you can do the same. You can do the same thing with oil. It's like you're
brings
assuming
us
that there
back
isn't
to the
such a thing as
blackmail
OPEC.
thing. This brings us back to the blackmail thing, right? Because just knowing all of the, say, mining industry people would not be able to control the supply unless you could control directly those people, right?
You can't control those
Which
directly.
is,
Those people. Hey,
like
dude, you own this land in this mine. You know, how about I give you a hot wife? And you know, and I set your kids up and I make you guys sheiks. How about that? Sound good? Cool.
How about I allow money to be created in your country in a way that favors you?
Yeah.
or more along the lines of, let's say if you want admittance to the table, right, in order to sell your things on our markets, you have a meeting. Let's say we'll make up a hypothetical person and call him Jeffrey, right? And you have to get on Jeffrey's plane, and he'll take care of you for a weekend, right, down on his island. We'll just set it up on an island so we get some stuff to happen on that island. We get it on videotape, and now that mining executive, you don't have to do anything. He'll do whatever you say because blackmail is more or less free as long as you could set up the encounter.
Nah, honey is more powerful than vinegar. If someone can, and so is greed. If someone feels like they can get something, if someone came to your house today and said, Rhythmic, all I need you to do is I just need you to play video games, but on the bottom of your video game, every time you're playing, I just need you to scroll these words across the bottom, and every once in a while say, Brondo is good for the plants. That's all I need you to do, and I'll give you, I don't know, let's say $11 billion, and just keep doing it, I don't know, until I tell you I don't want you to do it anymore. And if you get mad about that, or you get upset and you don't think it's enough money, come back to me. We'll talk about it and that kind of stuff. You're not going to say no. You're going to say yes. And what's $10 billion to me? I just create money. So I just can keep...
What happens if somebody does say no and rejects the money?
Okay. Then I'm gonna go. I'll find somebody else. Because now.
But I'm the guy that has the resource, right? So in the scenario, so if I'm the guy that controls, like, say, I don't know, the silver mines or oil production or whatever it is, right? I'm the guy in charge of it. You're trying to get me to do your bidding, right? And it's against my interest to do your bidding. Let's assume that, right?
Why? But no. Then I'm not a good elite. If I'm doing something that's against someone's business, then I don't know what I'm doing it for. Like, I better be doing it for the laws. because reason, then you're going to say no. The only people that need to use blackmail are the people that aren't at the tippy top, the people that are further down the pyramid that are trying to work their
people that are trying to get more money.
Yeah. Yeah.
How do you undercut people from taking you off of the top of the pyramid once you're up there? Is my question. Like if you're the smallest
a really
elitist
really
group,
good trick, right?
Right.
A really good trick if you're right at the top of the pyramid would be to convince lots and lots of people that it's the Jews, or the Israelis that are doing it.
Mhm. Yeah, no, but you can't. You don't leave the top of the pyramid unless unless you really screw up or you die or you're just tired of it. You're just tired of being at the top of the pyramid. Then you don't be up there anymore.
They've got a red shield, and it's red with the blood of innocent Jews, because like 109 times or 108 times or whatever it is, they keep using the same trick, and everybody says, look, it was 107 times and 108 and 110, yeah. But for some reason, we never seem to get the right ones.
well, I mean, let's see here. So, I mean, we could point to any number of dark royalty. Like,
Their name's not it. The elite that we're talking, the elite that me and Mark's talking about are not. We're not googling their names. We've never.
well,
we've
The
never.
Queen of England doesn't control the creation of money in
Yeah.
England.
Yeah, none of us have.
The House of Stacked Code Gotha does
Yeah.
not control the creation of money. It never has.
Yeah, the names of the elite that me and Mark are pretending that we're playing right now in this game, like we don't know their names, and their names are probably never going to get spoken by people like us.
it doesn't matter who the group is then.
It doesn't.
Well, I agree. Let's not associate them with Zionism or Judaism or Israel and say or even say anything other than it's just a very small group of people that control the world. And there's another issue, which is that there are a lot of people that call themselves Jews that are in high places in lots of places, and that's true, but that's a different thing. That's not the same thing as the Jews control the world.
The fundamental base
naming, yeah.
The fundamental base we're named what me and Mark are laying down with our playing here is the fact that the people that everybody's pointing their finger at and blaming, it's not them. Like, those are the patsies. Those are the people that are put in place, and those are the whispers that they have so that we don't ever find the elite. Because the elite are hiding themselves by all the scandals that are underneath them that they're just letting the little peons do with the throwing around of money and letting them point their fingers and, let you blackmail them and let them, and they're just like, let the groups blackmail themselves. Perfect. The more bad people that get under us and start pointing the fingers and start calling each other names and that kind of stuff, the less they're ever going to find us, because they're never going to make it up the pyramid high enough, because they're going to get stuck at the Jews. They're going to get stuck at the the Rothschilds. They're going to get stuck at that kind of stuff. They're never going to get past up this point. So just let them keep going. And if the Rothschilds or that kind of complain more, just throw some more money at them, or just give them some more power and tell them that you're going to give them this favor and things of that sort. Like, now I do think that there could be, if someone would come up with a truly decentralized cryptocurrency that was ran by individual people, I do think that could scare them. But currently, with the way everything's functioning and the way we currently have cryptocurrency set up, they could just come in and buy all the cryptocurrency and then laugh and be like, whatever. We squashed that one. That was easy. Those kids were close. But yeah, they left this wide open door for us, and we just took it because, haha, that's fun. So
let's throw something at the wall with the cryptocurrency idea, though. So, with a cryptocurrency requires infrastructure, doesn't it?
Yep.
So, in a scenario where you're trying to basically maintain a permanent value of a large supply, let's say, of money, a cryptocurrency in a sense, can only decrease in supply and increase in value, but it requires the infrastructure in order to exist, period, which means electricity, servers, etc.
Yep,
In an
mining.
event where in an event where basically metal is used as currency, the infrastructure required would be obtaining that metal or having a limited supply of it already in existence. It would require no electricity, no reserve of value necessary on a server or a wallet key or anything in order to access it. You just simply have to hold it, right? So, in
Okay.
a sense, would metal not be more secure as a foundational basis for controlling a global reserve of value?
I mean, maybe.
So my whole thing is about the fiat currencies and whatnot. The fiat currencies are in a sense, like you said, like it's a layer of control, but it's a layer of control that exists relative to the true value, right? When you're paid on your paycheck, you're not paid anything that relates anything to silver, gold, or any precious metal. You're paid a currency. That
Agreed.
currency is backed up by nothing, right? It's
But
created
but
out of thin air.
that isn't actually. I mean, that's obviously a problem, but that's not actually the main problem. Like fiat currency itself isn't actually inherently evil. Like maybe we shouldn't be doing it, but the problem is that we've got fiat currency, and when new money is created, that isn't controlled by the people of individual countries. Like if you've got an individual country, you are allowed to issue your own currency, and you as a country should be allowed to decide when you do that, and that's not what happens. Right.
Well,
so the issue that we've got fiat and not, we've not got the gold standard, and that's a separate thing to that.
well,
Those are two separate issues. You get that, right?
let's address the most important currency that exists on this planet that everybody seems to forget. And you actually mentioned it with what you said. And it's time. That's the only thing that is truly limited for you as an individual. You only have X amount of time. It's the only true finite thing that we know of, is how much time you as an individual has.
Right. So essentially, the value of metal is the fact initially that somebody spent their time to mine it, exchanges it to you for the initial set of value, right? And whatever currency, it could be fiat currency, the euro, the US dollar, it doesn't matter, right? It could be fucking
Okay.
Confederate war bonds from 1850 or something, right? I mean, people buy and sell those for like 20, 30 bucks a piece these days. Like, you could trade anything for anything, right?
Yep.
But the first initial set of that value is how much time did it take, right?
Yep. So if and if I'm hungry, this little piece of copper I have in my hand means nothing. I can't eat that. And if no one's going to take that piece of copper, who cares?
Well, that's the question is, if you find somebody with food that could feed you and needs that copper to, say, create wire for electricity, then you could trade.
Okay, but here let me explain to you why food is actually a better currency. Food is going to deteriorate over time. It's going to have a particular shelf life. This has no shelf life. This is just simply easy to hand you and you hand me.
Well,
it's easy.
Yeah, but you could lose it. You could lose it.
Okay.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like it could fall out of your pocket in the washer or something, like, down on the ground. People lose money every day. Like, I mean, just look around on a sidewalk,
And so
very rarely loses food.
And so when you lose money, all you're simply just losing time. You're just losing time. You're not losing anything else. You're losing time.
No, it's basically a symbolic representation of time. And food is actually, you're right about that. Food is actually another symbolic representation of time. The reason the farmer gets paid is because he spent a season growing it.
No.
Right?
No. Food is not a symbolic issue of time. Food is what we need to survive. It is nourishment into our body. We have to consume it. And the farmer grows food because he knows that people need to eat. Because if you don't eat, then the time that you have will be shortened, and you don't want shortened time, so you eat things.
That supports my argument. It is kind of linked to time, right? Like, it's linked to everybody's time. It's linked to their ability to, obviously not be hungry, which increases their life.
And time,
a well-fed population is increased in lifespan.
And time is the only thing the elite currently cannot. They can't extend, to our knowledge, they can't extend time. So that is the only thing the elite currently have that is their main weakness in our current brainwashed, broken system. Because they can't live forever.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, but they sure try.
Okay,
but look at the blood transfusion technologies and things that have been developed like that, like gene editing and all that stuff. Like, it's all based on the idea that they want to live forever.
Okay,
so
but
of course they're trying to extend time. They just can't currently.
They can't currently. So let's even just say that maybe right now they can opt it out to about 100. They can opt out to 150. Like if some dude that's in West Virginia playing on the internet has a strong desire to live 122, and I want to have a good life at 122. If I want to do this, then I can just imagine what somebody that is, once that loves the laws and that loves the aspect of that, how long they want to live. And they've got the resources to search even more. And then if we just go up to the top on that, if we go back to the the handful of powerful families, how long they would like to live, because they want to live longer than their grandfather did, the longer than their grandmother, the longer their that kind of stuff, because they want to have more laws. They want to see some of their plans play out.
That dude recently that died in that helicopter crash, that mysterious, no, he didn't.
Yeah.
He just went off to live in the place where he lives for a long time.
Yeah, he was done playing in this game. It was time to move on someplace else.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know. I wouldn't doubt that necessarily. It'd be possible to some degree. I'm sure that they're not going to let something like that, should they develop it, slip to the general public.
Oh, it'll get to us. It'll absolutely get to us when it becomes funny to get to us.
Well, why would you want your worker drones to live forever?
Because it would be funny. Can we make them robots? Let's see if we can make real people act just like robots. It would be cool. Why not? Let's see if we can get people that have a body of a 20-year-old, live into their 90s, and let's see if we can get them to work the same job for 70 years. And then, after we get them to work for 70 years, make that job obsolete. And just tell them, oh, you gotta go learn to do something else.
Well, that'd be the whole point, right? Because you could only pull that trick off so many times before someone that lived forever caught on, right?
Why? Okay, so they're starting
hypothetically, your worker drones, so hypothetically, you're saying that essentially, the elite invent immortality. They give it to, say, your average person that works at Walmart, right? Yep. Along an infinite lifespan, you think that person's going to work at Walmart forever?
No, Walmart's not going to exist. We're gonna convince.
We're gonna enough timeline. Where are you going to get your goods in this world, right?
We're going to convince them to do something else. We're going to convince them to do something else. Oh, they're starting to get too smart. Let's tell them if they eat a bunch of McDonald's, it'll be good. Get them to eat a bunch of McDonald's, and we know that temporarily lowers IQ. Oh, well, cool.
Let's hypothetically take a peek at, say, Epstein's bookshelf, right, and see the fact that he's talking about, he's reading up on how many people can the Earth support, right? There's always the issue too. If you gave everybody immortality, what about just overpopulation until the resources are gone, right?
No, that overpopulation and the resources being gone is a fantasy. It's not possible. We can't use all the resources on this earth ever. Period. Underline circle.
Because things die. Though.
No.
Humans If humans didn't die tomorrow, we would have maybe like 10 years before we just ran amok. Because think about it, new people are born.
200,000, 300,000. Yeah, we'd have 300,000. Easy.
So eventually, on a long enough timeline, give that 10 years of just running through every day 200,000 births.
Yep.
You're talking on a long enough timeline, there wouldn't be room on the planet eventually. There wouldn't be enough land to stand on.
About 250, 300,000 years, we'd probably need to start worrying, and then by that particular time, we'd live on the bottom of the ocean, and we'd be building spectacular skyscrapers, and we'd have people that have evolved to be able to live in ice-cold areas, and some people would be like, oh, I want to live in this giant pod where I live in virtual reality all day. It would be fine. We would actually be just fine.
I completely disagree, because eventually, again, you're talking immortality, right? Like the hypothetical gene editing for immortality.
Yep.
Like the only way that works as a viable solution is assuming that space is infinite enough to contain, say, the population that would go out there, right? Like that there would be somehow an infinite series of space and resources and warmth and, liquid and oxygen and all that.
The universe is pretty big.
Yeah.
Sure it is.
And if we're not dying, and if we can't die, then we're virtually Q, and so we can just like.
The Earth is finite, but the universe isn't. How about that?
But that's the other thing too, is that you're talking about generally just making this available to anybody who wants to become part of Q with you, essentially. Do you really want to open that up to the general public? Like if you invented that tomorrow,
because it's funny. I wouldn't do it tomorrow, but you might do it. You might do it after 100,000 years because you're tired of your robots that you spent this training for dying. So you're just like, let's just open up to everybody. Why not? It's fun.
Are you arguing that at no point will the New World Order let us in on space travel ever?
So I mean, this is what I'm arguing is that the elite at the top would have no interest to invite you to participate in their game at all, ever, right?
No, what the elite will do is they'll make everyone live forever, and then they'll use their power to say, but if you do this or you follow this or that kind of stuff, we can kill you, and you don't have to live forever anymore. And then they can make dying popular, and a bunch of people will then want to die.
Well,
as Yam's pointing out in the chat, it wouldn't be a problem because people would just start committing suicide when they got to a certain point.
Yeah.
Immortality wouldn't be a problem because the elite would convince people to kill themselves, and that would be the law.
Yep, that would be the law. They can live forever, but they chose to kill themselves. Good job, Mark. Good job. Let's see what we can do next. What do you think we can get them to do next?
Let's see. I know, Doc. Let's see if we can get more people to kill themselves and die. We've got to make up a virus, right? A lethal virus that we release around the world, right? And then we've got to see if we can get more people to kill themselves because of that.
What was that last part?
And as a side thing, we'll make a vaccine and see if that kills more people than the virus does.
Hold on.
It's exactly the sort of thing.
But Lisa also just pointed out in Futurama they have the suicide booths.
They legalized those in Sweden last week.
Yeah, so they're already kind of doing it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, I'm not saying that the people at the top are necessarily against the self-destruction of anybody,
I'm saying the people at the. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, but you first.
No, you go first because mine will disrail a conversation. You go first.
I'm just saying, like, the power structure has no incentive to help you. Like, because on a long enough timeline, let's say they cured your illnesses and they gave you all the technology and, there was just this infinite supply of, like, young, fresh blood for you to, like, inject or something.
They've got no incentive to help you, but they've got incentive to make you a more entertaining thing for them to play with.
No, they don't.
And to do that, sometimes they need to give you more interesting toys to play with.
Yeah, but here's the thing: is the toys they give you are not the toys that could take them down or threaten them in any way, right? Like immortality would completely threaten them in every way because you give people a long enough timeline to overthrow them. So assuming that there's a group at the top, there would be zero incentive to give you immortality because why would they give you something that could then give you enough time to threaten their power structure? Because
Because
like I'm assuming that the group at the top wants to stay at the top. I mean, right?
no, but again, you're missing out on the laws. Like, okay, let's see. Now, Mark, I'm gonna get them to overthrow you. And so you're going to be like, "Oh yeah, Doc? Well, I'm going to do this." And we don't care because we know the psychology. We know all of the secrets. We've already planned for it all.
I mean, you're assuming
And it's
very
funny.
precarious scenario.
And it's funny.
But-
No, but why does this sound precarious? We discover all the time that they're hiding this information from us. And we're amazed at how far our military is above what the average person is. And you think the military knows shit? The militaries don't know crap compared to what the elites know.
I mean, militaries couldn't conquer a rural community in Afghanistan. Like, I mean,
Point taken.
I
They'd
mean,
have done if they'd wanted to, trust me.
I mean, I think having, the sky literally rain down hellfire missiles on them is, the kind of thing where, I mean, if that's not controlled to an absolute degree, then what is, right?
I mean, here's the thing. If the elite wanted to kill everyone, they would just kill everyone. If the elite want less of a population, all they got to do is exactly what they're doing right now. Because I don't know if you've been seeing, but they're saying that in they're saying that China just peaked in 2021, and they're saying that the rest of the world will probably peak at its population by 2040. That the population of the planet will start heading down. Why? Because the elite figured out a way to convince everyone to not keep having babies.
It's your fault, Rhythmic. You need to go and have a baby.
And so and so
Baby Rhythmic. Go and do it.
and so what we're saying and so what we're simply saying here is the elite have these elite, and I'm not talking, these elite are another reminder, we don't know their names, we won't know their names. Anybody's name that we know or anybody that's currently in trial are just part of the puppets, or they're just part of the laws.
They're part of, I would say, definitely, I would say that there would have to be a public relations campaign for any sort of ability to control anything. I mean, if you think about it, right, like what's the first thing they did with the vaccine ads, right? Like they got ads, right? It's on YouTube. It tells you every 10 minutes in every section of everything, right? Like you have to tell people the thing you want them to do.
Or you don't tell them what you want them to do, and then everybody does it.
Example.
An example of not telling people to do something, getting them to do that. Anything that you convince a teenager to do, tell them to do something and they're going to rebel against it to do something else. It changes all the time because we see it change all the time. Like, right now the Gen Zs are saying, I'm not going to smoke or do drugs because that's rebellious. I'm going to get married at 18 because that's rebellious. It's like, to us, it's ridiculously silly. We think that that's like crazy. Or I'm never going to get a tattoo. Like, I have one of my friends whose kid says, I'm never going to get a tattoo because I'm going to be rebellious and I'm going to have non-tainted skin. Okay. Like, when we were growing up, when me and Lisa were growing up, getting a tattoo was kind of a form of rebellious a little bit. Not as rebellious as it was for our parents, but it was still kind of rebellious. So it's things like that. They have a level of psychology. And we saw this with the smoking ads. We saw this with pharmaceutical ads. We see this with how well they manipulate us with social media. Like they know the psychology. They know what we're gonna do before we're gonna do it.
So by that logic, then by them banning cigarettes, it's somehow like a vital thing, and I should want to smoke cigarettes and rebel against the fact that they're banning them, so I should smoke.
No, you might not, but some people will. No, what they're going to do, I've told everybody this, and I'm going to mention it again. What they're doing with cigarettes is they're going to ban cigarettes. They're going to ban all cigarettes. They're going to get to the point where all cigarettes are going to get banned and everybody's going to stop smoking. Then they're going to release cigarettes as a pharmaceutical, and you're going to have a prescription for it, and they're going to charge a lot of money, and they're going to tell you the health benefits of consuming nicotine into your body. Because it's funny. Because it sounds like that's exactly just like they did when they first had cigarettes. This doctor approves a cigarette. They're just going to cycle it around. Because history doesn't repeat itself. It rhymes because rhyming is funny. Because in reality, the elite aren't bad people. They're just bored people, and this is funny. And what they don't like is they're well, they don't mind us, but people like me and Mark that don't take all of this seriously, that can kind of laugh about it, and we're not always angry at all the bad people. We're kind of laughing at it, and we think this is funny because, like, it's not that we know our station. It's just like we don't know who the elite are. We want to tell our friends to stop fractional reserve banking, but you know, we're gonna try to tell all that because that is kind of the way that we can slow down some of their power. But in reality, like they know more than we do, and they're just gonna manipulate it and play it again. But we can make a fun attempt to see like if we can manipulate their power a little bit, or at least knock down some of the people that are higher up on the pyramid because it's funny.
I mean, if that was the way that things operated, then there should be zero value, for instance, to say like the gold that was seized out of Nazi Germany, right?
There's zero value. There's zero money out of the
yeah.
gold seeds. There is zero value in that.
So the Allies then that would have seized those assets and divvied them up at the end of the war, like basically they took that value for what reason? From a deposed regime, right? They toppled the power. They're worthless now.
Okay. So let me give you let me give you an example of something that Mark can state. So you have kings that carried large amounts of silver coins with them all over Rome. Okay?
Sure.
And some people could have a handful of silver coins, and they could run a kingdom with a handful of silver coins. If Mark goes in his backyard right now and finds a bunch of coins sitting in his backyard, they're not going to be worth anything. Mark, am I right? If you go find, let's say you found 10,000 Roman coins in your backyard.
Yeah, like you'd imagine that if you find like a big, they call it like a hoard, like in your back garden, you find some real Roman coins. Oh, like how old are these coins? Oh, they're 2,000 years old. Oh, really? They're actually like really like proper Roman coins, and you've got thousands of them. You think, oh, boy, I'm a millionaire. No. Go on eBay. If you want to buy
Hold on. Hold on. I got you.
If you want to buy like 10 Roman coins, they're not that expensive.
No. Hold on. I got you. So ancient coins, right? We're talking ancient coins, rare coins, old coins. Right?
Today, you can get Roman coins, and they don't cost much because there are so many of them. They're like probably less valuable today than what they were back then. Is what?
No.
Is the point that does. Yeah. There's some there are some Roman coins that are very valuable, but there are some Roman coins that we've got shitloads of. And
no,
they're not worth nothing, mate.
Okay, so you want the joke right now?
Even though they're thousands of years old.
I will give you a link, and this is a Roman silver denarius Julius Caesar elephant from 49 to 48 BC. You could purchase this right now, and it's fully graded and authenticated by NGC Ancients Coins Certification or whatever, and it's at $3,195 at current price.
That's why, because of all that certification stuff that you've said about
yeah.
it. That's all. But
hold on, you just
that's how you know it's a Roman coin.
No, right? But you
can't just get some metal and say it's a Roman coin.
But you just talked about something that was minted over 2,000 years ago by a technique, by a man that put in a whole lot more labor than to make that coin today, and that's only worth $2,000. Like that's hilarious. That shows you that there's no value.
If you looked at, so that's a silver. No, this is. What do you mean? There's no value. If anything, it's incredibly overvalued. So that coin isn't even an ounce of silver. It's less than an ounce. It's a denarius, which is less than an ounce. And an ounce of silver, if you went on here right now and searched by weight for a bar of silver, 1 ounce, an equivalent 1 ounce bar of silver, which is probably more silver technically of the metal that exists in that coin. The current dollar value for that is currently $25.52 after the price took a small hit from $25.82 today. So if anything, if you took 3,100 minus the 25.52 or whatever of today's currently minted silver, this silver is incredibly more expensive than silver is because it's silver.
That's not a typical silver coin, right? Like I can find you a silver coin that costs.
Yeah, but you guys brought up like you said that like Roman coins would have no value if you dug them up. Like, if you dug up a denarius with Julius Caesar's face on it.
That's like saying that a penny black means that pieces of paper are worth lots of money because penny blacks are valuable. That's a particular Roman silver coin that's valued there. You can get a Roman silver coin for the same sizes.
All right, fair enough.
That costs.
Okay, but hold on.
Let me look at the cheapest. Let me look at the cheapest ancient Roman coin.
But you're talking about a Roman coin. You're talking about something that takes a lot of time and that kind of stuff. Okay.
I can see a large Roman silver coin currently for sale. 18 grams. It's £7.99 on Etsy.
But right now,
large Roman
that's
silver
obviously fake. That's
okay, no.
less than spot value.
No.
Who would sell it at a loss of that?
It's probably not pure silver, but it's got some silver in it.
Here's a bunch of like actual silver. I mean, we're talking about silver coins, right? So the quinarius is the one that you're talking about. The one that we have a bunch of that barely you could see the thing on. It's $100 a piece for the coins. So it's not 3,000. No, they're not in the thousands. But this is the cheapest coin they sell.
Just type Roman silver coin into Google, and the prices that I'm seeing are £7.99, 165.
I mean, listen,
£11.56.
Okay, guys.
Yeah, but there's certain places in a Louis Vuitton bag for $2, but it's not real. Like, I'm talking about real. Like, I'm talking about
genuine, solid silver sterling ancient Roman coin, £11.56.
And that's how you know it's fake, because sterling silver wasn't invented back in ancient times. The sterling method of forging like that's how you know that's fake. Like, you can't get sterling silver in the year 49 BC. Like, you need like different temperatures than they were producing at. Like, look at these coins that are real on Ampmex. They're tarnished. Like, it's because they're pure. They were cast in hand
That's a real silver coin.
Okay,
it's not a real.
So
I want to see this.
I live in the UK, right? I've watched lots of documentaries, especially I think a show called Time Team, and that's hosted by the guy that played Baldric in Blackadder. Right? Watched lots of that, and in that they dig up lots of coins and they find silver coins, and it's not that big a deal when they find a silver coin, really. Because you can get them for like £10.
Okay, anyways, I have it on the screen right now. I just want to show you an example. We're talking all about these 3,000-year-old coins. We're talking about the value. And I want to show you right here, from 1925, there's marbles worth $25,000. Marbles that are done in a machine worth $25,000. Just to show you that coin, that cool coin that you just showed, is really pointless. I could find one of these marbles in my backyard. Okay.
And what's the reasoning to the marble though? Why is it valued at that? What's the statement of that? Why can't a just normal marble that I pick up at Spencer's or something be that valuable?
Because this was made by a particular company with a particular pattern that people liked.
With a particular process, and it's rare. I'm guessing there's only so many of them.
Yeah, it's still just a marble. It's something that we're making up the value because we think it's funny.
Because I disagree with that whole idea though. Because you think it's funny, like that doesn't make any sense. Why is that entering the conversation? Like, if we're talking about monetary exchange, like there isn't any gain in that. Right, like the entire idea of owning a marble that's worth 20,000 or owning an NFT that's worth $1 million or something, right? the more disconnected you are from something that's a source representation of time, right? Something like metal, right, which you have to extract from the ground using nothing other than time, right? Um, I mean, time and labor is basically related to time. Say a marble, right? The special marble, somebody had to put the time in to create it, right? And everybody agrees that's valuable for some reason, right? If tomorrow somebody could replicate that process and create an infinite supply of these things, that $25,000 marble is going to be worthless, right? Because suddenly, oh, that patented process, somebody else makes these and they look just like them. Great, right? It's the reason that downloading music went from being a $20, $30, purchase of a CD or something to being 99 cents on iTunes because Napster democratized it. The supply was increased. You couldn't charge 15 bucks for like an album from U2, right? But Apple could push it on your phone for free and force you to listen to it, right? It's about supply and demand.
What's the thing that stops everybody from just going and producing more marble?
I
Why
mean,
doesn't
go
it? Why
for it.
doesn't everybody do that?
Because I'm sure it's a difficult thing. Like, you really want to go cast glass marbles or something, right? Like, do you want to cast, bricks of metal? Like, I mean, I'm sure it's a labor-intensive process. It's probably painstaking. I'm sure it's artisan.
some people are choosing to do it though, and they're choosing to do it
Awesome.
because it's worth it for them.
Great.
Right, but there's a reason why more people don't choose to do it, because the price is at a point where it's not worth it for them. Everybody that can be bothered to do the marble process is doing it.
So something that we're honing in on here, I think, is I'll just jump right to it then. It would be mercantilism with and without usury essentially attached, right? You're talking about pure mercantile processes, right? A pure mercantile process like Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations type economics is essentially saying that, more or less a capital market would be the most efficient thing at solving a problem, right? Like supply and demand, the basic laws of economics. Like in that sense, yeah, sure, fine, great, right? Like that works, right? Because that would be a pure system. But the argument would be if there's a global elite somewhere at the top and they're tampering with that, that would be where you could exert control and power, right? There has to be a mechanism of power. That's the problem, right? Assuming this group exists at the top, whatever it is, 1%, Freemasons, whatever you want to call it, space aliens, reptiles, right? Who cares, right? Ultimately, if there is a power group at the top of the hierarchy, then hypothetically, assuming they exist, right? I don't know where I'm going with this.
Okay.
Someone chime in.
No, all I'm trying to say is the value is what it you're underestimating the fact that the people on the very top are doing everything for the laws. You're still for some, and I don't know how to keep directing you into the fact that you're not high enough on the pyramid yet with the way you're looking. Everything you're saying is absolutely true if you're working up the pyramid. Everything that you're saying is completely true. That's where the blackmail comes from. That's where the value of money comes from. That's where your labor and your time and all that stuff comes from. That is 100% true. But when you get to the very tip top, the people that are creating the money, they're creating the money for the laws. That's why they're doing it.
So here's the thing. I think the distinction between what we're thinking is, I think you're assuming that there is, in a sense, a sort of ability to divorce the idea of an exchange or a market of goods from human existence to some degree, right?
What's the point of power?
It's not about power. It's essentially that power is a natural
but
consequence of the
what's the
hierarchy,
answer
and the
to that
hierarchy is
question?
established by
When
these
you've
things.
got power, what do you do with it?
I mean, keep it. That's essentially like the
Yeah,
only thing to do with it. Like,
but when you've got, aren't you gonna play with it? Don't you want to have fun with it?
to what ends?
For the lols.
I mean, I'm
Yeah.
sure that's a great way to get. I mean,
that
that's a great way to
is
get the
what
posed,
you do.
right?
with power? What else do you do with power?
Well, I mean, think about it like this. Let's take a different example. So hypothetically speaking, let's say that the three of us get together and invent Skynet tomorrow, right? And Skynet becomes the ultimate dictator of the entire world overnight. It gets out off of my computer somehow and infects the internet. Oh no. And the next thing is, tomorrow Skynet's in control. We got to do whatever it says, right? Nobody could take it down. It's impossible. It's got control of the nukes and everything, right? Oops, right? Let's
That's
just take that
hilarious.
scenario,
That's
right?
hilarious. If I'm the power elite, that's hilarious. That's so funny.
So let's say now you're subject as the power elite to the whims of this thing that you've created, right? It's hilarious, whatever. Right?
Awesome.
So what do you think Skynet's going to do?
They don't know who I am, so it doesn't matter.
Well, no, regardless, right? So like it's in control of all the satellites. It's looking down. It's got infrared sensors that could see all the people on the planet and could target you from orbit, right? Regardless of where you are, it could get to you, right?
Yep.
Total dominance.
Okay.
Let's assume a total dominance scenario, right? You have the ultimate king, right?
Yep.
Now the king is in charge of all these subjects, right? It's in charge of the planet. It could just destroy the planet, right? That's option A, right? Obviously. Or it could run it.
Okay.
And what I mean by that is essentially optimize the conditions for essentially every single person, right?
Okay.
Because in a sense, it couldn't be threatened, right? As long as no threats rise up against it, it has every incentive to keep you happy, right? Every incentive.
And so let's call this machine HAL 9000 that you just created.
Why not?
Okay.
Why not?
So I'm gonna go to Mark and I'll be like, so Rhythmic created HAL 9000, and Mark's gonna be like, yep. I'm like, you want to create HAL 9001? And Mark's like, yep. Because now we know it's
possible. So now there's a threat to it, right? So now it's got to act in a malevolent way to preserve its existence or its power, right?
Or maybe a better term is what we could call it is that your HAL 9000. Let's rename that to let's call that lore, and let's say that me and Mark call HAL 9001. Let's call that one data. And it's just, I understand where you're going, and I see that, but you have to understand, if you get to this particular point, you just don't care, because the laws are worth it all. Oh, it killed me. It was still worth it. Laws were still worth it. I mean, I see where you're coming from. I understand it, but on the same aspect, some things are funny.
I just don't. I don't see it. I don't see how. Like, I mean, that's the thing, right? Is like, I mean, it wouldn't be funny if you were the elite that was getting like their door kicked in, right? Like, it wasn't funny to like say Tsar Nicholas the First when like the peasants revolted, right? Like the Decemberist revolt in Paris or whatever wasn't funny, right? Like it was like brutal, like and people were killed, like I mean, that's the kind of stuff where you see a clash of systems and a power struggle anywhere in history, and there's always bloodshed around.
And what happens to the elite? And what happens? And what do the elite do if shit hits the fan? Okay.
I mean, if they don't get caught up in it.
No, you don't get you don't get caught up in it. You don't let yourself get caught up in it because
how many elites have been caught up in it? Archduke Franz Ferdinand, for instance, right? He got pretty caught up in it. Like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, was he an elite? No, probably not. The elites, he was an archduke. Like, that's pretty elite.
He had a pretty title.
It depends on power structure, right? I mean, maybe that has no meaning to the American hierarchy in 2021, right? Archduke of Austria-Hungary means nothing to us today because that country doesn't exist anymore.
Okay,
but his death is the reason it doesn't exist anymore.
So
right?
let's say me and Mark created this awesome world, and then we fucked everything up so bad, and it's just horrible, and it's a horrible place, and it's not fun anymore. then we just die. We just take a pill and die because that's funny.
I don't know.
Because the laughs were good enough.
Where then? So then there wouldn't be a power elite at the top eventually, right? It would just disappear.
No,
Like,
someone else would try to fill that void. Someone else would try to fill that void.
right. And so
But-
eventually you're going to be left with like a malevolent force there.
Well, no, this is
right?
one of
because you're talking about a succession of powers at that point.
This is one of the few times that I have to agree that I will completely agree with Mark that this is where entropy will win. It'll just keep going down and down and down until we have a total collapse. But still, ultimately,
I think that's what we're seeing.
but still, ultimately, as an elite, if we can reincarnate or if we can download our minds and we kill ourselves and bad things happen in the world and the world population goes down, that's actually still pretty funny because then we can laugh about how we were so important that we were what was keeping the Earth functioning.
I mean, you're assuming like immortality, longevity, existence, all that stuff. Then, I mean, you'd have to be like.
Don't.
I don't know.
I don't think the elite are atheists. They know something that we don't know. That's why they can have so much fun and they just don't care. They know something that we don't quite know. All religion are getting close to it. They're touching it. You know, like Mark says, the good. But
I mean, the thing to be in the know about would be essentially whether or not there's going to be a conflict coming and from where, right? Like, I think it's pretty obvious that anytime, I forget the name of it, but there's a political phenomena where basically anytime an ascendant power challenges essentially a dominant power, there's war, right?
But what does
I honestly
war?
think a lot of this.
But
A
what
lot
does?
of this comes down to war with China, I think.
But what does war mean today? Okay, let's go to war with China. Great. No one's gonna die. No one's gonna. Okay, I'll put. Oh, how about rephrase this? No one's gonna die by shooting guns at each other.
Right. Okay. So assuming that, so what would a hot war with China look like to the U.S.? Because here's where I'm coming from on
There
this,
won't be
right?
one.
I think that essentially
Depends if you
China
believe nuclear
has.
bombs are real or not.
Yeah, and I
Right,
don't.
Well, let me take it to this point, right?
Okay, let's go.
Political players that are public and on the table, right? Let's wipe the slate from this shadow group government stuff because we can't really name any particular people in that case. So let's just say the political leaders in the United States, right? Joe Biden, right? The current president of the United States and the presumptive most powerful man in the world. Presumptive because obviously we're talking about the rest of the stuff.
Fauci.
If you want to know who controls the creation of new money, take back control of the Federal Reserve in America and the Bank of England in the United Kingdom, and the people that
Essentially,
stop you
yeah.
are
So
the people that control it currently. So if you want to find out, just
sure,
just do that.
Agreed.
Okay, so
Agreed.
hold on. Let me. I want to play with your. I want to play with your theory that I want to play with your war here. So right now we're suspending the belief. They're saying the elites are going to allow the Chinese and the Americans to have their little scuffle because it's funny.
No, I'm actually going to say the opposite. I think that between China and Russia, the United States is set up to definitely fight a war of some kind somewhere in the world. I think that the global elites, Clinton and Biden both, essentially are sending hostile messages and have conveyed this about Russia for years, right? That they would seek a hot war with Russia. Russia on paper has about maybe 1/6 of the resource dominance and basically war machine that China has. But China would be the bigger global threat, right? Because in my war game scenario, I would look at the Hunter Biden scandals and basically conclude that China has essentially exercised the blackmail economy over the Biden family, or is at least tied into some sort of unsavory business with them, right? Speculation, but let's just put that out there, right?
Okay, so
Let's
so
put
let
one piece of speculation out there is that China has leverage over Biden
okay.
and will steer a hot war further towards
Great.
Russia.
Great. And here's the thing. If China is stupid enough to do something like that, then that's great for Americans, because we have something called Congress and the Constitution and the House of Representatives and voting that we can just stop all that from happening. Oh, real information gets leaked to the real public about how Biden is a puppet of the New World Order. You're going to even have people like AOC say, "Wait, we don't want blah blah blah," and we're just going to impeach him, and we're just going to have a new election like that. Like, China's going to
No,
have a
if somebody
lot
got
deeper,
impeached,
a
yeah, I
lot
mean,
deeper than that, than just having a little leverage over Biden.
well, let's make the assumption that the party apparatus behind Biden, right? Because do we or do we not think that Biden is actually capable of leading an apparatus such as the DNC in any true competitive like
Biden's
form,
not
right? Could he
Biden's not
actually
capable.
stay on top
He's
of
not
that
capable of
hierarchy?
leading a dog at the moment.
No,
There
Biden's
you
not
go.
capable of leading himself down the stairs. So
So if we assume that hierarchies exist and we assume that the person at the top could be thrown off of the hierarchy, right? Then it's a pretty safe assumption that somebody who can barely keep on a teleprompter and theoretically crap himself in front of the Pope probably isn't really commanding a top of the hierarchy position in the organization that is, say, the DNC, right?
well, the president is never doing any of that. We learned that normies learned that when Clinton's memoirs came out, and Clinton openly admitted to forgetting the nuclear codes for like 8 months.
Well, there's that.
And so what that meant is we could never actually go to nuclear war.
No, of course.
So
So essentially the keys to the triggers that essentially are said to hold in that office are controlled by what? The assumption of a deep state, perhaps?
No, you don't even have to go deep state. You can simply go, the keys are held. The keys, if you don't even want a conspiracy, you want to be able to explain this to normies the best way. The keys are being held by people that are appointed by the president.
Before we go and define deep state as a conspiracy, like, what is a deep state? Like, let's define that. So I would categorize a deep state as government officials that remain appointed between elections and are not like voted into office by the people, or any direct action on behalf of you and me, right? Like, we can't go and like run for, I don't know, like assistant to the undersecretary of agriculture or something, right? That's something that's given out, right? It's a position that we have nothing to do with, right? So like, if you're a staffer at the Department of Energy,
I think that most politicians are actually appointed. I don't think that elections really happen, because the candidates, the way that the candidature system works is completely corrupted in both of our countries, so that you never actually get to choose a reasonable person to stand in the first place. So that who you end up voting for is both of them are people that are controlled by people.
The deep state, or you could refer to that as the corporate state, because that's who really, before we even get up to the elites, if you want to talk about the power structure after the government goes to the corporations, and then from the corporations it then moves up the power structure until you get to the particular point where the elite are just letting the countries and letting these businesses just do their thing because it's funny to them.
So I would argue a little bit different than the motive that it's funny necessarily. I would argue that there exists essentially a sort of iron polygon of power, in particular in the United States. The polygon is sort of different depending on which country you're in, because the government systems of countries are a little bit different, but essentially it would be a relationship of power between the education system of that country, the sort of political apparatuses of that country, the military-industrial complex of that country, as well as say the economic, corporations thing. Because it's easy just to say it's the corporations, but like a corporation isn't meeting in secret, at 6 o'clock on a Friday to see like how they could take away your rights, right? Like, I mean,
I don't think that there's
maybe
such
in
a
some
thing as the
cases.
deep state. I don't think it exists.
No, okay,
I
so
think it doesn't exist.
okay,
So
so
100% of politicians are wiped out every time power changes hands.
well, okay,
Assuming it doesn't exist.
with your definition of a deep state, I can see how you're saying a deep state. I'm simply all I'm simply saying is me and Mark, we're going to go back to this whole thing as me and Mark being the elite. I'm going to say, "Hey Mark, what are you going to try? Pick your countries and install your governments and try your different things. What are you going to try? Oh, I'm going to make China. I'm going to bring in this crazy dictator. And I'm going to put him in power, and let's just see what he does." And I'm going to be like, well, you know what? I'm going to let the people pretend that they're picking a guy that used to be a wrestler. And I'm going to let him, and then after he's gone, I'm going to get this old guy. And then after this old guy, I'm either going to let you, I'm not sure yet, Mark. Which one should we do? Should we bring that wrestler back, or should we get the gay guy?
How about a different example, Doc? How about let's see if we can convince the Russians to be communist.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get the Russians to adopt communism. Let's overthrow the Tsar, get the Russians to adopt communism, and let's see if that works. Oh no, it didn't really work. It sort of worked. It worked a bit. I don't know. Let's see if we can do it with China.
Yeah.
Well, let's throw something together here a little
China
bit different.
and Russia, who would be classified as the deep state? Well, nobody, none of them. They're all just puppets to me and Doc.
Yeah.
That's the point we're making, right?
Yes.
So let's point to something here where if that kind of power and influence is being exerted, right? Which I don't disagree with you. I think it probably is to some degree being exerted by, a small group, right? Like it would make sense to be a small group. No one person could probably coordinate it. Logistically, the world is a big place. So assuming a small cabal, let's just say, right? We'll just call them that because, we'll make that assumption, right? People at the top.
Okay.
So, assuming that you wanted to accomplish a means to an end somehow, right? You have unlimited money, you control the money, whatever about the money, however we define money, you basically are totally in control of that, and great, right? So now, let's say I don't know,
That's it.
building
That's it,
inspector
though,
or
bro.
something.
Once you're in control of the creation of money, that's it. Everything that you do after that is just for the lols.
Yeah. Okay. So let me give you a real life example.
But where's my incentive to do what you say, right? And that, like, take it, extrapolate,
Okay.
right? How do you say, for instance, like, institute social policy? How do you convince me to not want to have a family?
Because
right?
I can find different people that can influence social policy, and I can say to them, look, I'm going to create money in this way if you do what I say. And they say, nah, bro, I'm not going to do what you say. And so I say, oh, okay. So I go to the other guy and say, look, I'm going to, if you do what I say, I'll create money in this way that you like. And they'll say, oh yeah, okay, yeah, do that then, please. So I then create money in that way, and that guy's like, wow, he really did actually just create that money in the way that we needed it created, and so we're all rich now. Cool. So we'll do what he says.
And meanwhile, I'm still over here going, yeah, having a traditional wife and kids is a great idea. Like, you've done nothing in that process of convincing some other people about money to, say, change my social positions. So how do you control that?
Because that's me saying, okay, Mark's gonna get everyone to see if we can get him to be gay, and I'm like, oh, okay, Mark, you think you're gonna get everybody gay? Well, you know what? I'm gonna tell them to go back to Christian values. Okay, let's see who can win. Ooh, oh man, Mark, you're doing really, really good with this trans agenda. You're really kicking it. Well, I'm gonna step up a notch. And I'm going to.
So, there's a balance of forces that control all of our thoughts.
No, it's because it's funny. It's because me and Mark thinks it's funny. That's why. It's all, again. Okay, so I'll give you an example. So, and I think it's because I have so much control over things in my life. Like, So I have my rabbits. I feed my rabbits. They do what my rabbits my rabbits do what my rabbits want to do. If I choose I want to let my rabbits go. Now me and Lisa say we let our rabbits make the choice of if they want to live outside or not, but in reality, we are making that choice. The rabbits can't break out of their cages. We've got them in complete control. And so we let our rabbits out because of compassion, or because we think it's fun to let them out, or because it's fun having rabbits run around in our yard. Because it's funny looking out the window and seeing rabbits. And then occasionally we'll find some baby rabbits and we'll have some compassion and we'll bring them into our barn and we'll raise them and that kind of stuff. And we'll bring them in and that kind of stuff. But ultimately, what happens to the rabbits is mine, and like me and Lisa have complete control. If tomorrow we want every rabbit dead, we could go kill every rabbit and they would all be dead. But we're not going to do that.
Perfectly fine. But
so,
that has nothing to do though with freedom.
But we're not talking about freedom. None of this conversation so far has been talking about freedom. We're talking about power. Power and freedom aren't the same.
No, of course not. But that's exactly the entire thing, right? So you said that you were using that as an example that you have control over your life, right? That you have the property, the animals.
I have more control. I would say, yeah, but I have 100% control over my life. No one has power over me.
So the land that you're living on, you purchased it from somebody.
Yep. And if they take it tomorrow and I lose everything, I will take my mind and the knowledge that I have and I'll go someplace else and do it again, because it's just stuff, because I still have the freedom to go do anything else. They lock me in a prison, I will sit in my mind and I will close my eyes and I will farm in my head and I will do everything I can there, because they can't take that from me. There's nothing they can take from me. If they kill me and I die, then they kill me and I die. I'm a reincarnationist, so I come back and I play again. That's the difference. There's nothing that they can take from me. They can make me really sad. They can make me really sad, and they can make me really angry, and they can manipulate my emotions. Absolutely, they can do all of that.
So personally, do you have more of a sort of like Zen Buddhist philosophy of like detachment from the material?
I don't want to detach from material, but I can. I'm not sad. I'm sad when it's gone, but I will forget. But I'm human and I'll forget about it.
So in some sense, then, in order for that mindset to be applicable for another person, they have to accept the premise that their life, everything
is meaningless.
So even their life is meaningless.
Absolutely meaningless. Everything is meaningless. Everything you do is meaningless. And let me prove it.
So in some sense, the freedom comes from the idea that you essentially can find zero value in anything, therefore all things are equally valued.
Correct.
Right.
Let me prove to you how meaningless life is. And this sounds horrible. But okay. So did you ever know your grandparents?
Yes.
Okay. And are they gone?
One of them is.
Okay, so that grandparent, you were gone. You love that grandparent. You probably spent some time with that grandparent.
Sure.
Okay, 5 minutes ago, before I said grandparent, were you thinking about your grandparent? You were not. You were not. You were thinking about the elite. So 5 minutes ago, your grandfather did not exist in your current realm of existence. And it didn't bother you that your grandfather or grandmother did not exist in your realm of existence 5 minutes ago, because you were thinking about something else. The lack of them being gone did not affect that moment that you lived in. Now, it might be affecting this moment. It might be affecting this moment, but it's not affecting that last one. And tomorrow, there'll be a time throughout your day that you won't be thinking about them, and so it won't be affecting that particular part of your day. And over time, you'll think less and less about them, and their value will be less and less.
And so the instinct, I would say that if for instance, I don't know, asteroid coming down from, the sky, I know I'm going to, this is it for me, right?
Yep.
In a sense, life flashes before your eyes, right? You think about everything. Because the value is, again, rooted in the time, right? Because even if you're a reincarnationist, right? I don't know if you necessarily subscribe to the idea that you could remember past lives, but preventing that, essentially everything that you are, everybody that you've met, all the value of their, connections to you, etc., if it was just about to come to an end immediately, right?
Mm-hmm.
Probably a lot of those memories, as many as you could think of, would probably start racing through your head. Would you agree?
Yep.
So, in a sense,
And not a single of them
it's
would
not,
be related to power.
no, but it's value. Power is derived from value.
And
Power
and
doesn't exist in a vacuum.
and I'm thinking right now, I'm going through most of the memories that I would have if I was dying in 5 minutes. What would I think about? And shit, most of the stuff I'm gonna be thinking about is gonna be stuff that's gonna make me laugh. Like seriously, like
Power is money, knowledge, and influence.
yeah.
But
Different
even
people
that
value
would
the
imply,
differently. Like
And
even if you're doing it for the
Doc
laws
with
of
money
value,
wouldn't value money, knowledge, and influence the same as Donald Trump might value money, knowledge, and influence. But there is a overall, like in the world average of how much money, knowledge, and influence are equate. But you need all
yeah,
three.
you need essentially. So the first thing to understand is that essentially the most basic principles at play are the exchange of time for labor, depending on what it is. Could be casting a marble, it could be, casting metal, it could be creating a fiat currency, it doesn't matter, right? The entire idea is essentially you're exchanging time for labor and someone else is not, essentially, right? The entire idea of being at the top of the hierarchy is that you don't have to participate, right? And so at the top of the hierarchy is the most valuable place to be. And I would say on some level that we've established the idea that essentially life has value, time has value, inherent value, because at the end of your time, you would think about the ways you spent it, right? So, if anything, time is the most valuable commodity.
Mm-hmm. I agree with.
It's the foundation of all exchange and all money, and at its root, the exercise of that system is the root of all power, right? Because power is the ability to get more for your time and your money than other people are, essentially, right? If you could do something and control, say, for instance, 300 people's labor, chances are you could reap the benefits much more than if you were just laboring on your own,
Okay,
right?
so I see where you're coming from with
That's
this,
power.
and let me start off with saying no. The most valuable place is not anywhere on the pyramid. Like if you are on the pyramid, you are already screwed.
And
The
that brings us to something I wanted to debate with you is it possible to escape the pyramid, essentially?
Yeah, the pyramid's a choice.
Can you live outside of it? I mean, can anybody? Like all the land that you would like say, even in the example that you have a farm and you go live off the land, you still have to purchase the land from an entity,
No, you
even if
don't.
it's the government itself.
No, you don't.
I mean,
Nope.
you're saying you could just go somewhere on,
Yep.
say, Bureau of Land
Nope.
Management land
Nope.
and just farm.
I'm saying that you could find a buddy. And you could be like, "Hey, buddy, can I live on your land?" And the buddy could be like, "Yeah, we've been buddies for years, sure." If Mark
Yeah,
came,
but again,
if
you're just removing it another
if
step.
if
It's the
Mark,
buddy's land and the buddy got it from somewhere, right?
I'm not saying that the
If
buddy's not living inside the pyramid. They may want to live inside the pyramid scheme.
So the only way to live outside the pyramid is to live off of somebody who lives in the pyramid.
No, you're not.
Okay.
Why are you living off of something? You find a loophole. You find a loophole in the system. There's tons of loopholes in every system. Okay,
But I would argue
right
you
now.
can't get outside that system.
Okay,
Right.
right now today, me and you and Mark, we could get someone to charter us to a boat to an island in the Caribbean, and no one's ever and we just get on an island and we hang out on that island, and if there's no one on that island, there's no one on that island. No one's ever gonna come bother us on the island. We can do whatever the fuck we want on that island.
Until the, Cuban military kicks you off the island or something, right?
It'll
Because
never.
technically
It will never happen because there's enough islands on this planet that a handful of people could go to them and no one's ever going to bother them because they don't give a shit
Really?
about this little map dot island.
Yeah, but so you're saying that there's essentially enough unclaimed territory on the planet where someone could just go and live in peace.
Yes.
for free. Essentially,
Yes.
just go there.
Absolutely. They don't want you to know that, but absolutely.
I would totally disagree with that. I mean, that's not the minute that essentially you begin to expand.
They don't give a
and be
shit because you'll
fruitful.
never get anywhere. You don't
There
have
are
enough
plenty of-
generations.
There are plenty of islands.
Really?
That are
I mean-
big and that are like say like half a mile long. There are thousands, hundreds of thousands of islands that are like half a mile long on the
Yeah.
planet.
I mean,
And
think
if-
about it. Like,
A lot of people
like-
don't give a fuck about a lot of them.
Yep.
And
So-
they,
so
they
take-
wouldn't even
take-
notice if you lived there.
take
Nobody
the most
would care.
remote. Take the most remote example I can think of, right? Like North Sentinel Island, right? The uncontacted people that nobody's allowed to visit, right? Like you guys have all heard of this?
Yep.
I'm assuming. Okay, so North Sentinel Island, right? Those are people. They live on an island. They're completely isolated from everybody else, right? They're still under the jurisdiction of India without them even knowing it. Like whether or not a ship could get through to them, make contact, and give them, say, medicine is entirely determined by a government they have absolutely no control over or contact with, to our knowledge, right? So in some sense, even if you think you're living outside the pyramid, the hierarchy, the global structure, right? Even the people in North Sentinel Island are still subject to some of the whims of that government, regardless if they know it or not, right? It doesn't matter. Like their lives are still somewhat impacted by it. And they don't understand why, for instance, like, a photography boat is 12 miles offshore flying a drone over them, right, to get a YouTube video. And, they'll never understand the fact that, like, some official in India was probably paid, to go give them permission to go fly that drone, right? But, like, that video exists on YouTube for a reason. And it's a reason those people have no idea or influence over, right? If anything,
So
trying to live outside the grid decreases your power.
So are the penguins living outside the grid?
I mean, like if they stumble across
argument, nothing's living outside the grid. The fish aren't, the penguins aren't, the polar bears aren't.
I mean, the fish get fished, the polar bears get killed, hunted, shot by Alaskan settlers. Like the penguins have to go and contend with researchers, and whatnot. Like,
so
sure,
your argument isn't exclusive to humans. It applies to everything.
I mean, I would say to some degree, humans as the dominant life form on the planet would, to some degree, exercise a certain amount of control over I mean, unless you go live at the bottom of the ocean, in which case, I mean, some people have tried that, right? Ghislaine Maxwell tried that. She tried the Terramar project, right? What is the Terramar project? It's a bunch of research quote stations and vessels like all around the world, right? Like, I mean, there's not really a place where you could go on a reasonable sum of money that you would have access to, right? Because at the end of the day, whatever money you have at your disposal is basically going to determine where you can live.
Nope.
Right? Like
Nope.
I can't.
If you've got a gold coin, that is enough money to get to any point on the planet, and that's always been the case.
A gold coin is only worth $2,500. An ounce of gold is only worth $2,500. Like that won't even buy me a ticket.
That's enough money to get you anywhere in the world.
Yep.
That'll
Anywhere
buy
in the
me a
world.
one-way. It'll buy me a one-way ticket to go see Andy Wood. Like, that's what it would buy me.
You can get that for that.
Okay, fair enough.
For $2,000.
For 2,500, I could probably make it to Europe.
For $1,000,
I could probably make it there.
Anywhere in the world.
If I was real cheap and converted my money to euros and got a good deal on it, like, yeah, I could probably survive in Europe for 2,500.
No, hold on. No. You're changing.
You just gotta get there.
Yeah, you're talking. We just said with a gold coin you can get to any spot on the planet with a gold coin. I could
get to, like, say the top of Everest for $2,500. Seriously? No way.
You could. Not saying you're gonna survive. Someone would take you there for $2,500. Absolutely.
Antarctica. Somebody will take me to Antarctica for $2,500 and violate international peace treaties and all the research treaties, and
Absolutely.
they'll sneak me onto Antarctica for 25. Dude,
Absolutely.
I got 2,500. I'll literally pay somebody right now to take
No,
me
no,
to Antarctica.
hold on,
I'll
but-
film it
but-
entirely.
Okay,
let's go.
but you're forgetting one thing. You are not. I'm not saying you're gonna make it back from any place that you're gonna go. You're saying
I'm
I want to
down.
make it to that particular location. I don't know how you're gonna make it back.
Just get there. Yeah,
I
it's a
don't
one-way
think
trip,
no,
right?
I don't think you could honestly even charter a boat for that much to get all the way down there. I mean, for crying out loud, think about like the logistics of going to Antarctica. I would have to fly from the United States all the way down to probably some area in South America, get on a vessel, bribe somebody to take me down into like, and then have equipment so that I could at least live long enough to
Why
make it
would you
there.
need to fly? You could just drive to
Yep.
the bottom of Argentina.
Yep.
Right? In your car.
And no, no.
I'm gonna cross the Panama Canal and the uncrossable area in Latin America. There's no direct road from my house to Argentina.
Really?
Like I would have to. Yeah, no, there isn't.
Seriously?
There is no there is no road that goes from North to South America. No, there is not. No, I promise you there is not. I promise you there is not. They tried, and there was one region in like I think the north of Colombia that refused to connect basically because they're like a lawless state.
You're telling me that
There is no
North
north to south.
America is
No,
not connected to South America by
no,
road?
it is. No, it is not.
No.
I promise you, it is not. There is a space where you cannot cross on road. You have to go on foot through the jungle
Is it connected
for
by
many
railway line?
miles. I don't believe so. They never could get the infrastructure through one place, and it was a choke point south of the Panama Canal.
I know
Like
they
you-
had a lot of trouble building the roads, but I thought they did
Yeah.
get.
No,
there
they
are
never
actually
got it
some
done.
roads.
Never got it done. They never got it done, trust me. Like if I could drive to South America, I probably already would have done it. like you can't get further south than like a little further than Mexico, like the southern tip. Like there's a spot there by Panama where you can't get through. Like
Oh right, but up
you
north
would
of
have
Panama.
to fly. You would either have to fly or charter a boat. Like
Really?
yes, you would have to. So I would have to, at the very least, drive to like Panama, charter a boat, and then sail the rest of the way to Antarctica for $2,500. There's no way. Way too remote. Can't be done.
No,
You couldn't even. You couldn't.
You could do it. You could do it.
I mean,
Okay, so
across
hold
a
on.
car-
So wait,
Across
so wait.
that area
Hold
that you
on.
say
So
can't be crossed.
are you telling me that you can't buy a boat for $2,000?
that will get me all the way from, say, the United States down to the tip of Argentina? Hell no.
So you can't.
Would
so
you trust a boat like
no, 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 no.
A $2,000
You're not buying
boat?
it, you're chartering it
So
Sure.
what?
for a one-way trip.
So
Yeah,
a,
yeah,
a,
I'm
sa-
curious, but can
a, s-
you?
a sailboat,
think so.
a sailboat would do it.
Sure, a sailboat, okay.
For $2,000? Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of dudes that will be like, yeah, where do
Just
you want
sail
to go?
all the way down to the tip of the coast and then further to Antarctica. No way.
Antarctica,
Like-
Antarctica to like, what is the distance between Antarctica and Venezuela? It's hold on, guys, I hit the wrong button. If anybody's watching D Live, let me in. So, anyways, what I was gonna say, guys, is I know the tip between Antarctica and Venezuela is not very big, so. Dun dun dun. They haven't realized I left yet, so I'm gonna still. While we're waiting, guys, I'm gonna look up the Antarctica to Venezuela. Let's see, distance from Antarctica, which, you know, because I'm such a spectacular speller, and I don't know what's happening here, so. Yeah, so. Yeah, so I know the mic is still working, so hopefully one of them will let me back in just a minute. So maybe I should write in chat. Would this be okay? Antarctica. Ant. Ah, there we go.
Somehow
Thank you, guys.
it made me the person for some reason. My bad. I don't.
It wouldn't
Yeah,
let
it
you.
gave it to me instead. Again here.
Okay,
Yeah, it's
so
doing it to me again.
okay, yeah, that's weird.
Here,
doesn't-
can I don't see a menu item to give you
Nah,
admin or anything or whatever
it's cool.
that is.
I'll just take that part off. I shouldn't have put it on in the first place. So
Huh.
okay, it's off. Okay, cool. We're good.
What were we talking about again? I
Okay,
forget.
so
Whether or not we can get there for $2.5 grand.
Yeah, I don't think you can. Like, you might be able to get close, but you definitely can't set foot on it.
I reckon that Mock could do it.
no. You
For
can do it.
$2.5 grand.
No,
Gave
you.
Break
Mock
the
2.5
barricade.
grand. Just gave Mock 2.5 grand.
Yeah.
Just get me to Antarctica, bro. He'd do that. He could do that for you right now, I reckon. He could. He actually seriously could. Like, honestly, really, in all seriousness, seriously, our buddy Daily Mock could and would be able to sort that for you guys.
You
Okay,
know, honestly,
okay.
all right, I'll concede
hold
that. I wouldn't doubt him.
Okay, hold on.
Because he's actually, you know, like in cahoots with the marina at the moment.
It is only 609 miles from the tip of
not
Antarctica to the tip of South America.
Through the ocean.
You're gonna be in trouble when you
600
come
miles
to the
of
ice.
ocean.
You're gonna have to like run across the ice on your own.
Hold on,
Mock's
hold
not
on.
gonna help you with that.
600 miles of ocean to cross, though, right? So, like, and at best, if you charter a cruise, you could get within, what, maybe 20, 30 miles of the coast or something, just so that
Okay.
you could see it and say you saw it.
So
600 miles is not much for $2 grand, man. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, but, like, I mean, I'm saying, though, like, anywhere on the globe from where I'm at, like, Antarctica would be a very far place to go. I mean, we're talking, I'd have to come from the, like, western U.S. all the way down
It's
to, at the very least,
broadly feasible, though, right? It's not
I mean,
completely. It's like
you're talking about like $400 or $500 probably at least just to get from the United States to Panama. You know,
Why?
easy.
Why?
Gas, lodging. Like, I guess if you slept in the car, like, I don't know, like,
You pay some
border crossing, passport. That's $100.
You pay some illegal dude to sneak you across the border.
Well, that's more. Hold on a minute. Like, a passport's $100, and illegal crossing is like $2 grand.
Why are we talking? Why do you think that? What kind? We're not going with people that are really good at this shit. We're going with people that actually know how to make this happen.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, you got to pay the cartels to get through Texas to Mexico and Mexico to Texas. Like, if you're not crossing at a port of entry,
why are we paying
not...
Why are we paying cartels? We're paying some farmer. He's like, oh, you're
Okay,
leaving
sir.
America, coming into Mexico. Sure, we'll pay. Like, okay, you're an idiot,
You're gonna
but sure.
lead us like the Lord of the Rings through like what 500 miles of desert terrain and like the border region of Texas. Like,
He's gonna put you back in the truck. He's gonna wave to the individual. He's gonna wave to Billy Bob that he's friends with, and he's gonna go through because you're a gringo and they don't give a shit. See, you think they've got all of this power, and they don't. The government doesn't have this power that they want you to believe that they have.
all right, well, I'm saying that reliably speaking, because I don't know any border town farmers, right? I don't speak any Spanish, right? So, like, within my realm of reasonable resources, I would have to travel through a common method, right? Like, I mean, I'm not just gonna like put on a backpack and my best sweatpants and just hit the road, right? Like, get on my bicycle and just start going. Like, I mean, I guess I could, but like, I'd probably
the
end up
argument
dead.
isn't whether or not it's possible to do it comfortably.
Yeah,
The
we're not
argument is
talking.
whether or not it's possible to do it. You're arguing about your comfort level that you want.
I mean, all right. So I guess
I want to hire a limo all the way, like guys. Obviously,
in an absolutely desperate scenario where I don't care, I guess, if I live or die before I arrive at the destination, sure. I suppose I could go anywhere on the planet for 2,500.
You walk into a car hire place and you just take the car and just drive it there.
Yeah, I'll just pull something out and start shooting, and yeah, like why not, right? Like, I mean, that's unreasonable. Like, I mean, that's not a reasonable like ability for people to do. Like, I mean,
It's
unless you
reasonable
literally
for
start
anybody to be
coercing
able
your
to just.
travel.
It's
like,
reasonable for anybody to be able to just go and hire a car and drive somewhere. That's reasonable.
Yeah, but that costs.
And for them to not need to worry about accommodation either. Like if they need to, they just sleep in the car. Like that's what you do if you're traveling. You just sleep in the car.
But
and
that
you just
assumes
drive and drive. So all you'd have to do to get to the bottom of South America is you need to rent a car, which you then just drive and then abandon or whatever. And I'm not even talking about doing it legally, like in terms of being able to do it.
Yeah, sure.
Like you can just abandon that vehicle, then travel over the bit that's difficult to travel over somehow, then just hire another vehicle and drive back to the bottom. That's probably what you do, right?
I mean, you would have to. So at a minimum,
that would cost you the cost of 2 car hires and however much it costs you to transverse over the bit that was difficult. But that's not going to be $2,000.
Assuming unlawful travel, then, right? You would have to, at a very minimum, rent the car for more than probably 24 hours, right? So at a minimum, you're paying at least 1 day's worth of legitimate car rental before the car goes up stolen, right? And that assumes that you have 24 hours to basically nonstop make it. Are you?
Yeah.
How long would it take to drive from, say, California to the border in, Mexico, right?
My understanding is it's not. If you drive, it's very difficult if you're driving south in America to not get out of the country in 24 hours driving. Right? If you're driving east to west, then yeah, maybe you can be driving for more than 24 hours.
That doesn't
not if you're driving south. If you're in America anywhere and you drive south for 24 hours, you're in Mexico, right? Or the Gulf of Mexico or Florida, maybe.
Let me look. Hold on. Let me actually see the distance between
24 hours and you're out of the country. It's not that America's not that. It's wide, but it's not that high. It's not that deep.
It's bigger than you might think. I
drive
don't
a long
necessarily
way in 24
agree.
hours.
Let's assume that. All right. So you're saying anywhere in America you drive south. So like say North Dakota to Mexico, right? So North Dakota to Mexico. How would this work? So assuming that, we would be looking at.
If you're right up at the top, like right up with Boston, it's probably like 20. It's probably more than 24 hours. It's probably like 30 hours or something like that. You need to drive for. Depends how fast you go.
Nope. Yeah. So North Dakota into Mexico, you would have to drive for 1 day, 9 hours. And it would be a distance of 1,955 miles. And the most fuel efficient route would include tolls. So, I mean, you basically would need over 24 hours in order to exit from any point in the country. But most points you could probably get there in 24. And that's assuming a speedy border crossing.
So what 1 day's car hire is going to do it then?
I mean, 1 or 2. And then you're over the border in a different country, in which case now you're.
So how much is a day's car hire? Like $40 or $30, $50, something like that?
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be on the safe side, you're looking at maybe $80 to $100 minimum. If you're going to just straight up, like I said, assuming that you're going to straight up steal the car just to get to where you're going.
Why are we stealing a car? You take a Greyhound.
I mean, a Greyhound ticket's going to be at least $100. It's a Greyhound to Mexico. Look up the cost of that. Like put in where you're at and then put in Tijuana and see how much a Greyhound is. And that's also assuming, by the way, passport as well, which costs. Like a passport application, $79, I believe, last I checked.
Man, I am so glad that you are not being repressed by the British government in the 1600s, because you would never make it across the Atlantic.
I'm pretty sure that you could just put out word in like around the marinas that like I'm serious, boys. I've got $2.5 grand. Somebody take me to the South Pole, please. And you'd find the taker. Somebody would do it. They would. If like you just we made it serious and like word got around, there'd be somebody like, yeah, go on, I'll do that. You wouldn't even need to drive. You just need to get to the coast somewhere.
You're assuming that there would be somehow a need for this travel that would then necessitate like such an exodus that you'd be willing to risk your life over it. Right. I mean, so like in some sense, then if you're that desperate to escape the hierarchy of modern society, right, the globalist system that exists currently, you would have to get so desperate that you'd be like basically, stealing rental cars and paying shifty people and sneaking through like weird disputed borders and things like that. Like basically risking your life and limb in order to escape. That's the only way out.
No, everything that we've been talking about is in a hypothetical scenario as to whether or not you can get anywhere in the world for a gold coin. That's got nothing to do with whether or not you need to. You've just conflated a load of things there that aren't connected.
Well, that's the thing though. Is like the value of a gold coin is about $2,500 US. Like depending where you are in the world, it could be more, it could be less. But I mean, you only have one gold coin, right? So at a minimum, you have to break that gold coin up into units of value you could spend, right? You'd have to trade it or something. You have to engage in mercantilism at the very least to break down that unit of value enough in order to travel on it. And even if you could, chances are you're going to lose on that exchange. You're going to lose during the travel.
You'd need to engage in the system whilst you were spending the money, yes.
Exactly. You have to engage in the system at every level in order to get to any other place.
But you could get to any other place. You could get to any isolated place on the planet.
But you couldn't just do it without engaging with the system. No. Like that's the problem.
But you could get there.
You could get there, but the entire way that you're getting there is either, the car is part of the system, the plane is part of the system, the boat's part of the system. Like you have to interface with society. You can't just go out into like say the Ural Mountains and just, or something like that. I mean, I guess you could try, but like unless you purely lived off the land, total hunter-gatherer, 30-year lifespan maximum level of living.
Wait, whoa, wait, where are you coming up with this bullshit 30-year lifespan for that kind of stuff?
I don't know. I mean, I do not think it is likely to live a 80-year, maybe 90-year existence out in the wilderness, completely disconnected from modern society, medicines, everything. I don't think that's possible.
Who were those Vietnamese like generals that were like still out in the jungle for like 20 years after the war had ended? They were still living off the fucking land.
Sure.
In isolation, there have been cases where like there have been dudes
that came back.
like Robinson Crusoe on islands where like they have genuinely lived there for like 5 years and then survived with nothing at all. So if you were to plan to go somewhere and took the stuff that you needed, with you to be able to survive in that environment and plan
took the stuff correctly with you, exactly. Like if you're just out there in the land, right? So you purely disconnected, right? I just literally walked out of my house with the clothes on my back and went to go live free, right? Like I'd be dead within a month, right? Like. The odds of that are.
You'd need to take a couple of backpacks. Is probably what you'd need.
Right. You'd need provisions, and then what happens when those run out?
No, you wouldn't need provisions. You'd need certain technologies that would enable you to make other technologies. That would then be the technologies that you'd actually use.
Yeah, so
They
like,
would,
you know, I'd
like,
have to
give you a
gear
foothold to
up
be
with
able
like,
to
you know,
establish yourself there. But once you
yeah.
then established yourself there, you wouldn't then
Okay.
be reliant on those things that you brought with you. But you'd need those things with you to be able to establish that foothold. But you then, at that point, once you'd established that foothold, had been you could consider yourself detached from the system, because you don't need it anymore, or because you don't need those things that you brought with you anymore.
Sure. Okay. So then let's say I successfully do that, right? My argument is, okay, I go out to the wilderness of Alaska and go eke out a piece of land and just start living, right? Eventually, you know, 5, 10 years goes by, a park ranger finds me, right?
Never
Can't
happened.
live off this land.
Never happened.
Never happened? Seriously,
it would never happen.
It happens. It happens
No.
150 times a year in Alaska that they arrest somebody for living off the land because they thought they could go up to Alaska and do exactly that. They arrest those people.
No, you
They bring
can
them
go
back to Juneau.
No, you can go up to Alaska and do that. You just have to go
Yeah,
to
you
the right
can.
land.
Okay, so you have to find something so far remote that like no human ever sets foot there. Like the military's never going to find you. The police are never going to find you. The government is never going to come through with like an airplane and spot your camp.
Dude, I can go to places. I know places in West Virginia that I can do that with.
Fucking satellite could find you.
They're regularly adding new islands to Google Maps.
Yeah.
Because they didn't know that they were there. Oh yeah, shit, there's one there.
And then they found them, and that's the whole point. Is that like the system's reach is expanding, so you're fighting against. Ultimately, it's not a system maybe perhaps of 100% control, but it's a system of 97.5% control, and every year it goes up by 0.1%.
How are we talking at cross purposes here? Because like you're saying, and they'll find you eventually, and Doc would say, well, yeah, they will, but I'll move to another island.
Yeah, and that's the thing though, is once they find you, right, and they go try to interfere with you, right? It's not like they just let you go, right? Like if they find some unkept wilderness mountain man, right? The like local whatever, you know, is going to come up there, right? Like the Russian official is going to want his taxes. The you know, the West Virginia, you know, PD is going to want you off of their, you know, parkland or something, right? You know,
no,
like,
they're not gonna want anything from Doc when they capture him. Because what they're gonna do? He's not got anything. They're just gonna like bring him in and like, what should we do with this guy? And then like hopefully Doc's got like, you know, another gold coin like stuffed up his ass or something.
No, I don't.
He just pulls that out, and then he can then use that gold coin again to then travel to any point in the world again and do it again.
No, you
so
don't
you just
even
have to keep running, like.
No, you don't have to do anything.
No, you're all. The question that you're asking is there always going to be such a thing as evil in the world? Yeah.
No, but you're saying something like, so you're on some remote island in the middle of the Caribbean.
Sure.
Okay.
And say that the jurisdiction of those waters is
international. It's international.
International. Okay. So we're talking completely unclaimed island in the middle of fucking nowhere. Okay.
Yep. You're
and
there.
This island has enough land and
you got an
resources
acre
for you to live on.
You got 5 acres. Sorry, you got 5 acres. You got 5 acres.
Okay. 5 acres.
Got 5 acres.
You're eking out a subsistence living, right?
Yep. You're outside of the system. No one's gonna bother you. A boat might pass. They don't give a fuck. That's an island. It's not worth anything. No one wants it. It's got some palm trees. It's got some berry bushes. It's got a handful of animals that swam over and maybe a couple pigs because a shipwreck happened, you know, 100 years ago, and there's pigs living on this island. Okay.
Great.
No one's. You're gonna be there. People see that you're on the island. People are gonna go past and say that fucker is crazy, but whatever. We don't care. The end.
And one day the U.S. military sails a destroyer past your island
and says, "Look at that crazy fucker with the pigs. Let's leave him alone."
let's say they go, hey, wouldn't that be a great little spot to stick like a long range reconnaissance antenna? Oh, we got one hermit living on the island. I don't know, freaking trank him, bring him aboard, right?
Let's ask him if we can put up a fucking antenna on there. Oh, he said
Ask
no.
him.
Let's go to the next island over.
The U.S. military.
Yeah, because you know
asking people what they want.
Because you know
ever.
who makes up the people that are on that Navy ship? Some backwoods
Sure.
rednecks who would love to be living on that island right now.
Yeah, sure. And a bunch of those same backwoods rednecks probably wanted to, start a farm and rule Afghanistan. But how many of them actually did it?
We will never know because they wouldn't tell us. Because that would then ruin their power.
Yeah, and there were people that walked off. I mean, Bergdahl walked off base. Like, he literally went and thought he could go join the locals. How did that end up? He became a hostage.
Okay, and how many people walked off and joined the locals and we never heard any more from because they blended right in with society?
A different society.
Why are there so many French Native Americans?
I mean, again, though, you're talking about somebody blending into, like, say, an indigenous population that is then, again, still under the occupying force, right? I mean, the average Afghan, for instance, was under U.S. occupation
Let's go back. Let's go back.
a decade.
Again, let's go back.
Sure.
Let's go back to our story. The Navy's never gonna bother. The Navy's never going to bother with that stupid little island that someone lives on because it's too much of a hassle. It's a hassle. It's not worth it.
Yeah, and the Indian Navy decided that the Sentinelese people were a hassle, but that doesn't mean that they don't live under Indian jurisdiction.
It's a big island.
I mean,
that island's not a little tiny fucking island in the Caribbean where there's millions of other fucking little tiny islands in the Caribbean.
And what happens when a rich guy wants to put a hotel on your island? What happens when a satellite picks you up and they say, what the hell's happening there, right? They send somebody there. What
He
happened?
won't. He won't, because there are better islands to put hotels on.
All right. I mean, but again, you're talking about reducing yourself to a subsistence level of living in order to escape a power structure that's pretty much omnipresent throughout society. Like, my argument isn't that, like, you couldn't maybe find some way to live out the rest of your days in seclusion. Like, of course you could do that. Like, anybody could build a cabin in the woods.
Okay, but your power.
The whole point is that you can't really.
But your power system doesn't make sense to me because you include everything into your power system, and so, like, do you want to be human and function in a human society? Then you have to live inside. Then you have to live with some rules. Yep, that's true. Animals.
Sure.
If the bee colony that I have up here right behind me, they have to have rules to live in that bee colony. For my chickens to be able to live and not fight amongst each other, they have rules and they live in that little chicken society, but I wouldn't call it some crazy hierarchy. I wouldn't even put it inside the pyramid of chicken pyramid
why not? Hold on. Whoa. Wait a minute. Hold on a minute. If anything, animals are like the purest form of hierarchy to some extent, right? Like, now we're touching on kind of like the writings of Evola to some extent. Like, because, I mean, in a sense, the idea of a naturalistic hierarchy, right, exists in the food chain. Like, the ability for me to catch and eat a fish means that to some degree I survive, the fish doesn't, right? I mean, to the extent that you could ascribe, unless we're talking about a scenario where we're debating, what is the meaning of anything, right? Like, the ability to survive at the very least is better than the ability not to.
Okay,
right?
but hold on, but hold on. There's a huge difference between the food chain and this top-down elite pyramid that you're saying that we're all living in as humans.
No, it isn't. I would say it's definitely. I would say, if anything, it's not different, right? I would say, if anything, it's natural that a pyramid like this emerges. The people at the top of the pyramid, they're just the people that were most successful at playing the game of the pyramid, right?
But
like,
the people
if they could dictate.
But the people at the top of but animals at top of the food chain are not the most successful at being at the top of that. They're it's just the balance of how the cycle works. Because guess what? A lot of people forget this fact that who eats the lion?
Us.
The fungus. The bottom of the food chain. The thing that the
Yeah,
rat's
but you're talking
eating.
about after something already dies, though. I mean,
Everything's
that's
going to die. And plus that fungus
right.
can kill that lion. It can breathe in the spores. The spores can grow inside the lungs, kills a lion from inside out. It goes back
I
down to the
mean,
bottom of the food chain.
this is
The food chain is not a
this is
pyramid.
subjectivity. No,
Hyenas
this
eat
is
lions.
subjectivity though. That's not the same thing because essentially what you're talking about there is essentially like a carbon reclamation cycle, right? I mean,
Because
you're
nature
really
works in
talking.
cycles. That's it.
Of course it does,
Okay?
right? But at the
Your
same
pyramid
time,
doesn't
there's
work in
also
cycles. Power
how
pyramids
not?
aren't cycles.
An apex predator is at the top of its pyramid.
No. It's not at the top of its pyramid. Because that apex predator can be killed by anything smaller than it. Anything smaller than it can take it down. A bolt of lightning, a rainstorm,
Yeah, but a
anything
bolt of lightning
completely
isn't.
outside of its
That's a freak.
control.
That's a freak occurrence, right? I mean, I'm talking about in terms of like, I don't know, if I put a penguin and a lion in a cage together, the lion's going to eat the penguin. If I put, a crocodile and a tiger in a cage together, the tiger, as we've seen on YouTube clips, eats the crocodile actually. Like,
Okay?
depending if it's fast enough, right? Kind of an even match. Like, I
And
mean,
if
you
you
could
put
you could
and if you
literally
put
rank order things
and
in
if you
terms of
put a
their
tiger
ability to survive.
and if you put a tiger in the swamp, a alligator is going to win every time.
Sure, and if you put an alligator into, a Indian jungle, a tiger is going to win. I
Every
mean,
time.
yeah, sure. I mean, all of these things kind of play into them, right? But we're talking about comparing the apex predator of an
And
ecosystem.
if you put a tiger in a cage with 2 million mice, the mice are going to win every time.
Okay. Sure. And my argument is that if you put, say, a group of sociopathic humans in charge of any function of society over time, those people will consolidate power to themselves and naturalistically dominate over others. It doesn't matter what time and place in human history you see that. We always have leaders, and they always are above other people in terms of their treatment and status in society. It's a naturalistic order.
No, this is the thing. Some people want to be led. It's that simple. You're gonna have leaders because some people want to be led.
Of course.
Some people want to be told what to do. They don't want that role. Okay? So it's not that has nothing to do with power. That has nothing to do with the pyramid triangle or anything of that sort. It just has to do with the balance of nature. Some people naturally want to lead, some people naturally want to follow. And some people want to do both.
And there's a cycle of power to those leaders, and that's what I'm saying about the idea that power is sort of a natural thing. Is the idea that leaders exist out of the idea that some people will abdicate leadership. Of course, that's true, but the leader that steps forward then is subject to other people that wish they were the leader, right? And some people are more effective than others at taking that position from others, right? And the takers of that position are the people that emerge at the top.
That assumes that the selection of leaders, that assumes that the people have no governance over the selection of their leaders.
Do they? I would say to some extent, even in a democracy, people don't have, and the United States is not a pure democracy to begin with.
Who are you listening to in the United States? Who's dictating your life in the United States? Tell me who dictates your life in the United States.
The current political power.
Current political power doesn't dictate a shit anything about my life.
Sure it does.
How's it dictate my life?
It'll dictate currently this year what goods you can actually purchase. I can purchase
everything I want to purchase that I have any desire to purchase.
All right. Yeah, and that's you see, this is the thing. You're coming at this idea from this idea that, well, I don't want to purchase anything, so therefore I could buy everything I want.
No, name me some. Okay, so name me something I can't purchase.
Traditional Christmas lights.
I can go down the road to my neighbor's house that has it in their garage, and I can purchase traditional things off of my neighbor. That's a huge difference between. There's a huge difference between saying that something should be remanufactured because
your
it
neighbor doesn't have them.
I'll find someone that somebody on the internet will be selling a copy, and I'll buy it off of those.
I don't know. I'm just saying.
There's a huge difference between something not being economically viable to market as a new product anymore and stuff that's available. There is nothing that I can think right now that I can't buy.
Do you have a car?
Yep, I can buy a car. If I have a car, I know where I could go buy a car right now for.
Awesome. Can you manufacture your own fuel for it?
Can I manufacture? With enough willpower, absolutely. Can I? Okay, no. What you're saying is, can I make that car go from one location to another location? Yes, I can.
Okay, fair. And what I'm saying is that even as disconnected from the grid as you are, you still are paying.
I'm not disconnected from the grid. We're sitting at a computer. But anyways, go ahead.
Well, no, I know. I'm just saying though. What I'm saying is that, you know, is quote free, right, from the system, as you believe you are.
I am free from the
system. You still are paying 15% more to move that vehicle from A to B this year than you were last year. If you're purchasing fuel at a gas station, you're paying more.
Who cares? That doesn't affect me. This year I'm paying 50. This year I'm paying 50%. When I was a kid, gas was only 75 cents, and probably 5 years gas might be $5 or $6. It's irrelevant. It just means
that it goes up to 10, 20. It'll still be irrelevant.
Then I make different choices. Then I choose to get something else. They don't dictate my life.
They don't dictate your life until they could put the price pressure on you to the point where they do dictate your life.
They don't ever dictate my life.
Through economics, they could dictate everybody's life, is what I'm saying. Like, to some degree, they could put certain pressures on you, regardless of who you are or how disconnected you want to be. There is some pressure point where you are still connected to other people, whether it be
some real world examples. Give some real world examples.
You will always be connected to another person.
Real world example. A bunch of homeowners in California had their electrical, turned off by force because of COVID this last year, right? You guys remember that? That's the government stepping in and denying citizens the right to electricity, right?
You don't have a right to electricity.
Your own electricity. Okay, great.
You don't have the right to electricity.
So the government cuts off your electric, right? I mean, this is the type of thing.
Great.
If you don't care if you have electric, sure.
Then what you do is that just spurs innovation, and people start creating their own electric, and they'll be better off in the long run. So yeah,
you're just going to create your own electric.
Absolutely easy.
Easy. Okay. Easy.
Yeah, it is easy. It's not cheap, but it's easy.
It certainly wouldn't be cheap.
What do you mean certainly wouldn't be cheap? Solar panels aren't that expensive. Wind turbines aren't that expensive.
Wind and solar isn't going to replace a constant flow. I mean, you're talking you would need battery storage for a system like that to have on-demand power equal to what you get from the grid.
No, hold on. See, you keep changing the parameters on stuff like that. Equal to the grid is different than what you're using.
In order to power, say, 2 desktop computers and the rest of the hardware that I use, like say a 3D printer, right? And to have no disconnection from the things that I physically possess, I would need at the very minimum 240 volts consistently.
Okay.
Right. You're telling me that a homebrew wind and solar setup can provide even 240 volts to, I don't know, power a dryer, right?
What are you buying? Yep, easy.
Easy. I don't believe you on that. I don't believe that you could consistently, without spending a small fortune on battery packs and multiple redundancies in the system and a separate setup of home wiring, right? Because again, you're still under government control for building codes, right? So
they turned off the power. They turned off the power to your house, so they don't know what you're doing inside your house.
Those California homeowners were still under the same building and zoning regulations as everybody else during that power outage. So they couldn't just go create their own shit. Otherwise, they would get another knock at the door from the cops saying, stop building what you're building.
I see our
So
I see our
no,
I see our
right?
fundamental problem here. You're thinking in your mind, you're going to the extreme examples of people that are choosing to live in an area where they've given up a lot of control to the government.
Which I would
take those
argue
same
is
owners,
over
take
80% of people.
take those same
Over
homeowners
80% of
and
people.
put them in Wyoming.
They would die. They
Okay?
wouldn't be able to feed themselves. Their jobs wouldn't exist in Wyoming. Like the way that they economically exist wouldn't exist in those places. That's the reason that moving to a rural area doesn't work for, say, someone like me, right? So let's take me as a concrete example of this, right? I'm an engineer, I work with computers, and I have to basically be around something like that in order to basically produce economic output, right? I need to be on the grid in order to do so. If I move out to rural Wyoming, there might be a handful of remote work jobs that I could do for probably a substantial decrease in pay, and then I could limit but not entirely sever my connection to the government. Like the trade-off there is not worth it. Like you're still subject to whatever the regulations of Wyoming are. I mean, and at the very minimum, unless you have enough of a nest egg to build the sort of like subsistence network of, at the very minimum, the ability to do laundry, let's just say, right? Have a semblance of a normal life, like then you're talking about an investment of probably close to $200,000 minimum, right? I've got maybe, I don't know, $500 saved up at any given time, right? So it's impossible. That's what I'm saying, is that the economics of trying to escape the grid don't exist. Like, it's not viable for the average person. There is no clear path. And that's enough to keep at least 80%, if not 90 or more, trapped within 50 miles of a major city, right? You look at a population map of America and that's what you find, right? Like, where do the people live in Colorado? In the Front Range. Why? Because Denver's here. And north of Denver is Fort Collins, which is another major hub. And south of that, you got Pueblo, which is shittier, but still a bigger hub, right? And what do these things all have in common? They're along the interstate. Trucks could get to them, goods could get to them, right? Economic activity can happen here. If I move out to, I don't know, Prospect, Colorado or something, right, off the grid, 100 miles from my job, I lose my job, right? Like, and then what am I going to do? Rock farm for the rest of my life? Like, how am I going to live on that?
You do something. You do something else. I guess the different. The difference is,
The only way to escape would be to return to subsistence, and not enough people are willing to do that. So therefore, the political game has to be played, is what I'm saying.
But no, you
Like,
don't.
to
But
some
you don't want to. You don't want to go to subsistence. So.
Well, I would say that it would be economically not viable for me to go to subsistence. I don't have enough money to start the subsistence lifestyle.
Yeah, you
I don't
do.
have enough money to. No, I don't.
Yeah, you absolutely do.
How would I?
I could probably right now spend probably about an hour or two on the internet, find somebody who wants a free farmhand on their farm that's willing to do trade. So you're going to take your skill, you're going to do that trade. What they're probably going to trade you is over time they're going to trade you property for hard work on their farm. You're going to do that hard work on the farm, you're going to get fed, you're going to go like that, and then ultimately in 10 years from now, after your investment of hard work and such on a farm, you're going to have a plot of land that was given to you because you did some hard work.
Okay, so.
And then you're going to take that
From the age of 31 to 41, I'm going to break my back on a farm for an acre of land.
Yep.
Okay,
we're talking about, you said it's not possible.
I guess,
I'm giving you a possibility. I'm not saying you
possible.
want to do it.
No,
we're not giving you ideas that are
what I'm
somebody
saying
want to
is,
do. I'm saying a
minus-
possibility.
Okay.
You said impossible. You said impossible, and I'm saying
okay.
not desirable.
So what I'm saying though is that for assuming that there is a system of control, let's say, right, in lieu of anything else, assuming that a system of control exists and that it would be desirable to escape it, right? Like, in that sense, it's almost better to stay in the Matrix and eat the steak because you're breaking your ass so hard on the farm and you're middle to
So
older age. Like,
do you want to hear what I can tell you what I'm hearing with as you talk, and this is no insult, but what I'm hearing
No,
is
hit me with this.
it's
Yeah.
better to live in the pod and eat the bugs than to not live in the pod and eat the bugs. You're gonna own nothing and you're gonna be happy. That's what I'm hearing from you. You just happen to be
What
using
I'm
slightly
hearing,
better words.
see, this is the thing though, is that in no circumstances would I be in the pod and eat any bugs, right? Because at this point in my life, I've attained enough of a level of security where I'm more or less uncomfortable, right? I have a decent sized place to live. I have a garage. I have my own car that I own the title to, right? Like I still got to pay the government to drive it, right? Like I still got to pay registration fees and whatever. I still got to pay for a license. I still got to pay for gas.
You are choosing to pay for all that because you don't want to pay for if you get caught not doing any of that. You don't want to pay for the ramifications of if you get caught. You don't actually have to pay any of that stuff. You don't have to pay a reservation.
Okay. So to lawfully live, right? Because here's the thing, right?
You can still lawfully do all that.
If I don't pay if I don't pay my registration, there's a criminal offense in Colorado not to do that, right? To drive an unregistered vehicle around would be ticketable, and if I don't pay the ticket, the court would send me to jail for a certain period of time, right?
So
and then
right now,
after I escape from that, then the government's now more involved in my life, right? So in order to keep the government minimally involved, you have to participate to some degree. Right?
So
this
right
idea
now,
that you could just
right now you've made the decision. You've made the decision that that you would rather pay the money up front and than to not pay it when you get caught and going through that hassle. You're paying for the convenience of not having to go through that hassle. That is what you are doing. And that's fine.
I would say
but that's what you're doing.
So here's the difference, right? Is that it's easier to pay into the society that currently exists and exist within the pyramid, right, than to try to more or less pay those same fines more directly to try to escape it, right? I mean, in either case, I have to basically trade time in order to exist, right? If I'm breaking my back on the farmhand's ranch, right, the government sold them the ranch. It's all government land anyway. I'm still subject to the same government that I'd be under. The difference is that I could just live in a way where I'm very unlikely to get contacted by them for anything, right? But at the end of the day, the minute that guy signs over property to me and I'm 41 and, I've spent my whole life subsistence living, right? I still, at the end of the day, I'm going to owe the county taxes on the property. And if I don't pay them long enough, they're going to come and arrest me, right? And my ex used to deal with people like that all the time, and most of them declared themselves sovereign citizens, and Wells Fargo Bank still dragged them in front of a judge, at the gunpoint of a sheriff, if necessary, and stuck them through Rule 120 hearings and took their property from them by force, right?
Yep.
So there is no way.
Because they played by their.
No, they didn't. They played by their own fucking rules. They didn't play by the government system at all.
They absolutely did. They did exactly what the government. They did exactly what the government wanted them to do.
Okay, so in the case of them purely going against the government, when the sheriff shows up with the eviction notices and puts them in handcuffs,
already too late.
It's already too late. So they should have fired guns back and taken their land by force. Okay, then what do? If they don't get aggressive with it, then how do they continue living on that property that, say, the county seat decides is now theirs for lack of payment on taxes?
Well, first off, they should have established it so they didn't have to pay taxes on the property in the first place.
How? How do you do that?
Well, which way
I don't believe that.
You want to start off with establishing it as a church? A 508c1 establishes a 508c1 as sanct of land protected by the Constitution. Now no one can seize that.
How much to apply for that? Right, you're still talking about participating.
Depends on the state. Oh, okay. So but you just mentioned that you're perfectly fine paying regular things to drive your car, so you don't have to pay the big fee in the end.
Okay. Sure.
And I'm simply saying that if you play the system
establish
right,
it as a church, and you live in a church, and
forever.
You have this, so you have no official permanent residence. You live in a church
Yep.
that's technically not a church, but is really your
Nope.
homestead. And
What do you mean? What do you mean technically not a church? It's a church.
well,
You
I
said
mean,
it was a
because
church. The
well,
end.
sure it is. Okay, so technically it's a church.
Yep.
So let's say you're living on your church slash homestead that's
Yep.
tax exempt because you paid the fees, right?
Yep.
And you only leave maybe once a year to get supplies. Great. So you've removed yourself from the entire equation of everything, more or less, right? Like,
Okay.
congrats. You have no political power. You've essentially removed any ability for you to participate in the system. Awesome.
But why do I want to participate in the system? I thought we
Because
just
at the end of the day,
established you want to get out of this system.
because at the end of the day, that same system that decided that it's
It's
going to
never gonna
ignore
bother
you
you.
because you became a church. Well, guess what? Now COVID happened and they're going to shut down the churches, and you're technically a church, so you're on the list of places they show up to and say that you can no longer be on premises because this is technically a church and you have to now leave your home because the
Paranoid
government decided
bunker,
that they
thank
could
you
fuck
so
with
much.
churches.
But again, why are you immediately jumping to the conclusion that the local people of the area are going to go and they're going to go after you? Do you understand that the government is ran by people that are also part of communities and such like that? Like, they're not.
Yeah,
It's
and
not
right now
ran
the
by
governments of Australia and Canada rounded up pastors. What is his name? Artur, the pastor in Canada that was rounded up by the police because he held services and not some homestead tax loophole, but like an actual brick and mortar church that had like, a what do you call it? Convention or whatever the hell. You know what I'm saying? Congregation. That's the word. But yeah, no, like he had a congregation and everything, was holding a Sunday service, and they arrested him. And he had to flee the country. And then when he came back, he was put into like a camp. Australia right now, you got people being detained into the Harbor Springs camp, right, against their will. Right. And those are all communities of people, and they let it happen. Like, who's to say that your neighbors in West Virginia, when a bunch of, say SWAT teamed up, county officials decide to come swinging through to repo whoever's not vaxxed or whoever's running a church loophole or whatever, right? Like, they're going to come through enforcing it now because suddenly the government got serious. The government that you decided not to participate in essentially decides now's the time to go and mess with you. Now what? Right?
The only way I can answer this, and again, there's no insult to you, but I don't know I don't know how you live with the mindset that you think everyone's a bad guy, because my answer to that is the same thing when people
who's going to be in the SWAT team? Who's going to be in that SWAT team?
Anybody. I mean, hell, in Tiananmen Square, the Chinese brought in people from 2 provinces away because the troops locally refused to fire on their young people, right? I mean, somebody will pull the trigger. Somebody always does, right? That's my outlook on life with politics and things like this. Somebody is willing to do harm.
And if they do pull the trigger, they'll get shot.
Yeah.
Okay, and then more people come. I mean, look at Waco, right? You can't win.
They won't. No, they won't. They'll be like, yeah, no, I don't think I want to go up there. Actually, no, you've got to go up there, and you'll just say, wait, really, I've got to go attack those Americans.
Wait,
Kill
you
them.
want to
They
say
drove a tank into a house at Waco.
You want to say, look at Waco? Okay, look at Waco, and then look at the Bundy Ranch and how they won. They beat the government.
They had Republican congressmen coming to their aid.
Who cares? They beat the government. You were comparing Waco, and I went to another example to say that they found a way to win.
The Bundy Ranch was literally that was sanctioned, if anything, by parts of the government. The government's not one entity. There's the red government and the blue government, and the red government saw the Bundy Ranch as like something that they could use.
No,
when
what
both
happened
branches of government see you as the enemy, you're just done.
No,
then
a bunch of local people that happened to know those people, and they took advantage of their social skills. That's what the Bundy Ranch did. They took advantage of their social skills.
And the whole time that they were trying to take advantage of that, they had news media on a bridge looking at them. They had, I mean, this was not, this, you do not win against the government when the media is not at the very least casting a national spotlight on you,
Kyle
right? I
won.
mean, yeah, sure, but everybody saw the video repeatedly on YouTube and social media and everywhere,
But you just said
every news station.
you literally just
The
said you
national
can't
media.
win when the national media is shining a spotlight on you, a
No,
negative
I said when
spotlight
they're
on you.
not. No, when they're not shining that spotlight on you, you're not going to win. When it's just you at home refusing to pay taxes or something, there is no freaking way in
Okay,
hell that the
you're gonna
government is going to feel intimidated, right?
you're gonna win more times than not, and they're never gonna cover that on TV because they don't want people to know that you can beat the government.
I mean, the only thing I got to say to that is look at the number of Rule 120 processings that have happened in this country in the last 6 months, and then tell me that the government's not seizing people's homes from under them every single day, every hour of every day that the court's in session. I mean, it's the biggest single seizure of property this country's ever seen. Like people's homes, their ranches, their farmsteads, whatever it is. If you're not fully in sync with the government right now, they're taking that stuff and giving it to BlackRock Capital. Like this stuff is there is
No,
a
they're not.
takeover of land in this
They're
country,
going
if
after
anything.
they're going after people. They're going after people that didn't know that didn't know how to play the game and didn't know how to play the rules. That's what it is.
Right, but you still are
Because they're not
complying with a certain set of
here's the
rules
thing.
regardless.
They're
There
not
is no freedom from the
they're
system.
not seizing it. They're not seizing anybody's property that is heritage property that the family that their great grandfather paid off.
Sure they are.
No, they aren't.
Yeah,
No,
they are.
they're seizing they
Tax
can't.
liens. Tax liens happen every day on grandpa's property.
No,
Tax liens happen every day.
tax liens happen on grandpa's property because you weren't responsible enough to make sure that that little bit of money that you had to pay to the government wasn't covered.
Sure, and that
Okay?
happens every day.
That's
Like,
that's you just being an idiot. That's what that is. It's that simple.
well, sure.
It's you being an idiot.
Okay, fair enough. So, I mean, that's the thing though, is that like regardless, you have to give the government its pound of flesh. And my whole thing on it is if I got to pay the government its pound of flesh anyway, I'd rather live the easier existence and facilitate myself through mostly currency representations of time rather than to actually spend my time directly interfacing off the land. It's just easier. I could go and get food at a supermarket and trade, these worthless fiat currency notes for, food, right? The same food you've got, right? Like, I mean,
Okay.
maybe yours is more organic. It might be
No,
healthier. It's direct
no.
from the farm, but
I
like,
get what you're
I'll
saying,
give you
but
that.
I don't. But
But
again,
right.
but again, this whole thing about living inside the power structure. So then, are you living inside the power structure if you're still doing what you want to do?
I mean, as long as you're supplicating yourself to any sort of higher power, you are definitely within the power structure. I would say the last time in this country's history that somebody could have existed outside the power structure was probably back in the times when, like, covered wagons were crossing the Rockies, right? I mean, in that case, yeah, sure, you could just set up a homestead. The land was all just pretty much claim it and it's yours, and there you go, right? But that hasn't existed for hundreds of years.
I think you're within the power structure to some extent if you consider that you are. And
Yeah.
like Rhythmic's saying that he does consider that he is within it, and Doc's saying that he doesn't consider that he is within it. And like the thing is that like Doc's like triggering Rhythmic because like Doc's saying that like you can like completely live outside of the system, which like you can, and I don't think Doc's really claiming that you can. Like obviously if you're living with people, then you're obviously having to interact with people in the real world and to some extent, and so that's always going to happen. But I think what Doc's saying is that like you can have a state of mind that you're not in the system and that you're just doing what you need to do to comply with the system here and there, to as limited as much as you like. But,
right. I mean, I'll take it a step further and throw you some more too. I would say that to some extent, to exist within the system necessitates a sort of certain degree of political action within it for your own interests, right?
No.
In order to maximize your ability to live in it.
No, your political means nothing about living. There's nothing political about living in this world.
I would totally disagree with that statement.
You need good relations with your neighbors, right?
Yeah, but that's
I mean,
relations. That's
more
not
than that.
political. You need good
Yeah,
relations.
but
You need a community. That's all you need is community. You don't need a damn thing about politics. You don't need to be political. You don't care about what.
hold on though. Well, so political influences the ability to form that community in the first place. Like I would say, don't underestimate the value of that,
Okay, so okay, hold
because
on.
essentially,
Let's define political. Maybe the issue is we're not
so
actually using
so
the
I
same word.
one of the things I would consider, for instance, right, to be a political decision would be what do you view the most fundamental unit of society as, right? I would argue that the left wing of this country fundamentally views society as the individual. I would argue that the right wing of this country would argue that the fundamental unit of society is the family, right? The difference between individualism and a family structure is essentially what will erode your ability to form that community, because only with a strong family unit can you form the necessary community bonds around
Nope.
things like, say, religion, or
Nope.
the ability to get along with your neighbors, etc., right? If you're a bunch of atomized individuals, you have no hope of forming that.
Okay, so
That's why
monks
big cities are so isolated.
so monks have no way of forming any type of collective or any type of voice because they're strongly individuals.
No, I would
And they
argue
don't have
that the
families.
monks. I would argue that a monk is sort of substituting the role of a family with the sort of religious family that they find with each other, right? A secluded group of monks, in a sense. I mean, that's not exactly something that's commonplace today, but sure, let's roll with it. Like a common group, right, of like ecclesiastic monks, right? Yeah, sure, they're not forming a family and having children, but they're adopting new members into their order, and there's a line of sort of succession where older monks die, younger monks come in. It is still operating, in a sense, as an organization, a group of individuals, in a sense, a family, right? A sort of small collective at the local level, right? Because when I say family, I don't necessarily mean biological family, right? Your family could be a lot of things.
We're still not.
Right?
I'm still super confused about what political means in your realm right now. So
Well,
right now,
that's a fundamental political thing. So if society politically is tilting towards the individualistic, it sabotages your ability to form a community, I would argue.
Why?
That's a way that because who are you going to recruit to your community if you've got a bunch of atomized individuals?
Other individuals?
And what's the incentive for the guy up the street to join your group?
I don't know what his incentive is. It's going to be individualistic to him on why he thinks he should join my community. Maybe it's because I have really good eggs and he wants my really good eggs.
Sure, okay. So you have to basically work harder to form that community with an individual. Like I would argue that
maybe he wants to marry my
sister. If you have a family, sure, right, okay, great.
Okay.
So you're bringing him into your family in that case, right?
But he's still an individual.
I'm just saying sure, but then he becomes part of your collective, right? What you're talking about is adopting somebody into this community, this realm of collective. It's going to be much harder if you have 5,000 individuals in your town than if you had, say, like 200 families in your town, right? Like, it's easier to get in touch with 200 families because you only need to make touch with 200 people in order to spread the message to everybody. If you have 5,000 individuals, you have to contact each one of them, figure out how to persuade them, and it's much harder to get them involved in whatever you're doing, regardless of I don't care if it's, throwing a pumpkin festival or something, right?
So it's easier to contact the collective than it is to contact the individual, is what you're saying.
Essentially. And that's the reason that communities in this nation have worked. Because throughout time, until the recent decades...
So to make communities work, you have to support the collective and you can't support the individual.
You have to support essentially bonded collectives that are small in nature. I would say families would be that collective. That's the right-wing view of things, right? That's politically the right-wing's view, is that support the religion, support the, family.
So you're saying the right-wing view is the collective is more important than the individual?
Yeah, I would. because in a sense it's
so the right. So
I get what you're going at. You're essentially trying to make the argument that the right would support communism, essentially, right? But I would argue that that's not really this same type of collective, right? Communism is this idea that a bunch of individuals form a collective.
No, I was actually gonna say with what you're describing, right. I'm more describing social. You're more describing socialists than you are communists.
In a sense, yeah.
Yeah, I think first off, I'm gonna fundamentally disagree with. I'm okay with your current definition of what you're calling the right, but I don't have any idea why you're saying the left is individualists, because the left is absolutely nothing. There's very few individualists. The left is a different type of collective, because humans by nature are.
Let me expand on it. Yeah, no, you're right. So I'm being a little vague about the idea of a left-wing individualism. I would say that, in a sense, it's not necessarily individualism in the sort of sense of, great philosophy and the philosophy of the individual and just self-discovery or something like that, and independent thinking. Really what it is, it's atomization, right? It's nihilism. At its core, it's nihilism, right?
Okay.
Like the sort of attitude of don't consider having a family, pursue your career, pursue materialism, exist within the system writ large, and just, basically wake, eat, sleep, die, repeat, right?
Mm-hmm.
This idea is a left-wing thing.
Nope.
Because it facilitates their ability. Well, it facilitates their ability to essentially control what these people think individually. If you could program a bunch of individuals to think they're individualistic, but they're actually following your narrative, it's very easy to push them into communism, which is ultimately where the left wants to go.
If you can convince a group of people that they're not individuals, they are a collective, then you can control them as the collective.
Yep.
Well, sure. I mean, and you could argue religion does that on the right to some degree with families, right? I mean, if anything, the idea of the bully pulpit, right? The idea that, for decades in this nation's history, families went to church on Sunday, were told what to think and do by their pastors, and then did it, right? That doesn't happen anymore. Why? Because you don't take your family to church anymore. Why? Because you don't have a family anymore, right? That's the entire idea of the atomization. They've removed that, and the community slowly breaks down until they can mold it into whatever they deem the community to be, which is where you get this sort of government community, this government religion, and that's communism. Like,
see, again, I'm still trying to get the fundamental of how being political in my everyday life is actually going to benefit me, and why I should be political. Because I don't think I need to be political at all in my everyday life. I might choose to be involved with political, but I don't think I have to be.
I mean, I would argue in some sense that everything is somewhat political, and I mean, saying that you're choosing not to be political is like saying you're choosing not to be economic.
I need
it depends on the definition. Let me read this. Is like this is the politics comprises of all activities of cooperation, negation of and conflict within and between societies, whereby people go about organizing the use, production, or distribution of human, natural, and other resources in the course of production. So it's just it's like the thing is, if you talk to your neighbors, that's politics. There's politics in a family,
right?
Like you've heard of family politics, right?
Of course.
Yeah. I'm trying to get I'm okay with that definition, but as soon as you start going to left and right, then that destroys this concept of family politics, because in community and family politics, left and right means nothing.
Does it?
It means nothing.
Well, how would you map political opinions? Let me start there then. Let's break this down a little bit.
If we're going back to Marx's definition of political, what's more...
Sorry, Doc, can I just interrupt? Do you want to post the Jitsi link? I think there might be somebody that's trying to join me.
Oh yeah, that'd be good.
Should we?
Can I?
Here, let me grab
Yeah.
my phone just in case I gotta hit the allow thing because I don't know why it's giving that to me.
No, I fixed that. I fixed that. Really
Did you?
quick. I
Okay,
fixed that.
good,
Yeah, I fixed
good.
that. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I was like, yeah, I just want to give this to Doc. I don't know how to control
If the person that's just joined Discord, if you want to join us, you know we're actually in that place at the moment.
Yeah. We're in this Jitsi link thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a good
sorry,
conversation, by the way. Just wanted to say I'm enjoying this. I don't know. Sorry, I don't mean to push like so hard. I'm just like
No.
loving
I
this
would no push as
exploration
hard.
of topic
No.
I'm talking about this for
Push
a
as
week.
hard as you. I want to have a real conversation.
The argument
digging this.
the argument that you guys are actually having is about a state of mind. Like
It
you're
is.
arguing about. Let's change the argument. Whether or not it's possible to live in a state of mind, where you're living outside of the system. I'd say that Doc would argue that there's nothing that the system can do to Doc that he can't adapt to. He knows,
Sure.
he knows that the system will interact with him, but he knows that it doesn't control him because whatever it does to him, he's got a solution for, which means that he can still carry on being independent of it, and it's not, really changed him very much.
I mean,
you're gonna say yes, but it's changed him a bit.
Well, so I would argue this. I would argue that the system hasn't tested Doc enough to the point where he actually probably would be forced to contend with like fundamental issues of human rights or something.
They only took my parents' house. So
I mean, yeah, we're talking like, the system writ large in history, throughout history. If we're talking about political power throughout time, that sort of thing, the excesses of that power could easily come up with ways to break a person.
Yeah, but it'll never happen in my life. It will never happen. It'll never happen to me in my modern lifetime. What's what you're talking about?
I would argue it's unlikely to. I would say that saying never is probably the kind of thing that, I don't deal in absolutes on that kind of stuff. Like I would argue that it's possible that, I don't know, say a scenario where
I'll
like
accept it.
yeah.
I'll accept the term. It's extremely unlikely. I'm more likely to win the lottery.
I mean, yeah, like
multiple times.
Let's take a hypothetical future scenario, right? Like I don't know, like say post the moon wars of 2032 or something, right?
Give me a real,
AOC
give me a real, give me a real hyper scenario.
Yeah. All right, yeah. So let's just say, let's say like the far left, right? Like the AOC Democrats and the squad sort of quasi-communists, right? Take power and rule for, I don't know, say a 2 to 4 year period, depending on the election cycle and what positions they can hold on to in a majority. And they grab on to some sort of reign of political power. And then from there, the slippery slope kicks in, and basically they're overthrown by a more left wing and a more left wing until finally they're showing up at Doc's farm, demanding his COVID passport, lest they hold him down and forcibly inject him with mRNA, right?
Okay, wait, why? First off, wait, why are they coming to my house? Why are they coming here?
It's because they're making an example out of red states or something, right?
Okay, why are they making an example? Why are they making an example out of me? What have I done?
I mean, why are they injecting 5-year-olds in New York right now with COVID vaccines? Like, I mean, it doesn't need to make sense. It just needs to happen, right?
But how many 5-year-olds in New York are not being injected that you just don't hear about?
That are not being subjected to it? It's a statewide mandate.
Okay, how many are happening?
I mean,
okay, great. There's lots of mandates.
That's the question. Yeah, sure, there is. And right now in my county, for instance, there's a mask order in buildings. Like if I go to a dispensary in order to buy weed, recreationally, I have to put a mask on. Otherwise, they kick me out.
Okay.
Right. So like that right there, political, tyranny, first step. Right, step one, first act of political tyranny, right? Like it's like the preschool guitar of tyranny, right? But let's just say it goes like, unchecked for a couple of years. Trump loses the next election. We have more Joe Biden. He dies. Kamala Harris gets put in charge. Nancy Pelosi decides not to retire, and the Democrat machine starts stomping on your human rights, right? Like say we go full Australia. right?
I'm still waiting to figure out why they're coming to rural West Virginia to do anything, because there's
I don't know.
no
Why did they show up at Waco? I mean, it just takes one
because
stupid thing or one
because Wake
neighbor narking you out like that guy's not vaxxed, you
because
know?
because the guy at Waco was making some pretty big
Well, yeah, sure.
he was ruffling a lot of feathers pretty loudly.
Yes, certainly. But I'm just saying, right? Like, let's say
I'm
that,
not
you know,
okay. Like, I'm not
let's say
dabbling.
that there's like
I don't
a
have a lot
highway
of followers.
checkpoints or something. Let's say there's a highway checkpoint somewhere along the road to the nearest city to you. Your
Okay.
neighbor goes up there, he forgets his vax card, and they say, "Tell us about your neighbors, and we'll let you go, and you can see your family again," or something, right? And he's scared and he rats you out. Oh,
Okay.
there's a guy back there in the backwoods. You know, he's got a piece of property and some land and a farm. He's been subsistence living. You know, go
Okay.
check him out. Leave me alone, right? It just
And-
takes one narc, right? One in
and-
3 people in the Soviet Union were a
And you know
state
what's
agent.
gonna happen? And you know what's gonna happen here in West Virginia? They're gonna be
Yeah.
like, nope, he's probably got a gun.
Okay, for some time, right? Until then,
No,
you know,
it's
maybe
reciprocal.
President,
I can actually.
and then President AOC mobilizes the, you know, Marines that are left after the purge of, you know, anti-vaxxers or something, right, to go and start raiding rural settlements in West Virginia for, quote, rebels, right? It's
And
a
a
second
lot of
Confederacy. Oh my God, right? Couldn't you imagine
and
that?
a lot of
Well,
Marines
also-
and a lot of Marines are going to be dead.
Not to mention that
sure,
if you're
but
if
that-
you're the one that's snitching on people,
You'll
you're
be
not
dead.
going to be very popular for very long.
Yeah.
Well, no, of course, but I mean, like I said, and once this kind of tyranny kicks in, nobody wants to admit to being the narc, but according to the
Right, but
Soviet
if you're in a
papers, 1 in
community-
3 people were.
Yeah, but if
Even
you're in
in-
communities
even-
where people actually like you,
Okay.
then you know
Sure.
that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Well, they
it
like
does-
you
you're right.
so much, but I, you know what? You're right. You know, I would,
No.
in exchange for selling out, say, like, you know, my
Okay.
wife and kids, right? I just like Doc. He's such a good guy, right?
Okay,
They
but
come
hold
into
on,
my
hold on.
home
But
and ask
how
if
have
there's
we?
anybody else.
You've already accelerated
You've
to a
skipped
point.
step there. It's like
Yeah.
you've
Okay.
already left
So-
the community that would actually be there to protect you.
So let me explain to you something that I did. I think I can talk about it now that it's almost been a year and a half. Okay, so when I was working with the census, and we'd go around, we were supposed to, if someone threatened us or someone made mean things, and I only had a gun pulled on me twice. I mean, I was knocking on people's door. I was
Sure.
knocking on people's door saying, "I'm from the government. I have some questions for you in rural West Virginia." So, anyways,
Yeah.
we were told
Expected, yeah, sure.
we were told, because all of our phones had GPS locations. We were told
Right.
that if someone was violent or someone was angry or someone was not being helpful, we were to mark a red check mark on their house, and then we were to write
Okay.
something about that.
Leave
Right.
them alone.
Yeah.
And there you go. And
okay,
so
but hold on.
that's something, though, that becomes a list later, right?
Okay, but what I did instead is I either wrote that they weren't home, or
Okay.
because a lot of this happened in communities that I knew,
Right.
I gave the info. Because they don't, the census didn't need to know a lot of information.
Sure.
They really just needed to know how many people were in that structure. So
Right.
I wrote how many people were in that structure. And I did that because I know that having the government have a red check mark on your house meant that
Right.
that something bad was happening. Again, these are people that would have no
That you
idea.
knew, right.
No, I didn't
Right.
know. Some
And
of
now-
them I didn't know. Some of them
Sure.
I didn't know, but
Okay.
I never
And
did
they
it to
wouldn't know
anybody.
if you were cool or not. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
this is the thing. You were cool about it. It was
Correct.
a policy, and you particularly were cool about it. What happens the next time when you're not the guy, right? This
Then
is what I'm
somebody
saying.
else-
Is it doesn't.
But the thing
that-
is
and you
people
only could
are-
protect your neighbors though because you were politically active in the
Okay.
census.
Okay, but hold on.
What?
Now, let's go back to your story of I'm that same cool guy and I'm at a checkpoint and I know that there's cool people in this community and I know
Okay.
I know where I can play the game, and I'm going to because I don't want to ruffle feathers. And there's
Awesome.
a lot more cool people than you think there
than
is.
uncool people. Okay, no, that's fair. And
Yeah.
I'm willing to grant that maybe I'm too much of a skeptic about people. But here's the one thing, right? What happens when that one guy that thought it would be cool to like pull a Tim Pool and move to West Virginia, right? What happens when that California guy that came out there and brought his politics with him or something, right? Rats out everybody else, right?
He dies. Like
Yeah.
that's simple.
Sure. Okay.
Like,
okay.
He disappears.
Yeah, like that's you.
Okay.
What you're asking is simple. Yeah, he's gone. And
But,
the people.
I mean, how do you know it was him?
Since he's a transplant, for one.
Yeah.
He hasn't grown up there. He doesn't know anybody around there.
So
Of course, he's just going to disappear.
Yeah, you're
So
from
the
away.
key then the key to protecting your community, you're saying, is to have a homogenous community of like-minded individuals that defend
Yep.
their liberty against a
It
tyrannical government.
Yep.
That I'm down with that.
But that homogenous community doesn't have to be based on race or religion or even complete shared values. It just has to be the idea that what's good for the
hold on.
community is good for the
Complete
community.
shared values. So that's the thing, right? The guy from California thinks it'd be great for the community if y'all got vaxxed.
Okay,
Right. And
great.
so when President AOC's terror squads of doom come down in the 2032 election or something, right? So, I mean, right, because you haven't been politically active, let's say, and you're disconnected off the grid community, right? And the government just keeps on doing things. You ignore CNN.
He
you
wouldn't
ignore
move into the
MSNBC,
he
and
wouldn't
you don't
move
wanna...
on something like vax. He
yeah, he
wouldn't move
wouldn't go
into the
there.
community anyways.
Yeah.
I mean,
Not places somebody like that had that mindset would want to go.
Yeah.
I mean, if a government moves too totalitarian, and even if you're off the grid, my argument would be that, you know, we see this from every side of totalitarian regimes throughout Europe in the 20th century, right? I mean, the Nazis would go through, you know, rule Hungary and burn down a village, right?
Absolutely.
The Soviets would come through a German town and rape everybody, right?
Absolutely.
Like, this stuff happened, right?
And you know
this
what?
Stuff happened at its
and during
core,
this
right?
and during the Civil War, the North came through Flat Top and burned down a farmhouse.
There you go.
The South came through Flat Top and burned down somebody's barn.
And there you go.
The next time soldiers came through, the community killed them because we had the Flat Top Copperheads. And they were
great.
And they were some of the most feared people because they were just community members that no one knew who they were.
Sure.
They were just good old boys that would pick off people. They would pick off soldiers that would come and start harassing. And they didn't pick off everybody, but they went. They would got their information. They figured out
exactly
which.
why we went nowhere in Vietnam.
Yeah, and I get that to some degree, I do, right? But at the end of the day, when, you know, they kill the power and they come through the town with tanks and they started basically a military occupation of the area.
Never come through my town with tanks. Never happened.
I mean,
it would never work.
It worked in so many other countries and so many other conflicts. I mean, it worked in Bosnia in the 90s.
The only thing that has ever worked is via immigration and by consent. Wars never work.
There's always going to be pockets of people that are going to hide out. Look, we had the underground
and Joe
railroad.
Biden will flood, West Virginia with 200,000 illegals or something. Then
This has been debated. I researched this a bit at one point. It's like what happens is after 3 months, the American military run out of fuel, and then the Patriots win.
Yep.
Well, here's an idea.
They managed to wipe out like some cities, and just you kill a lot of people, but they'd run out of fuel, and then they'd stop.
So here's a way I would subvert and destroy your community. Take 200,000 illegal Mexican immigrants, ship them all to your town, all into your county.
You're all gonna die. You're all good. Yeah, I don't know where you guys are gonna stay. We probably have total of housing.
FEMA comes, builds them a camp.
Where's FEMA building this camp?
FEMA built a camp under a Texas overpass. That was on CNN.
Okay, but that's government land. I don't have
Army Corps of Engineers.
Where are they building this? Everything's private land around me.
Is it?
Yeah,
your entire county is private land. The government doesn't have access to any land at all where they could settle, say, 100,000 refugees or something in your community. Just
Probably
create
not.
like a camp like they did in Paris.
Probably not. It's not flat enough land to put up that many tents.
Even if they did,
they
we
put
would
50,000 refugees in the middle of downtown Paris. Like, if they're willing to do that, they're definitely willing just to throw them somewhere in the middle of West Virginia if they wanted to.
But they
I mean, how
wouldn't.
many
have no
flights?
reason to.
Yeah, they wouldn't.
How many flights so far in the flight logs from Biden's immigration policy have sent immigrants directly to places in red states?
Zero in West.
You don't
zero,
hire them, they don't stay.
Zero in West Virginia.
So essentially,
Biden opted that this was not a good state to send immigrants.
Yeah.
so the only state where he's not sending. Exactly. So arguably speaking,
what
the
is
only
heard at the
state in the
interview.
union that's going to remain free from immigration and social change and everything is basically the ethno state of West Virginia. I see. Okay. Yeah. no,
Alabama.
It's a point. It's a good point.
Western Georgia, Appalachia. Pick Appalachia, and then pick a handful of places in partial of other states, and you're absolutely correct.
Right. So the Appalachian ethno state is basically the place to move, is what you're telling me.
The Appalachian ethno state is absolutely the place to go because once you fit into the once you learn the values of the community here, then you're golden.
There you go.
We've been an ethno state. Appalachia has been an ethno state for probably since the end of the Civil War. That's why they're called hillbillies.
Yeah.
That's arguable.
And you know what?
Group preference.
Yeah, and you know what a hillbilly
works in a community.
And you know what a hillbilly looks like? Like everyone else. The difference is a hillbilly is a lifestyle.
Of course.
Because here in Appalachia,
it's almost a political movement of its own.
Because here in Appalachia, people have been interbreeding with anybody else that passes through for at least 150 years.
Which has created its own sort of culture and society and politics and neighborly community bonds. And so it's almost as if Appalachia is its own country.
Yep.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Which still supplicates to the power of the greater country for reasons that, I mean, why don't you guys just declare secession?
Because why would we?
There's too much violence in that.
Yeah, why would you declare secession when we can survive just fine with the way we are inside the system? Because the system doesn't.
It's easier to accept Walmart in your town than to fight back against it.
Because the system doesn't care about us. No. What do you mean accept Walmart? I live in a state where Walmart leaves.
Walmart's only there because people go there.
Yeah, Walmart leaves this state.
All right, fair enough then. I mean, from the numbers, most people leave the state. Like,
oh, hey, West Virginia's been losing population for the last 70 years.
Yeah,
it's great. It's
not a bad thing.
Yeah, especially if you're talking about an ethno state, it's exactly what you want. If people don't want to be here, you don't want them here. Let them go.
Right. That's the worst thing you can do is force people that don't want to be there to be there.
Yeah. Make it easy for them to leave.
So to some extent then, it leads to the problem. So I grew up in Indiana, right? And Indiana was famous for having what they termed a sort of brain drain problem, where they would send a lot of the young people down to college, and then the only way for those people to make money was essentially to leave the state. So as far as like economic development or, any of that, like what sort of forward progress is possible under a system where essentially the innovators leave?
But why are the innovators leaving?
Because the places that have the jobs that could pay them the subsistence.
Oh, so they're not in it. So they're not in it. So they're not innovators. They're just workers. Because innovators start with nothing and innovate and create something out of nothing.
Yeah, sure. But I mean, I don't know. I created a website, right? But I still have college loans to pay off and need to work a day job. Like, good example.
Okay,
Like,
I created a
I'm
website.
innovating something, but
I created a website in 1995. So we're
great.
we're talking about a bunch of stuff. I mean, like a better example for you to use is you started a business. Like that is a
Well,
little bit of
yeah.
innovation. But again, you could have started that business anywhere.
Sure.
Okay. So
But in order to have enough money available to start the business, like the business cost me 12 grand over the last 12 months.
okay.
Like, I mean, if anything, the business is mad expensive, right? If I cut the business out of my life, I'd be a whole lot more wealthy. I could have probably bought a Camry this year for the cost of the stupid business. And I haven't made a dime off of it yet. Most businesses don't make a dime in the first 2 years of development. So, arguably, in order to have enough financial freedom to start the business, I need to move to a high productivity economic zone, someplace like along, the front range of the Rockies, right? Where there's, tech companies and I could exchange these sort of,
That's an
knowledge
option.
for time and labor, right? Yeah.
You could also
like, and
you could also market
where
you
could
could
I do
also
that in West Virginia?
You could also market
Like,
your skills to an investor and come to West Virginia and say, I want to do this in West Virginia. Can I find me a investor in West Virginia? And this is how it's going to benefit the state. And they're going to find an investor and that kind of stuff. That's what people do. It's all about knowing your skill set and knowing the best way to move forward with that. Yes, there's tons of options. It's moving out that way is a option. Okay, you can get a loan.
what I'm saying is that water flows downhill, right? It finds the path of least resistance. It's where water flows the fiercest.
Water also falls from the sky and gets sucked up into the clouds. So it's all about the water cycle isn't just one directional. It looks like it's one directional, but water goes everywhere. It's just easier to see it go downhill.
When's the last time that you saw it go uphill?
Doesn't mean it's not going.
I mean, it's going somewhere, but it's going downhill. If I poured out a glass of water on a slope, it's going to go down.
And if
Gravity's
the
gonna
wind
take it
and
down,
if the
right?
wind blows really
evaporate.
really strong, it can blow it uphill too.
Right. And so
on a sunny day, when you put a
to,
glass of water outside, there's less water in the glass after a bit.
but what I'm
Where did that
saying
water
though,
go?
right,
Yeah.
is logically speaking, right? Like if you put a glass of water in the sun, yeah, it's going to evaporate. If you pour it down a slope, it's going to go downhill. And if I move to a place where I can make an extra 12 grand in a year versus struggle to find some angel investor in West Virginia, then essentially I'm more likely to take the easier route that's more stable in that financial choice and go, yeah, you know what? It's more reasonable that I could make it here than here.
You're absolutely right because you have the mindset that it is easier for you to work and make that money than it is to find that angel investor. If you believe you had the skill set to be able to court that angel investor, you would do that angel investor over moving out that way because you would feel that it's an easier path to take. So you took the path that was based on your skill set.
Right.
Sure. And
yeah, for some people it is easier.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you guys
not...
like, so like if you guys in West Virginia though had like the option to be like, hey, tomorrow there's going to be this place that, springs up in your town or your area within say 30 minutes driving distance of a group of communities that are around there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they say, we're buying this property and we're going to put a business here and we'd like to hire all of you and pay you more than you make now, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're telling me the town's economy wouldn't just completely change overnight? People start doing that.
Most people would say no, go away.
Really?
We don't like your kind around here.
So we're just basically dealing with people that would work against their own possible gain.
No, we got people that think long term, that can think generationally.
They're not motivated by like quick solution.
Yeah. No, we've
so
got a lot more people.
generationally, the opposition to say earning 100 grand a year versus earning 20 or 12, like the average, like the median income of West Virginia, what is it? Like,
well, you're assuming that wealth is based on money.
Okay, but hold on. No. This is a fair question. Okay, so the median income is 36. Let's say it's like about $36,000.
I'll give you 46, but
okay.
But
right
here on the data, it's saying more like 26. But
okay,
yeah.
but let me explain to you something you don't have. You don't have a house payment because your parents and your grandparents gave you the land.
Well, if I moved out
Insurance
there,
is cheap.
my grandparents wouldn't have given me no land in West Virginia. So
But
like,
no one's
let's
moving
say,
out here.
let's say I want to, right?
Okay.
Let's say that I'm based enough where I'll literally just sit here and be like, I'm fucking taking the West Virginia pill today,
Okay.
right? I'm
Okay.
gonna get away from the government. Fuck the government. I'm getting out there. I'm getting based. I'm gonna live off the land. Break my shit. You know, fucking work it, right?
Okay.
Like, let's go. Let's do it. I'm in, right?
Okay.
I got a house payment. I need to buy a house.
Why?
Right?
Why?
I mean, you gonna give me your house?
No, but why are you having a house payment? Why are you coming?
Well,
why are you
how
making?
am I-
Why are you moving out here? Why are you moving out here and making such a bad decision that you're putting yourself in debt? If you're living someplace that you've got such a good job that you're currently not living in debt.
I admire the values of your homogenous community, and I would like to join it. Like, how do I? Right? Like, this is the thing,
Okay,
right? Unless
okay,
you're
okay.
a
No, no, no.
cloistered community,
Okay, no,
right?
no, easy,
What's
easy,
the
easy.
route to
Okay.
access, right?
Okay, so
This
you
is my
come out.
question.
So you come out here. You say, I want to be part of the community. Here's how I'm going to port to your community. Who can do a land contract with me?
Yeah, all right.
And
Dope.
somebody says,
like, I
oh,
got
okay,
tech
you're-
skills. I know nothing about
Okay.
farming. I know nothing about the
And-
land. I know nothing
and-
about fixing
and-
engines or cars. I could basically wire
and-
networks all day, though.
And there might be someone that says, might be someone that says, you know what, our school needs a really good tech person to make sure that our school and our kids are educated properly and that kind of stuff. We want you to come in and you fit good in our community. And the community would, and in some scenarios, if you filled a need that the community needed, they would fill that. And someone would be more than happy to land contract you the house because they probably have their brother's house that's been paid for and it's not costing them anything. So they'll just land contract it to you. Or, even better, they're not sure if you want to stay in the community. You just live there. That's it. Pay your electric bill. Whatever. Just live there. I actually know people that do that around here right now.
What do you mean just live there? Pay your electric bill, just live there?
Just
Like,
live there. Rent free. Just pay your electric bill. It's an empty house. No one's living in
rent free
it.
where? Nobody. So you're
abandoned
saying.
house.
Yeah, it's
So,
abandoned house.
oh,
No one lives
so
there.
like just straight up squatting. Okay.
No. They own the house. Billy
Wait,
Bob owns
so-
Billy Bob owns the house. Billy Bob owns the house.
Okay.
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 Billy
So why
Bob
is it abandoned if Billy Bob has it? Why
Because
is
it's-
Billy Bob not in it?
because Billy
because
Bob
he
lives in his own
trusts you
house.
to live there and look after the house.
Yeah, Billy Bob lives in his own house. It's his brother's
You
house. His
want
brother
somebody
died in a
living
coal mine. His brother died in a coal mine. He doesn't know what else to do with the house. He doesn't want to sell it because it was, part of his grandparents' house yet. And you're coming
got
into the
this-
community.
Taxes and an electric bill.
Yeah,
There's a
so
lot
all
of people with a lot of
makes
extra
sense.
brothers' houses.
there's
I mean,
a lot
that's
of
a-
empty. There is a
this does
lot of
exist.
empty houses in West Virginia that are like what I just described. Yes.
Yep. And
I mean,
and
that's
those
a hell
people
of a
that own those
situation.
houses, they're looking for ways to just break even.
It's not
Well, like,
even.
let's say
no,
I want my house though, right? Like
Dan-
I'm
Dan-
a man of my own. I want to own a house.
Well, hold
Like,
on
how
for
do
a
I
second.
own a house?
Hold on
Yeah.
1 second. Dan, it's not even that they want to break even. It's that they don't want someone to come in and damage their house, and people know that if someone's living in a house, it's less likely to fall down.
That's true.
Yeah. So okay. So you want to have your own house. Okay.
Yeah, I'm a
So-
man of my own. I want to have my own chunk, right? Like I want to
Okay.
be in this, right? Like how
And-
do I do that?
And you have
Like-
no and you don't have and you're not willing to do any building skills right now, correct?
I could fix it up a little bit or something, no problem. But like,
You
let's
can't
say
build-
I
you
bring
don't fe- you
let's
don't
say I
fe-
bring 25 grand with me and I'm willing to put a payment on something, right?
Oh well, then you get for 25 grand, you go buy yourself about 2 acres, and you get on Marketplace or
trailer
something
on
like that. You get on Marketplace and find someone that's gonna drop you off a trailer at the house, and then you got a trailer and you're good to go.
And like so now I've spent my 25 grand, right? And my job is 1,000 miles away or whatever across the country. So I can't work there no more. I'm part of this place.
Yep.
So now I gotta like basically just yeah.
You got taxes.
Okay.
You got taxes and whatever your unique cost of living is. Okay. Sounds
And
good.
so basically you trade the comforts of modern society for
Nope.
freedom.
No. You are trading. You are figuring out what lifestyle you want to live. I don't give up anything. I mean, do I miss going to coffee houses? Yeah, I do, but I wouldn't go to them that often.
What doesn't Doc have?
That you
I mean, I
you would
can-
like to have.
I can have food delivered to my doorstep any time of the day or night, 24/7.
I can walk in my back.
outside and
I can walk in my
get a
backyard.
dozen eggs.
Yeah. I mean, I can drive. I can drive 30 minutes and eat almost anything that I can cross my mind. Almost anything that can cross my mind. If I'm willing to drive an hour,
You can get it delivered though.
if I'm willing
I
to
mean,
drive,
let's put it this way. Like the difference is that
You can't
I
get
can
everything delivered that you'd like to get delivered. There's plenty of stuff near
Yeah.
you that you'd like to be able to get delivered that you can get delivered.
Why is that so important?
Yeah, no. I mean, is there
I
stuff
don't
I
know,
can't
I'm
get
just
delivered?
trying to make
Sure.
the point.
Yes.
I'm
There's
trying to
stuff I
make the
can't get
point
delivered.
that like the convenience, right? So in order to be able to
But-
walk outside and get the eggs, you have to wake up at 6 a.m. and tend to the chickens, right, and stuff like that, right? Like, I mean, this is the thing is that I could get that
Doc doesn't
food
wake up
delivered
at
to my
6 a.m.
house, and
It's going to
I'm
be
just
6
trying to
a.m.
make
for
it.
him
Lisa,
soon.
he just said to have the
whatever.
eggs and everything that you have to get up at 6 a.m. and tend to the chickens.
I don't fucking know, man.
Doc does,
I don't know.
Doc,
I
Doc
don't
gets
raise
up in the
chickens.
afternoon.
You know what time I woke up? Do you know what time I woke up today? I woke up today at 11:45.
All right. So we're
No,
on
no,
the same
not a
page
typical
there,
farmer,
at least.
Yeah, no. Okay, no. So let me go back and let me go
Like-
back and answer.
Yeah, it hit me with this.
That's weird. Hi, War Child. Anyways, sorry, it's gonna take me a second to get my mind back into thinking. Okay, anyways, so the big question is why do you need somebody to deliver food to your house?
I mean, it's not that I need to; it's just that I could.
But
Right?
why?
It's the
Because you
convenience.
don't want to cook it yourself, right?
Okay,
I don't want to cook it myself. I don't want to go out and get it myself. I could just have it on demand.
but
Like, boom. there
why
you go.
why don't you want to cook it yourself, and why don't you want to go get it yourself? Why
No, I
don't
don't want to do dishes. I don't
Okay,
want to
so-
do dishes tonight. I'm lazy. I'm sitting at the computer playing, say, 6 hours of Halo or something, right? And I'm streaming, and I'm just lazy. I could get it delivered whenever I feel hungry, right?
Okay,
Nice
but
little
you're
modern
but
convenience,
you're doing
right? Easy.
you're doing that because the other part of the day you had to spend doing something that you didn't want to do.
Well, let's put it this way, right? I could get up in the morning, work from home on a laptop, get food delivered to me or whatever on demand through an app, and then spend my free time on, high-speed city internet connections like fiber, and then basically get into an Uber, go downtown, get as drunk as I want, and take a train back home, right?
Okay, so
Like
so
any
hold on.
time of the day, night, whatever, and
Okay, so
I could just do this on
Okay,
demand.
so
right?
let me give you the difference of how I can do that. I
Yeah,
can
yeah,
go
like,
I
hit
can
me with
go
the perspective.
I can go outside, and I can either have food that I've prepared myself, or food that it's already in containers or something, like maybe a canned food or something like that. I could call up one of my buddies, and in 30 minutes he can bring me a bottle of Shine. We can sit around in the vicinity of where I live. We can sit around in the vicinity. Hell, we can go driving up. We could go grab that bottle of Shine. We can drive up to the top of the mountain. We can drink all the Shine we want. We can be stupid drunk, and we can drive back down to my house. And we have never left my property. And we got a really awesome view, a really cool place to go drink Shine. If I don't want to do that, I can probably also make a couple phone calls, and probably if it's a fairly nice summer day, I can find a handful of people that are having a drunken bonfire, or go down and find people hanging out at the redneck yacht clubs down on the rivers, and we can be go and get drunk and such with those, and just crash at their place, because that's what everybody's gonna do, because might as well just crash there because everybody else is. And so yeah, it's not that what you're talking about is just, it's where you're choosing to drink and where you're choosing to go from location to location, and that's it.
Well, I mean, to some degree too, the modern conveniences also reduce your own liabilities, right? So, like, one of the points I was going to make with that was like the idea of like, me getting behind the wheel of a car or something is just completely unnecessary, because like I would have, say, 6 options in order to get home on a given night. Like if I get blackout drunk, which like I could do, say I go downtown, I'm just totally ripped, right? And I got to go home.
But,
Like
okay,
on
but
demand, I
why are
can
you
within
drinking
5
downtown?
minutes just.
Why are you drinking downtown?
Because I could, right? Because I can meet, say, 2,000 people that night if I really wanted to talk to everybody in a bar, right? Like I could go bar hopping across an entire strip of streets and hit 12 bars in a night if I felt like it. Like there's just that much more access to people, places, things, right? Like as much or as little as you want. Like that's
Okay.
kind of the idea, right? Of the convenience is that it's about presenting the option of choice. So like, yeah, it's more atomized, and yeah, you don't necessarily have like, say, your good buddies or something to roll around with, but you could meet up with like a handful of people in a city and still have access to, say, you know, 14 different experiences in the course of 2 hours, right? If you felt like it, right? If you just wanted to hop around from place to place.
Right now, let's see. Right now, like theoretically, we could go. We could get in my truck. We could get some shine. We could get some guns. We could, I don't know, do a couple other things. We could go to the top of the mountain. We could get drunk. We could shoot some guns, and if we were too drunk to come back down the mountain, we could walk or stumble back down to the mountain and get back to the house, and no one's gonna bother us. And then the truck's fine. And the truck's fine sitting up on top of the mountain.
Fair
Who
enough.
cares? Who cares? It's
Fair
just up
enough,
there.
yeah.
We'll go. It'll be a hassle to go get it in the morning, but that's
That sounds
possible.
like a good time.
I mean, all right. So comparably, though, like, let me be real here. Let me describe an evening, like an actual evening, right? Like, there was a night where I drove downtown, parked my car overnight, went to a baseball game, got super drunk, had a buffet there, went down to a dispensary, grabbed a bunch of edibles, took like 500 milligrams of edibles, went to a bar, ended up ending the night at a kava bar where we drank some weird island teas and things like that, and like from Vanuatu, and then ended up crashing basically in the Uber home and just got driven back to my house and more or less just, yeah, like that kind of experience is like 5 different things, to do that you could just pick from, right? Like,
Okay,
so like it's not limited to just like call up my shine guy.
Okay,
Like,
so
anything.
I could call up a handful of my friends. I could say, hey guys, we're gonna go. You guys want to come over? We're gonna play some pickup baseball. We're gonna hang out at the top of the mountain. We're gonna look for some shrooms. We're gonna drink a little bit, and we're going to partake. Somebody's gonna bring something else to partake in on this trip. Okay, so a handful of us, we never have to leave my yard. So what that means is no one is ever going to get in trouble for anything. We can do
damn good point. Yeah.
anything we want. Somebody's gonna bring a variety of different stuff. There's gonna be, I mean, we know that I'm straight edge, so, or I don't do drugs except for alcohol. So we know that, but different people are gonna partake in different things. We might even find the shrooms for free up on the mountain. So the thing is, I can still have a great, awesome experience living in a rural setting that I don't need to. And you know what's going to cost me? It's probably going to cost me whatever the price of the shine is, and it might not even cost that. The buddy might just bring it. It might. So it'll cost like whatever the 20 cents is to drive the car to the top of the mountain.
Yeah,
that's a damn good point.
It's just a different. It's a different type. It's a different type of
thing.
Yeah, it's a different type of thing. It's a different type of freedom. I have to worry about. I have completely different sets of worries that you do.
Well, I'm just the point that I was trying to make like probably 2 hours ago at this point was just that, like, I don't know, it's a difference of perspective about what is freedom from the system, I think.
I haven't been to a bar or a club in 2 years now, just because they don't interest me anymore.
I stopped going to bars. I pretty much stopped going to clubs and such when I stopped being a raver and when I moved here to West Virginia. So
yeah, shit. I mean, hell, drop acid and go to an aquarium or something for a day. Like, I don't know.
I mean, dude,
like,
I can get a bubble machine and some strobe lights and play music as loud as I want in my backyard.
Yeah.
And no one is ever
pretty
gonna
sweet.
say anything. Ever. They might look
I
at
think
me
it's
funny,
just one of those things where
but
the idea of escaping to it, like, seems difficult from inside the Matrix.
no, no.
Like,
Again, yeah. Are there downfalls? You're right. I can't get food delivered here. I can't get pizza delivered to my house. Okay.
sure.
So yes, that sucks. I get it.
And I've got a Papa John's across the
You
street,
know.
backed by a Wendy's and like a Carcinera place or whatever.
That being said, if I wanted to have a 1,000-person party in my backyard, I can have a 1,000-person party in my backyard, and still everybody will have a place to park.
And
Yeah,
nobody would complain.
Yeah, and
I
no
could probably
one is
have
going
20
to say
people over.
anything.
Yeah.
Anything to me.
Like, if I really wanted to push it and had like a get together or something, I could maybe fit like a good 20 people comfortably in my apartment before it got like kind of too much.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's probably fair. Like, I don't know. I mean, definitely there's like more freedom in the space. I'll concede that for sure. Like, and the remoteness definitely gives you less like likelihood of being encountered by like any sort of like oppression or authority. Like, I dig that. I do. Like, I think it's solid. Like, I think it's a solid idea. And I like the idea that it's an insular community as well. Like,
I mean, we got a problem. Some people moved in. Some city people moved in. Some city people moved in up the road, and they're complaining that there wasn't enough. I'm afraid of the dark lights around, and we're trying to get the people to put up on some of the telephone poles. We're trying to get people to put up some lights because the road is dark at night. And when we had our community meeting, I told them, yeah, we live in the country. Have you seen my house? Like, besides the few Christmas lights I have around the chickens, it's dark.
oh, listen, if you drive out near Canyon City, Colorado at night, like, you'll know what dark is. Like, that shit is the most terrifying drive ever if you do that at like 2 in the morning. Like, you're talking like 1,000-foot drop off or something like to the right of you and like
But it's
pitch
the best thing
darkness in
ever
every
if you ever
direction.
look up at a new moon and
Yeah.
you look up in the sky.
Oh no, we're talking like dark night, no moon. Like, I did that
Dude,
stuff before.
I
and,
can
like,
take you some
yeah,
I can take you
I
some
get it.
back holler I can take you some back hollers at noon, which will scare the shit out of you. It'll be so dark.
Well, I'm sure.
because of the way the hollers
Yeah,
run.
the tree cover and whatnot.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, but it's I mean the thing is, it's all about like going back to what we were talking about, I'm free because the Matrix, the political movement, whatever you want to talk about, doesn't have any control over me. Yes, it sucks. If tomorrow the United States government fell and we became and we all of a sudden became Chinese, and again, this is a crazy fantasy world, okay? And we became Chinese, and they came in and intimate domain my property. Yes, it would suck, but you know what? I'd figure it out.
I mean,
someplace I
my
would go.
whole thing is that
I'd learn
it's
Chinese.
not going to happen overnight, but
Well, the
it's
good news
it's
is that
just
China doesn't want us.
Yeah, and no, and
well.
here's the other thing: no one wants Appalachia. Okay.
Here's the thing, right? All it takes, right, is all I'm arguing for is the idea that if you're not vigilant against this kind of stuff, it trickles down the line no matter where you're at. Like, thinking that you could disconnect from it completely is, I don't know. I don't know if I buy it still. Like, because like, if anything,
I mean, I guess what
if
are you
they
talking
draft,
about? I guess what you're
they
talking
could
about is
draft
disconnect.
UN troops into freaking West Virginia or something. Like, I could
But
see
they're
it.
not going to. They're not going to.
Yeah.
This is forgotten.
Like,
this
they
is
never
forgotten.
they never would. Like, if the country actually slipped politically to a point where like major cities had rioting or something and it didn't stop,
The
right?
cities
Like,
would be fucked, but not the rural areas.
See, here's what's funny. This is why I know they care so little about where we live. Is you probably don't. If I say Blair Mountain, you probably have no idea what I'm talking about.
Right.
no, of course. I mean, if I talked about any of, like, if I talked about Green Mountain over here,
and
like, would you know what that is?
No,
Like,
the reason why I know they don't care is Blair Mountain is when the West Virginia coal miners got in a fight with the U.S. Army over coal mining in the state of West Virginia. in the 1920s.
Not too long ago.
Yeah, the last time the U.S. military was used against American soldiers on American soil. And guess what? The coal miners won!
I don't know, man. I mean,
so much.
if you're
There's so many more of us. It's the thing.
And guess how much they don't want you to know about this now. Okay? They don't want you to know about this so much that they revoked the park that used to be on top of Blair Mountain, and they're coal mining, but they're mountaintop removing Blair Mountain, so it's not even visible anymore. That's how much they don't want you to know about that.
Right.
I mean, listen, I'm not saying that a rural resistance movement to tyranny wouldn't be effective, right, for a period of time at the very least, right? But I mean, in 2012, it was common practice for the LAPD to come through Hollywood Boulevard with tear gas at night on horseback.
Okay.
I mean, the authorities.
Okay, so
it's a completely different game in the cities. I get it, but you can't necessarily discount the fact that the police and the military in 1920 were probably the military of 1920 was probably equivalent to the average police unit deployed in a major city today. The people you'd be fighting today in 2021 in West Virginia, if they decided to crack down and come in and assert federal authority or something, it would literally be something out of a movie. It wouldn't be just oh, you could just take pot shots at it.
If they happen to pick Flat Top, if they happen to pick Flat Top and they sent an Apache there, they'd kill everyone in Flat Top and most of the animals and everything there. Agree. But there's 1,000 other places like Flat Top that they wouldn't have enough fuel to send an Apache to.
And the town of Gent, Coolidge, Coolidge, Duns, and Odd would see what happened, and they would all arm up and team up and not let it happen to their community.
Yeah, but here's the part where you guys, I think, are missing the point, is that on the news across the rest of the country, all that they're going to hear is that some areas of West Virginia are experiencing unrest, go back to sleep, and you guys would just be completely cut off from everything. You guys would never get your story out. There would never be any sort of aid coming. They would just close you guys off.
And again,
it would take a couple of years, maybe.
No. Okay, so maybe you need to
on Twitter and the ham radio guys you'd never show off.
Yeah, no, but here's the other thing. I guess you're probably not a country music fan, but you need to actually listen to the words of Hank Williams Jr. "A country boy will survive." Because that is a lot more true than people have any idea.
Listen, I get it to some degree, I do, but if anything, if West Virginia was cracked down on, if anything, the situation that you're outlining would be the exact thing that would play into their hands, right? Because imagine the scenario, right? A Democratic-controlled government goes too far and turns total communist and takes over the country. West Virginia is politically not aligned and decides to just, stay to itself, right? And they're not submitting to any outside authorities, etc., as they would, right? Now, the government decides to crack down, sends in a unit, they get ambushed and totally killed, right? It's a setup. Oh, shit. Now, the entire country is told, look at these people, they're trying to rise up against the government, it's an actual insurrection.
Wow,
and then it's just a matter of morphing the public opinion.
No, God,
They just have to control the information.
In some ways, I wish your story would turn out the way you're talking about, because if they did that, you would have rural Virginia, rural Ohio, rural Kentucky, rural South Carolina, rural North Carolina, northern rural Georgia all say, no way they're doing that to us, and they're just going to join in.
Well, that's
and
the
you're
thing.
going,
if
and you're
the
going to have
information can get out to enough.
And guess what you're going to have? You're going to have a bunch of boys You're gonna have a bunch of boys that are military trained because those are where they got pulled from the military because the military wants the corn-fed boys to be their soldiers.
And the military industrial complex just spent 12 years, wasn't it, fighting a war in Afghanistan?
No, no, no,
doing
no, no,
counterinsurgency in remote areas.
No, what you're missing
Sure
is
they do.
what you're missing is those boys trained by the military are going to be turning around and protecting their farms, protecting their neighbors' land.
Yeah, but here's the problem that you guys are not like aware of, I think, politically here, because like you said, you want to disconnect a little from the politics. Well, the politics right now are that essentially in military units, like the Oklahoma National Guard, for instance, right, was threatened with being declassified as a military branch essentially, and they were going to go down to like a civil unit or something, and have all their funding stripped because right now there's this political leaning, right, to try to force all of these sort of people on the other side of the aisle out of those positions, because if anything, everybody knows that like your average Marine is probably going to be on the side of the West Virginians in that conflict, right?
Okay.
So they're purging the military right now. They're purging the police forces right now.
Great.
No, it's not. Because then the
Absolutely a
people
great
that have the government backing and the money and the authority and
I
control
want
of the
them to be
Apache
trained.
helicopters are now going to be worse for you.
Oh great! Oh great! So if I have a choice,
Scenario is made possible.
As a little skinny dude, okay. If I have a choice that I gotta go against a grunt from the '90s, a Marine that grew up in the '90s that went to Afghanistan, or I gotta deal with Sally Joe who can't decide if she's a boy or a girl yet, and I'm giving Sally Joe a gun, give me Sally Joe
You're giving Sally Joe a freaking Predator drone with a freaking missile attached to it. Like, that's the difference.
Okay.
Like the most woke people in the military now are Air Force pilots with 600 plus drone kills. Like, they didn't go into combat. They freaking hit a button like Call of Duty and blew up a village. Like,
great. We can take down drones.
No, you can't.
What are you talking about?
You can't see them.
Take down drones.
They fly 1.5 miles in the sky. You're telling me that your average good old boy can spot something the size of a freaking dime at 1.5 miles of altitude, traveling at what, 75 miles plus an hour or something?
They'd be able to drop one. They would be able to drone one time in the United States. One time before the social uprising of this new thing would be taken down in a heartbeat. People would
You've got people advocating mRNA technology to 5-year-olds in New York right now. You think that if West Virginia rose up, New York wouldn't be in favor of
because they're
droning
brainwashed
guys?
into thinking that it's saving lives.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's a million
more difficult to brainwash
a bomb
dropping on. How are you going to brainwash the normies into we're shooting the hillbillies for their own good? Yeah, but you're actually using guns with real bullets, firing them at them. The
because they spent the last 10 years pumping the average normie
they'll
up.
Notice that.
No, think about it. They have spent the last 10 years pumping the average normie into thinking that your average good old boy with an AR-15 is like somehow a ethno-nationalist
and they
serial
want them
killing
and the
school
lefties
shooter.
And the lefties want them to not have their gun and just be good citizens. They don't want them dead.
And what happens when you sit there and give them an enemy, right? Like, the government orchestrates one thing,
and then the government kills
backwoods holler uprisings,
and the government
gets a bunch
kills
of martyrs on its side.
A couple good old boys, and they're just like, well, but those were just backwoods hicks. And then the people's like, well, I didn't really want them to kill the backwoods hicks. Like, look how fast the thin blue line got shattered once the police actually started doing really bad things. People don't stand behind people doing bad things.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that police shootings of people like that had the really bad things has actually increased in volume over the period of time that we've seen unrest about it?
Yes. It has.
Really?
It statistically has.
How much?
I don't know. It's city by city, but it has here on the East Coast. It has statistically increased.
Hold on, my headphones died. 1 sec.
I'm not saying it's a good thing. It just has.
I would argue that that's media coverage. Like, it's a narrative. Like,
But it's okay. It's okay that it increases because sometimes things increase and they decrease. They don't stay the same. We don't live in a status. Yeah, that's the word I'm trying to use. Things are supposed to ebb and flow. Sometimes you live in a more violent time. Sometimes you live in a less violent time. And over the last 15 years, right now is more of a violent time. Bad things are happening to more people right now, including bad police officers being put into bad positions and good people doing bad things. It happens. It's ebb and flow. We live in very crazy, chaotic times. But you tell me, I don't care what government is in charge of the thing. You drone strike some hillbillies in the United States, and
You get martyrs.
you're going and bad and they would dream. Their wet dream would be January 6th because someone is going to blow up.
I mean, that's exactly
No,
one of my
20 years ago.
They don't want a
or
whole
50
town
years,
of
but you wouldn't
martyrs.
get away with it today.
one of my arguments on this, I would say, is that the January 6th thing is the perfect example of them blowing something up out of proportion to get political points. Is it not? Like, we all agree on that, right?
Yeah.
It seems manufactured.
Yeah, so, I mean, they were willing to violate... What do you mean nothing happened? There's been a guy that's been in solitary since January 6th.
Okay,
Like,
who cares? He's not dead.
He's not dead, but he probably wishes he was. You ever spend 9 months in solitary?
Okay.
That's not how you treat a prisoner. That's literally torture. Like, you can't do that to a person. Solitary confinement for 9 months. 9 months.
Again, that's what they're telling you. We don't know
That's
anything.
what the guy's lawyer said that. The state confirmed it.
Okay.
They're holding people in the DC jail in solitary for 9 months.
There's a huge difference between drone striking someone and mistreating an individual.
Over walking in a building. They were ushered in. Like,
again,
maybe they were, maybe they weren't. Who knows? I mean,
there's a video of it.
Again, you're talking about Washington D.C. That's that's federal. That's a weird place.
It's a weird place, and that's the thing is they just had to declare it a weird place in the law, and they could do what they want.
Walking in the same building as Kamala Harris.
But again, I'm trying to understand where you're
Actually, no. Kamala Harris was out of the building like an hour before that.
It was the same building.
Or no, I'm sorry. It was AOC. You're right. It was AOC that lied about that.
It was connected by a tunnel. Doesn't mean it was a building.
Okay.
Yeah, fair enough. I guess in that sense.
But the thing
that was what she said at the time.
You're not
tunnel,
comparing.
So therefore, it counts as the same.
You're
building.
not.
I mean, there's tunnels all over DC.
Anywhere near same events. Have we has the government mistreated people on both sides? Yes.
We have political prisoners
that we've had for the last 100 years. Absolutely, it happens. Both sides.
Name me one of Trump's political prisoners. Who did Trump put in jail for political reasons? Give me one example.
I don't know. I
mean, right? I mean, that's the point. He didn't.
Okay, name me one person that Clinton had in political jail. Name me one person that Bush had. Name me one person Obama had. Okay.
I mean, Jesus, you could go on a litany. Like, I mean...
Well, the WikiLeaks people.
I mean, there you go, Julian Assange. Yeah, that's one. That's a great example.
Okay, but
Snowden.
Snowden and Trump. Yep, that was still under Trump.
And what's the other one? Manning, right? The other whistleblower.
Still under Trump. He didn't pardon any of them, so they were still technically political prisoners. So thank you. So you named 3 people that were under Trump.
That were put there before Trump was in office.
Doesn't matter.
But he had the opportunity. He could have pardoned them.
Yep.
Could he have?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
You think that
he pardoned people?
He pardoned a gangster. He pardoned a gangster rapper instead of pardoning somebody.
He pardoned a celebrity. That was a celebrity, for crying out loud. If anything, he gave the cabal back a person. Like,
I will free Barabbas.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't think that, like, I don't know. I think that there's more behind the scenes to political pardons than meets the eye on that.
Of course.
I mean, that's something that, we could speculate about all night long, but I'm just saying, like, I mean, right now we've got a government that literally issued an FBI bulletin against school boards having parents show up and protest CRT theory to their kids.
Hold on. Let's address, because Warchild brings up a
and they won that though. That's been pushed back, isn't it?
But Warchild brings up a really good point. Trump is the one that locked us down. Trump is the one that gave us all the money and ran up the couple $1 trillion debt, and Trump's the one that started Operation Warp Speed. Okay, so...
Oh, hold on. No, the 40% thing of the money supply didn't happen under Trump.
Yes, it did!
Oh, yeah, it did.
Yes, it did!
Jay Powell was issuing a lot of currency during that period, sure, but like it wasn't the full 40%. I mean, the thing that they passed, the infrastructure package, is what's issuing all that. That's $4 trillion.
The money that Trump gave to all of us people, the 3 times we got paid, was all under Trump.
Okay, and do the math on that. That's still not 40% of the complete monetary supply of the United States since 1913.
I think
we have 350 million people in this country, and what did we get? $1,200 checks 3 times.
And then the PPP and all the other things that we did during that particular point. Like it was maybe Biden has spent more money, but prior to Biden's doing his, Trump had spent the most money than any other president, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, every president added up, he spent more money.
Sure, and I don't know. I mean, I would not argue that COVID being released from a Chinese lab in Wuhan is Trump's fault. Like,
no, but Warp Speed was.
Yeah, Warp Speed is Trump's fault.
Yeah, I would blame Trump for that. Like, for sure. I think he allowed that to happen for stupid reasons. I think honestly he just didn't know what the fuck to do and just trusted his advisor and let it go.
I mean, it's real simple. One of the things that people keep forgetting, you know how Fauci got involved? Was Trump.
Fauci existed prior to Trump.
Oh yeah. That's why he was brought in.
Yeah, that's why Trump brought him in.
Yeah, Fauci's well known.
Yeah.
What he did.
but Trump brought him in and gave him the power that he had.
Trump knew that Fauci was the guy that hyped AIDS.
Yep.
Yeah.
And still changed him.
That hyped ACD.
Oh, Dan, just you probably, Terry and them, Mark, and I don't know who originally came up. Was it Terry who came up with the VADES? Mark.
I'm not sure.
Oh, anyway.
I don't know if it was Terry or whether she saw it somewhere. I don't know.
Anyways, we established there's a new thing called VADES, so. It's
vaccine-acquired immune deficiency syndrome.
Oh, there's definitely yeah. If you look at the data, there's definitely this whole new variant thing and all this stuff. It seems to be in a enhanced what's it called?
The third booster. All the third booster is. It really is.
With our immunity system.
No, the third booster is just a stupidity test. That's it.
Yeah.
It's beyond that. There's a second set of 3 now.
Yeah, the first one I give people I give people a lot of benefit of the doubt if they got
for the first one. There's a lot of people that got placebos.
Yeah. But also a lot of people just didn't understand. They didn't know enough. They made the best decision that they thought was best for them and their family. I don't actually have issues with people that got. I will never do it. Like, I think it's silly, but I have no issue with that. The booster, I'm starting to get like you're kind of. If you're on your second booster, I don't understand. You're an idiot.
You're retarded.
Yeah.
Well, they have, so the regimen is 2 shots for COVID plus a booster. Then the Omicron variant has 2 proposed shots plus a booster as well now. And so they're changing the definition of fully vaxxed to be 6.
Yeah, it's all still consent based though.
Yeah. But I love the fact that
there's coercion happening, but you still have to actually submit to it.
Well, in this part of the world, I suppose if you're in the States, in Australia, they're forcing the
Nope.
Aborigines to get it. Like, they're
Nah.
I
actually
don't know
force
about that.
vaccinating them.
This is what we see on the TV.
Nah, we talked to Dimatra.
I mean, there's a...
We talked to Dimatra. He lives in the country. He lives in Victoria, where that kind of stuff's happening. It's a lot more hype is happening. They're spreading. That's the problem. That's the problem is that the alt media is now just as corrupt as the mainstream media. Like the truth movement has been co-opted by bad people.
So then,
that are.
so
that
you're
are doom and
telling me
gloom.
like Harbor Springs doesn't exist, or like
No,
they're
no,
not
no.
going around
No.
door to door in the
See,
Aboriginal
hold
communities?
on.
Like,
You're changing what we just said. You said they are force vaccinating abos.
Aborigines.
And
yeah, that's what they said. There was a plea from their community on BitChute that I watched. Like, there were like 6 people from a town that said that they came through and like barged into some old woman's home and vaxxed her, like against her will. Like,
Okay, and
that's
do we
what they
have-
were complaining about.
and we have video of this.
I mean, we got video of the people saying this. Like,
Okay.
they're saying it happened. Like, I would take them at their word. I mean, you don't just get 6 people together to give some sort of like 20-minute plea to the world if that's not happening in your town.
No,
Like,
you don't get people saying what they saw George Floyd do or anything like that. No, that doesn't happen. You don't get a bunch of
If
people.
it's something that's happening a lot, you'd expect that at least one of the abos has a camera phone.
I suppose that six Aboriginal people that are leaders in their town could be paid to get together and make a false BitChute thing for 20-25 minutes, whatever. I could find this for you guys if you want.
You could.
I mean, dissect it. Yeah, here, let me look this up.
No.
Let
What
me
I'm
plug
saying
my
is,
mouse.
It did happen. Like,
I mean,
but
the video
it
exists of
did
these
happen.
people saying this. Yeah.
They did go in and forcibly vaccinate this like woman against her will. That did happen. But is that happening
found
like
something?
wholesale? Lots and lots of times. There's like some bizarre reason why that happened with that particular individual.
Well, I mean, by that logic, then they just killed Anne Frank and, I don't know, Mr. Rubenstein down the street, you know, like, they might not come for you. You know, I don't know, man. I mean,
If Anne Frank even existed.
I'm making a bit of a facetious, you know, but
what I'm making, and the argument is what reality is. Let's draw a line of what is happening.
What
is happening is that they violated at least one person's human rights, and they're edging towards a sort of situation where they could do it to a lot of people.
The police violate people's human rights every day.
Yeah.
I mean, do you want to take the risk of that? If they said
all the time in lots of different ways.
I mean,
They're
what's the
doing it in
capital
new
of
ways
West
now to
Virginia?
deal with COVID.
Is that Richmond? Like Richmond, West Virginia? Is that it? The capital? Like where the government seat of power? Charleston. All right. Sorry, my fucking geography is stoned. But yeah, no. This so say they set up a freaking FEMA camp or something outside, you know, Charleston.
Okay.
Right, and they started taking people from the cities there, and then branching out into the suburbs, and then branching out into some of the you know, closer rural communities or whatever. You know, what's the point where you draw the line and you say enough's enough? Not in my town. Right.
As soon as they started to take the first person, they'd start shooting.
They'd start shooting. Yeah.
And then they wouldn't be able to go near them with their vehicles without them getting filled with sniper.
I mean, yeah. So like, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, so the minute that, like, I mean, my line on this stuff is like, the minute that the first person in the United States is forcibly vaccinated like this, like taken out of their home by some sort of police squad because they didn't get, like, you know, vaxxed for their job or some shit,
would
right?
be a martyr.
That would be.
That would cause.
You
would have
should only do it if it happens near your community.
No,
but
this
is the whole thing with like
happening everywhere.
No.
But you should. You
did it to one.
If it happens near you, if it's your neighbor, then yeah, I agree. You should go down there with your AR and start shooting. But you shouldn't go to a different city.
No, I'm not advocating doing anything and like traveling, doing anything crazy. Right. No, I'm saying though that like. The idea that like human rights aren't being violated through the COVID lockdowns and stuff is patently absurd. Like, of course that's happening.
Absolutely
and,
right.
You know, yeah.
But who's saying they're not? That's the question. I don't know anybody saying their rights aren't being trampled on.
Well, I mean, I suppose the bigger question is where would this go next? Well, I mean, where could it go next is the thing, right? If they're willing to
Where
kick
go
in someone's
if
home in
you want to
Australia,
know what might happen
like,
in the UK or the United States, just look at Australia. That's just they're further down the line.
yeah, exactly. Australia's always ahead of the UK. The UK is always the testing ground for the States. I mean, literally, like the idea of hate speech legislation coming down the pipe in London was basically the precursor for all the university outcries and stuff like that were happening over on the West Coast.
Testing ground for free speech.
Well, they did that too in Canada. Yeah, like they used basically Canada, the UK, and parts of Europe like Germany and stuff to go and sit there and crack down and see how far they could push. Right? What if under this circumstance, that one? What about this?
But
what about
the
COVID
normies in
disinfo?
the UK are awake to COVID now.
But again,
just check the comment section of any mainstream news article.
Everything
COVID,
that you're saying,
all the normies are saying is bullshit now.
Everything that you're saying, though, everything that you're saying is irrelevant, though, because the second somebody does something that oversteps the major boundaries here, then the people will just rebel. We are on the edge.
I don't think that happens. So here's my more cynical take on this. And again, I'm going to be the downer here, but this is just what I'm speculating, right? So my whole thing on this is that when communist regimes take power, right, they start to blur that line between, is this a violation or is this something that, is okay, right? Until actually you get to that point where basically you don't know how your friends and neighbors stand, right?
They don't just take over, though. The thing is that people bring it in, and it's all consent-based. And the fact that you don't want it to happen is so sign that it's not going to happen.
Yeah, but here's the thing: is that if you
put carrots in front of you, just like all the COVID vaccine stuff, it's all based on putting a carrot in front of you and making it look like it's the best choice to do. As soon as it's not that, then that it just doesn't work anymore. The thing is that it whatever happens will be what everybody wants.
I mean, maybe. It's I don't think you need a majority of people on this stuff, though. I think that if you had 1 in 3, 1 in 10 maybe, like, you could actually pull off something that's a big ass power grab, right? You could totally do it.
Yeah, but they will have to convince people that it's the right thing to do.
People are lazy, but they also don't like change.
Well, I mean, what do we think that the mainstream media has been doing for the last 5 years?
Nothing.
At least.
No, I know.
Nothing. I mean, conditioning. It's conditioning.
It doesn't really affect you.
No, but the mainstream has only been conditioning boomers. It's only been conditioning. I know very few people that watch mainstream media. Look at get on YouTube. You get on YouTube and you can pick almost any mildly popular content creator, and they've got a lot more people watching their live stream than you have CNN or even Tucker on Fox.
Yeah, but here's the thing: is you're correct in the sense that some of the mainstream news, right, necessarily like on its face, is isolated to the boomer generation because that was their content delivery system, right? And so now that YouTube's a thing, they could just click on CNN and it's right there in front of them. It's easy. But the problem is that I wouldn't say all, but a vast majority of the people that do alt channels, right, talking about news or politics, they're reacting to the things that are coming out of those big talking head mouthpieces, right, in the mainstream media. There's still a reason that they're considered the mainstream media, because they're the ones that are actually bringing in the actual news. Like, unless you set up your own small exactly, like the topics they're talking about, the fact that any of us know what any of these things even are, right, is just the fact that we might have gotten our news from some alternative source, but we got the same news that the boomers did. We just got it delivered to us in a different, more palatable form that we chose on our own. Like,
yeah, that's gonna happen.
Well, but that's how. I mean, news is gonna happen. I want to know, like, there's things that I want to know, you know, like, and so it's gonna be delivered to me in it's gonna be delivered to me in completely different ways. Like, okay.
yeah, but out of the, I mean, think about it, right? You hear on the news about, I don't know, a car accident, right? How many car accidents occur in this country on a given day that you don't hear about, right? Thousands. Right? You know, you hear about some person getting lost in the woods. There's like 32 of those a month or something that happen in national parks. How many of those get coverage? None, right? One, the guy that, like, you know, Nancy Grace was talking about on you know, the stupid Justice Channel thing, whatever the hell she does.
Bigfoot.
Yeah, like, I mean, it's one of those things where, you know, they'll pick the car crash that you're going to hear about. They'll pick the police chase you're going to hear about. They pick those things ahead of time.
So what you're talking about is you're not actually talking about the mainstream news. So let me clarify so that so we can have this here. What you're talking about is the 24/7 cycle. Because there's a huge difference between news and the and hearing the same story repeated a million times
over and over again.
And this is important, and this is very, very important. Something that just crossed my mind. You never lived in a world where that never happened. I grew up where the news wasn't on 24/7. I remember Jessica. Jessica was the first true 24-hour story.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
If you look into that story, there's a whole lot of shit that doesn't make sense about it. It's total bogus.
Hold on. So the assumption is because you were exposed to less information.
No.
But from fewer sources, that it was somehow more accurate?
No. I didn't give anything.
Information.
All I said was it means that I understand what the news is doing. That's it. It doesn't make it.
Okay. No, I get that. Yeah. I mean, I'm making the distinction because, I mean, at the same time, it's like, you know, every major newspaper, Walter Cronkite or whatever that was on TV back in the day, that was still mainstream news, even if it wasn't a 24/7 cycle. Like, it was still decided and scripted.
But that's why I'm saying all mainstream news does today is just repeat the 24/7 cycle. That's all it's doing.
Yeah, it's just cranked up to 11.
Yeah.
It's always been the same thing.
When I was a kid,
right.
When I was a kid, right, the BBC was not controlled by the New World Order in the way like it is today.
Are you sure about that?
Back when
yeah,
Jimmy Savile.
Yeah, I mean,
when I was a kid, not all MPs were controlled by the Bilderberg group. Yeah. From Tony Blair onwards, they were pretty much, like, at least.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean,
Margaret Thatcher was against the Bilderbergers.
I'll put it this way.
They kicked her out because she was trying to block Europe.
In the United States today, not all politicians are controlled by the elite.
Agreed.
I mean, I guess you got Rand Paul, maybe. Like, I don't know.
Ted Cruz.
No.
Jim Johnson.
No. See,
nobody's ever heard of.
But see, the problem is,
I've known since
again,
they were young and
yeah. See, what Dan's talking about is politicians that maybe aren't on the federal level, but that are on local levels that have a lot more power than than most people think that they have, that are doing greater goods.
But here's the thing, is that local politicians get overruled by the federal politicians, and it all goes the same way it always goes. Like,
what are you talking about?
I mean, I'm talking about, like, for instance, the idea that, like, YouTube labeled me a political dissident for streaming Mike Lindell's Cyber Symposium because a freaking expert supposedly from Colorado leaked shit.
But you live in a state. You live in one of the states that said fuck the government. We're going to legalize a plant.
Right.
So yeah, but then they tax it at 25% regulated.
Okay,
but the government is all for dumbing down the people and making people docile. It's a farce that they're actually against legalizing marijuana.
Yeah, it's completely ridiculous. Like, the idea that, like, I'm somehow functional enough to be stoned and set up a live stream of some political dissident, you know, information or something is, like, contrary to the plan.
No, it is the plan.
I'm not supposed to be docile. I'm supposed to be docile enough where I'm not setting that stuff up. Like I'm supposed to be drunk and stupid and watching CNN. Like
No, they want both sides.
Yeah.
no, they
Well,
don't.
They
They banned me
absolutely.
like 4 times during that live stream.
Yeah, they of course
Like-
they banned you because they wanted more and more people to watch that.
I mean, I
They
would
just didn't.
disagree.
They just didn't want.
They wanted more people. They would have featured me.
No.
Seriously?
If you ban things, people are gonna search for it. You're gonna get a
Oh, yeah.
particular kind of people to search for it. And so it gives it more
Really?
relevant. Look at Q.
Oh.
Look at the Q thing. So many people
Oh,
bought into Q.
I'll totally
that,
talk
I know.
about the Q thing. No, so the Q thing was a perfect example of how they try to isolate the stuff and kick it off. Because if you think about it, the Q people were driven completely off of YouTube and Facebook and all these other major big tech sites, right, by the algorithms, because all they had to do was put in a word filter for QAnon, and they disrupted their communications. So where did they go? They all went to BitChute and Odyssey, and now they're all basically in one big nice little box, and they can be tied up and cut off as soon as they figure out how. Like,
Well, it was also a
glad
great
to
narrative.
get
for
them
people
guys
that
off YouTube.
normally
Thank
would
fuck
not
for that.
cooperate with any of this crap to cooperate with it.
You see, it is a bad thing that the QAnoners have been driven off YouTube. Like they were making the truthers look bad. Like that's
Yeah.
great. Like I was hoping they could do it with the flat earthers. They nearly did.
I don't know. I mean, they drove the flat earthers onto BitChute as well. Like, I mean,
Great.
yeah. So
we want
I mean,
we want
make
as many
people like me
choices
that
as
think 9/11 was an inside job look bad.
right.
we
And so
want
your
as
average normie that's never heard of BitChute, never sees these people, never gets exposed to any of their alternative opinions, never gets to even consider them once. And this is working in favor of the elites, not against.
So you're telling me where are these normies that's never heard of all of these alternatives that actually are mildly tech savvy?
I mean, how many people in your chat know how to get on Gilded?
Who cares?
Like,
how many people?
I'm just asking. Like, how many people know how to use Telegram or Signal or any of this?
How many people in my text
Where they want to.
in my text chat know how to send an email?
I mean, this is the question, right? So how are you supposed to, like, if alternative information exists, right, and this alternative information is true or false, right? There is a select series of pieces of information I think we can agree on that mainstream platforms have banned, right? They've basically just not dealt with it. Like, we're talking QAnon, Flat Earth, 9/11 Truth, like all this kind of shit, right?
No,
It's all gone.
No, the 9/11 truth isn't all gone from YouTube.
Okay, great.
Dude, if I type in 9/11 conspiracy videos, it's like the top 10 results are going to be debunking it.
I agree. But,
Okay.
But you can find it. You can find it on there still. It's
On
all
page
still on there.
200 and buried under some other tag, I'm sure.
Yeah,
Like,
it won't be
it'll
on
have
your
5
feed.
views. Yeah, it'll have 5 views,
Okay,
and you'll
but
get desub from the channel instantly.
You're
Like-
acting like YouTube and this is the end all.
No, it's just we're millions and millions of
20-some
people that can actually do anything about any of this stuff.
20-some years
would
ago,
actually see it.
20-some years ago, before we had YouTube, everybody got on CompuServe or AOL, and you had to go through one of those two portals to get on the internet, and they controlled all of everything that you see. Now we have a complete open portal where anybody can set up a streaming site. Anybody can just send some videos to their friends. We can jump here on Jitsi. We can jump here on Discord. We can share all the information that we want. If I want to host a bunch of stuff and I want to play some videos that are just banned on all social media, stuff that no one we can watch on any social media, what I can do right now is I can send an email to all you people watching. I can talk about whatever I want. We can talk about bunnies and rabbits, and I can say we're going to talk about bunnies and rabbits, but if you want to stay tuned, you want to watch something real, join our Jitsi, and then we're going to watch some crazy controversial stuff. And there's nothing they can do about that. Because once I log off of their site, and I'm on something like Jitsi, they can't do that, and they're just like, oh well, you can't show that on Jitsi. Okay, then we'll make a phone call and we'll do a party call, and I'll put a video chat up on the Vardy call, and everybody can call in and we can watch it like that. They can't hide the information. It's our responsibility. If our normie friends don't know about these alternative sites, it's our responsibility. We are the failure,
but
not
here's the issue with that though, right? Like, I mean, there's some people on my website, right? And you know who they are. I don't want to say names.
Yeah.
But like for instance, right? Our biggest streamer, right, had a YouTube audience probably in the 20-30,000 range, easy, right? Got across to a bunch of viewers, massive audience size, right? Huge subscriber base, etc. Gets kicked off the mainstream platform, moves to other alternative platforms, gets kicked off those, gets moved on to alternative ones until finally, it's like 5 or 6 various spread out websites, right? Great. You go from the time you're done with all of that process of migrating your audience around, you're left with maybe 300, 400 people.
How many?
So that's who wants to hear it.
And here's the thing: how many people, and how long did it take him to build up that audience of 30,000 people?
I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying it could have been years, easy.
Okay.
Probably.
So
Like,
if it was
easy.
years, and now he's on a new site, it's going to take years to build up that audience. Yeah.
Sure, but I mean that's limited to the volume and scale of those sites, right? Which is much less obviously than the major competitors, right? So there's just no way. Like,
But no, it's much less today. But YouTube had much less people and a smaller audience 10 so years ago. Everything's going to take some time to grow, and as technology and sharing information is getting easier and easier, like I'll give an example. I used to set up BBSs and bulletin boards back in the day of dial-up. Okay. And and we would share cool stories and things like that, and then even even into the the early 2000s and mid 2000s, I still belong to a handful of stuff like a great site I still visit today is Godlike Productions. Okay, it's just a forum where you share things. But I'll tell you right now, Discord makes things so much easier. Now I have less control, but it makes things so much easier. And if Discord goes down, like you just mentioned, I have Gilded. If Gilded goes down, I got other options. The thing is,
Right.
the thing is let them censor it.
I mean, I've got a company Gilded account and I've logged in once in 3 months.
Okay.
Like, I mean, it's one of those things, man, where like all I'm saying is that like when you start whittling on these things slowly like this,
there's no whittling. What they're doing is they're chopping down, and we're like ash trees. We just go pop, and then there's
the more that they do it, the more they expose what they're actually doing, and the more that people actually recognize it.
The whole YouTube situation is an artificial thing because we were tricked. It was a honeypot. It was a looking glass that they created. It never made any money from the start. It was never intended to. It was just a tool that was paid for by the people that were able to use it to monitor us and use it to control us.
I mean, in a sense, Alphabet, though, the owners of it are incredibly profitable. Their stock is thousands of dollars right now.
Right. So because of the situation that I'm describing, it meant that other streaming platforms that would have organically evolved whilst YouTube was in the last 20 years didn't evolve because everybody just used YouTube because like it worked really well, and just like there were other restrictions that existed on other platforms that YouTube didn't have. So but that was an artificial scenario, and it's only like now like people have realized that basically that was happening, and because of the ad
people are hip to
in the sense
most people are hip to what
people
YouTube
are
is
only
up to.
just now, like in the last like year or two, actually leaving YouTube and doing the thing which we should have done like 20 years ago. But we just got used to this like central point of focus, and that's never going to exist in the organic system that we're going to eventually create and evolve to, and should have created, and it wouldn't have, and would have created had YouTube not cheated.
It had to go this way.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the only way that it could have gone. I mean, that YouTube has just exposed what it is, and this is just the natural way it's going to go.
And the thing is YouTube you know, there's always been a smidget of competition. It's just it was never to par. You know, we know what YouTube should look like. If YouTube wasn't funded and didn't have the control and didn't have all that kind of stuff, it would look like a Daily Motion.
Yeah, yeah, it totally would. No, I agree with that. I mean, completely.
But look at now. Look at, I mean, minus this stupid war between Rumble and Odyssey right now. But look how much, you know, things like Odyssey and Rumble and all those other sites are. Look at the simple fact: we're streaming right now on, you know, on DLive.
Several, yeah.
You know,
Twitch,
yeah.
DLive, and
yeah, Twitch, DLive, you know, a couple other, and I've even got, you know, a couple other small, you know, no-name places that I'm also streaming on and such like that. Why? Because it is so easy now to get on as many messages as possible.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. I mean, it's a good thing for that, but the problem is that, again, you know, the appeal becomes less and less and more niche and more isolated. Like, because again,
it seems like we're entering into like the most censored time that we've ever been in, but I think that it's actually the exact opposite. I think that it's just more it's more visible now. We know we know it's happening. It's
we were always being deceived. Yeah, well, just our eyes are opening now, and we're saying, "Oh my God, look at all these new threats that have just appeared."
Always been there. If you look at newspapers 100 years ago, you'll see evidence of the manipulation happening.
Mm-hmm.
Once your eyes are open to it, it's really fascinating, and it's you know, it is the greatest time to be alive right now. I mean, it's like that. This is a great era that we're entering into.
I mean, without a doubt, but like, I don't know. I don't see it melding away like super peacefully or anything.
Could it not?
Like,
I mean, how could it not melt away? I mean, this is the great. It's a revelation. You know, this is like the great eye opening that's happening right now.
Well,
I mean, what happened when like, what was the Twitter platform, the Twitter copycat, the Parler thing or whatever that got taken down? Like, once it surpassed Twitter in downloads, AWS dehosted them or whatever.
Are you talking about Gab?
Gab, I think I'm talking about Gab. Yeah.
Yeah,
one of them. Yeah.
And thank God that they did that, because what did that do? And I don't necessarily even like Andrew Toro, yeah, is his name. But the simple fact is, he decided that screw that, I'm gonna host my own. I'm gonna start my own thing, and he said, you know what? If you like what I'm doing, I'm hosting it myself. I'm having all the control over it, but I need your help with donations. And guess what? His product was enough people liked his product, enough people liked what he was doing, that he got the community to fund it. And now he is 100% independent. He cannot be turned off. They cannot turn him off.
Right.
There's nothing that he's untouchable now.
Create a monster.
Yeah.
By squeezing the balloon.
So,
I mean, that effectively means, though, like, the implications on a technology like level scale, right? If you're looking at this from, you know, the vantage point of like cyberspace as like actual space, basically a third of the map just got turned off for alternative politics. AWS,
it just springs up elsewhere.
Yeah.
You just have to look for it. It's not hard to find.
No, not necessarily impossible to find, but you know, name an alternative host like that basically would exist outside AWS. Like a host that's not subleasing from AWS. Like
every single computer that sits in every single house and every single
It's like peer to peer. There's
oh
man,
man,
stuff
no, peer to peer. I mean, peer to peer. I guess. I mean, if we want to return to the LimeWire days, but that is not efficient networking. That's not going to support, like, say, live video to a plethora of people, right?
Not right
but they're
now,
never going to turn. They're never going to turn.
Hardware limitations exist. They would never be able to happen.
They're never going to turn that kind of stuff on. Because they're never turning it off. Because there's always going to be somebody that fills the gap.
I mean, you're telling me that if you downloaded LimeWire in 2021 and tried to, you know, download like I don't know, the latest Linux distro or something that like your home internet provider is not going to censor that connection? Like,
No, they don't give a shit.
really?
Did you know
There
how
are
many
certain
times?
connections.
Do you know how many times I got what is it? DCDA for downloading illegal
Yeah,
music and
same
stuff like
here.
that. I got so
No,
many.
I mean,
All kinds
I
of
got
notices.
so many
Never,
letters.
Nothing ever happened. They always. It was always just a show. You know,
That's
they'd
not
have
what I'm
that, like
talking about. Like, I'm talking about port blocking at the ISP level. Like,
that
I'm
can
talking.
only last for a short amount of time before people just move on to another ISP.
Right now, we're using Jitsi.
Not necessarily.
I'm using. We're
What do you
using.
mean not necessarily? If
I stood up Jitsi on my home network, and you couldn't connect to it. Like, that was a port block from the ISP. They wouldn't open those ports for me.
Okay,
I had them forwarded.
Okay,
like,
but right now, I'm using Jitsi. I can put Jitsi on my phone and tell people to come into the room, and they can watch it from their phone.
Where is your Jitsi located?
Wherever wherever the fuck it's located. I don't know, but
Okay,
right now
so
it works.
centralized Jitsi provider then.
Dude,
so
you've got one, haven't you?
Yes, and I had to put it on DigitalOcean because I cannot run Jitsi from my house. You cannot run Jitsi from your house.
So for $20 you can run that, right? $20 a month.
For $20 you could, yes, but you would need a third party to have a T1 connection in a data center somewhere that's beyond the ISP in a consumer market, because the ISP in a consumer market will not open those video ports.
Alternatives to Jitsi too.
Well, yeah, sure, but I'm saying is like any complex software that's going to maintain multiple connections like this, that connection pattern though, for something like this, self-hosted. Like if you or me were to try to stand up something to use, it's not possible.
Okay, no. But what I can do, I can make a phone call with my phone. Okay,
sure.
I can invite everybody into this phone call. I can then turn it to video chat. Tell no one else to turn theirs to video chat, and I can hold it up to the screen, and I can videotape, and people can watch. No, with my phone, with no technology. Yes. With stupid boomer tech. With stupid boomer tech, I can do something like that. It's not efficient, but you're talking about trying to get the message out, and it gets the message out.
I can make a campfire and do Morse code and signal it to somebody if I needed to get a message out. Like, I mean,
the point is, who cares if they block Jitsi? It's like there's always something else.
There's
all I'm saying is, and at a certain point, like all it takes is, for instance, I don't know, a banning across the, accepted internet connections across like the ICANN network or whatever to just say, we're going to disallow the RTMP protocol, like from now on, or
then
we're going to disallow.
Somebody else will make something else.
It goes over port 80 or port 443, and it's like it's not. There's only so much that they can actually do.
I mean, Australia literally is going to make you submit an ID in order to watch porn on your like consumer internet connection. Like that's a thing. Like I mean, how long?
So Rhythmic.
How much?
Hold on.
It's edgy, it's creeping in type stuff.
Dan can probably remember this. Dan, do you remember when at one particular point all porn was going to have to be on the point XXX, that all porn had to be on that site? Do you remember when they were trying to push that through?
All porn was paper.
Yeah. So
I mean, I don't know. All I'm saying is that like regulation of the digital space like this with the censorship, like it's not limited to just taking down YouTube videos was my major point. Like we're kind of getting off track, but like I'm saying, like at the tech level, at the infrastructure level, there's a censorship like between payment platforms, hosting providers, internet providers. Like there's a plethora of people that want to stop it.
What people will start doing?
It's always consumer based though, so if people want it, they will provide it.
They'll just start standing up ISPs.
the
people will
barrier
say,
to entry is so
a
high.
centralized point. We don't have
Really
a
not.
centralized point. We don't have a point that everybody goes to. Where's the point where all the videos are? There's not one point, and we got spoiled because we got used
Yeah.
to
nobody-
because we got used to
right.
having YouTube. We got used to having YouTube, like when we got
We're
spoiled,
all
thinking
spoiled
when
brats.
when all we had was BBC One, and thinking, yeah, that was good because we've just got BBC One, and we don't know, which there's no other channels to watch, so that's fine. We just watch that, but we shouldn't have had YouTube. We should have just had all the channels to start with, and that's what we've got now.
This is what convenience gets you.
We've got all the channels. So
I mean-
which one do I go on?
I mean-
so nobody's watching any of the channels. Okay.
I mean, Dan, do you remember in the day where when you know there was going to be a Christmas movie on TV, you had to
You had to actually
plan
schedule it.
around when it was
Yes.
going to be.
Yeah. We
Or if you're
live
gonna
in,
miss it,
in this
you
world
video
of
it.
convenience that everybody
video
is
it
so
and watch it
fucking
back.
spoiled and so fucking, just entitled to like all this crap that doesn't even matter. It's like we lived without it before.
Mhm.
Who cares if it goes away?
I mean, honestly, Rhythmic, going back to what you're talking about, the very best thing that could happen for what you want to occur to happen is if they went through and they said, we're going to ban all of one political stances off of everywhere off the internet. Because what it would do is it would bring people out of their house
There would be a new internet.
into the no, it wouldn't. I'm not even saying that. People are lazy. They might not even do that, but they would go out of their house and they would talk with their neighbors. They would pick up their phone and they would call their neighbor and say,
That is way over optimistic.
I can't believe what I believe my political mindset is not being covered. What do you think about that? Oh, I think so either. Maybe we need to elect somebody that will speak for us, and that's what would happen.
You know how many of my neighbors I talk to? Zero.
Yeah, that's because you live in the city.
Yeah. Like, why would I talk to my neighbors?
Why wouldn't you talk? Why
That-
don't you
that-
talk?
like, what you're saying is an alien concept to me. Like, why would I engage with my neighbors on anything? Why would I want them involved in my life in any way?
What you're forgetting is it was Frodo
They
that carried the
will
ring
be the
of the
ones
Shire.
looking for you if you go missing.
Yeah.
Would they? Why would they do that?
Well, that's why you want to. That's why you want to talk to your neighbors.
I mean, no, that's I'm genuinely asking a question because like this is one of those things that like I refer back to this a lot, but Alexander Solzhenitsyn talked about
the
this.
concept of not talking to your neighbors
Okay.
because of that.
Well, no, I get that, but like here's one of the things, right? So like Alexander Solzhenitsyn wrote the Gulag Archipelago, and he was rounded up from a Russian city in one of the purges, and basically talked about like what it was like in the gulags, basically, right? He was sent to like some Siberian prison, work camp thing, and one of the things that all the prisoners talked about, right, on the whole time he was in there, was about how why didn't we just band together with like 12 people in an apartment stairwell and ambush the NKVD when they came through and arrested everybody? Instead of just sitting in our houses, terrified at every knock on the door and every footstep in the hall and everything else, right? And the reason is that you don't know those people. They could be 12 feet from you, and you don't know those people. They're just as alien. They're just as alien as if somebody from California pulled up in like a hot pink, Miata, and said, "Hi, this is my boyfriend," and we're moving in next door. Like, how do you think the holler would, react to that? Like, it'd be alien. It'd be as if a UFO landed in the middle of your field. Right.
What if
like
what
people
happened?
would be like, "What the hell?" Like I don't know. Imagine a gay couple came up in a hot pink Barbie car or something, right? And was like, "We're moving in next door. Like, also we're gonna put in floodlights and complain about all your guns, like, and just starts like being terrible to the community, right? Like, totally doesn't mesh with the vibe.
They wouldn't be here long.
Right.
Right.
Well, right, yeah. Well, I mean, that's the type of thing, right? Where like now imagine that you live within, say, 12 feet on any given side or something out of your front door of, 12 other families.
I would have knocked
right?
in your neighborhood. I would have knocked on every neighbor's house by now.
Yeah,
Like-
and when every single neighbor basically doesn't want to talk to you, get the hell out of my face. Like,
Nah, wouldn't happen. One or two of them would want to talk to me.
Never had that happen.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I mean, that's a different sort of attitude thing with the people in different places. I think like there's a difference in even suburban. Like I'm in the suburbs. I'm not even in a city, really.
Dude,
I mean, I'm out there in the burbs, man.
I'm not
like,
actually in the city. I'm right
Yeah.
next to it, but
Yeah, I could.
I'm in a suburb.
The
20
closer
minutes
you
from
get
it.
to the
Sure.
center of the city, the less likely someone is to help you if you knock
No,
on their door.
dude.
Oh
Yeah,
God, yeah.
But
No,
I know,
More
I
likely
know,
there to show
I
up
know
with a
10
knife at the
neighbors.
door.
I know 10 neighbors right next to me that would go looking if and if somebody came to my door and like wanted to pull me out of my house and take me away, they would be out there stopping.
No, I can put this way. So when I was I'll pick let's see, what city should I pick that we were in for. Okay, so I was in just outside of San Francisco for a week, and my friend had to go to work because she worked for the Coast Guard, and I was there by myself, so I walked around town. In the week I was there, I knew the lady that ran the bubble tea place. I knew the guy that walked their dog. I knew the guy that walked the dog at 8 o'clock every day down the street. I knew the neighbor. I knew the neighbor that always had to sneak the cigarette out back because his wife didn't know that he smoked, but he still smoked, so he had to sneak the cigarette out back. And I talked with him, and then like a handful of people, when I would sit on the front porch, I just waved every car that goes by. And so sitting in a city like San Francisco, outside of San Francisco, and waving at every car that go past, yeah, I was from away and I looked weird. But you know what? Like a couple of those people I still exchange emails with.
Right.
Why? And I was there for a week, literally a week in a big city.
Well,
I mean,
Doc,
I'm willing to admit that I'm a
you know where
criminal.
I am. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm right where you're talking about.
I was right where you're talking about. Yeah. So yeah.
Right.
So that's what I'm literally saying. Like, and most people think the San Francisco area is one of the most liberal, like crazy that you'll ever meet. And I could just
Not everybody.
Yeah, and not everybody's like that. You're gonna have pockets of cool people everywhere. I mean, again, I grew up in the ghetto, in Akron, Ohio, and people knew who I was just because, like, I don't know. I'll give a really funny example. So this was where I worked. So I worked at the zoo, and zoos are always in a bad neighborhood. Well, one day this sports car pulled up in this guy's driveway, and I mean, a $200,000 sports car pulls up in someone's driveway. So I walk across the street just because I lived in the ghetto. I'm not afraid of any of that kind of stuff. I walk up, the guy comes out, he was just doing a drug deal. And I said, dude, that is a sweet car. Like, I was sitting over here, I work at the zoo, I was sitting over here, like, what kind of car? And the guy was a little fishy. The guy was a little nervous off front. And I'm like, dude, I just not ever seen one of these cars before. And I just wanted to come over and admire your car. And within 2 or 3 minutes, he's telling me all about his fucking car. And he's at a stranger's house that he just did a drug dealer with, talking with a guy across the street that just walked across the street to check out his car. Okay? What I'm literally telling you is that people want to talk.
People are people.
People are people. They're not as crazy. It's why one of the big things that I say is, as much as the lefties are crazy and as much as all of that stuff, don't hate somebody just because of their politics. Because you know what? You might be able to get in a good conversation with them, and you might be able to sway them. Like one of the craziest things is, one of my biggest allies right now against some of the silly trans stuff they're doing are my lesbian friends. Like, they are so anti some of this crazy trans agenda that's going on, and they're lesbians.
They're still women, so they feel that they have empathy for children, and this whole trans stuff it seems to be geared towards just the abuse of children almost.
Well, my one friend's particular hatred towards it is it's not allowing gay women to just be proud of being gay women. It's telling gay women they're supposed to be men, and so it really
yeah.
You can't be a gay woman.
Yeah.
And if you're not attracted to trans men who've got penises, then that's not okay.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
the lesbians are like, wait a minute, there's a line there you just crossed. Like, we don't do cocks,
Yeah. No, I know. There's all kinds of lines being crossed there.
Yeah, no. So I mean, it's just so. It's the thing is you. It takes time, and you have to get in the habit of just understanding that people want to talk to you. Like I will say it's a curse. It is absolutely a curse because if you have that personality, you're gonna extrude it a little bit. And like I go into town now, and I can be walking around the grocery store, and somebody's gonna strike up a conversation with me, and I might be standing in line at the grocery store for an hour and a half just chit-chatting with somebody.
Nah.
But I mean, seriously, Lisa gets mad at me like I went to get feed today and I ended up being at the feed store for an hour and a half.
I've done that too. Yeah.
No, where she gets where
to
she
pick up one thing and
where she gets
burn more than an hour.
Yeah, where she gets really mad is it's happened a handful of times, and it's not just happened once. It's probably happened 10 or 15 times where I leave to go get something at like noon, and I swing back about 9 o'clock at night, and she's like, "Where the fuck were you?" And I'm like, "Oh, I ended up talking to so and so, and then so and so came into the store," and she's like, "How are you talking in a store for 8 hours?" I'm just like, "I just was."
It just happened.
It's just happened. I ran into so and so, and somebody else came in, and so, but it's all. I guess maybe it's also just a different way of life as well, because, I genuinely think people are good, and I genuinely like people. So
I don't know.
If you remove politics, people are good. I mean, that's the thing is that this whole right left, red blue, it's all there to get you to pick a side.
Mm-hmm.
And I found I'm surrounded by people that identify with being basically left. I mean, whatever that is. But I still get along with everybody, and I still find things in common with them. It's like people still want to be around other people, and people still want to, kind of do stuff.
Hi, Chris.
It's like.
This sounds like an alien language to me. Like I spend 15 minutes in the supermarket. I get in and out. I don't talk to anybody. I go to self-check. I order food to my house. I work from home, and I rarely, if ever, leave to do anything.
Sounds like you need to move to the country to meet some people.
Yeah, it sounds really lonely.
Yeah, no, I mean,
love it.
I mean, don't get
Honestly,
me
it sounds
wrong.
like hell to me if somebody engaged me in an 8-hour conversation at the grocery store.
Yeah,
I think I would literally
no, of course.
I would never talk to that person again. Like honest to God,
Dude, the self checkout line. I sometimes have to not go through the self checkout lines because I end up talking with other people also checking out. Like it's just like the self checkout line is even worse than being stuck behind the cashier and chit chatting with the cashier.
We have been talking for about 8 hours, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, again, like Mark and anybody that's part of the Discord. Which, by the way, if anybody wants to join the Discord, you guys are welcome to. You guys are welcome to join the Discord. People that join the Discord and understand that come through there. Like, I'm one of those people that has an absolute skill. I can talk for 12. Well, as long as I'm not sleeping, I can talk. So 12 hours is about my max because I like about 8 hours of sleep. So
I'm not gonna last much longer. I don't think.
I mean, I've been staying up until 5 a.m. every night, so I don't know.
But no, I just no, just the thing is it's a different mindset, and again, Rhythmic. The other thing about it is that's an engaging conversation. We're both having this conversation because at any given point, if one of us needs to go, you just say, "See you later, dude. I gotta go," and you just wrap up the conversation and you leave. But if it's because both people wanted to be involved in that 8-hour conversation.
Yeah.
Again, it's an 8-hour conversation in a Kroger's where we're not even sitting down.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. I mean, I just, I don't know. I live so much different than that. And I'm so used to it that it's kind of funny because it's like you said, it's a totally different perspective.
I mean, that being said, you also need to understand like when COVID hit, when COVID became a popular thing around here, Lisa, she did not leave the property. So she didn't leave the property that we live on, okay, for 8 months. So can you imagine not leaving your house for 8 months?
Oh yeah, no.
If I had 30 acres, I could probably do it.
Okay, I mean, yeah, I get it, but that's a
I've
foreign
left the
concept.
house a total of, I think, under 20 times in the last year and a half.
I mean, I go into town once a week, unless there's something crazy that I have to do. But
I mean, before Amber moved in and kind of like motivated me to get back to like actual grocery shopping, I was literally having groceries delivered through Amazon. Like, like I'm next to one of their warehouses or whatever. They could just like get me food like within an hour. Like, I could just order all of it to my doorstep.
I mean,
bring it up to you even.
I don't like
Have you
grocery.
looked into like other supply chains as far as that goes? I mean,
Yeah, but I got the speakers, so figure why not. I could just tell it to like order me food or something, and it'll just like add shit to my cart and buy it. Like, like if I wanted to, I could literally not leave my chair probably for like months.
Wiretap, I would like this. Wiretap, can you bring this to me? I mean, I love the fact I still absolutely love the fact that we put wiretapping in our house.
Don't call Alexa. Go on wiretap.
Yeah, wiretap. Yep.
I mean, true.
Yeah.
I mean, it's no different than any of the other wiretaps you guys are using.
Yeah.
What do you got? Phones, laptops? Like, I could remote access and know most of that shit probably with like.
Again,
Yeah.
I just think it's funny that they convinced us all to put wiretap in our house. It is. I still haven't got to the point. It'll be a while before I'm willing to talk to my computer. I still won't talk to it on purpose. I'll yell at it when I'm yelling at an inanimate object, but I don't like my computer to answer back. So I've still not accepted. There's nothing I use that it answers back to me with voice. And
no, it's there to do stuff for me, not to talk back.
Yeah.
It's not for it to talk about. You don't even want it to understand, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I want to have to type keyboard and mouse, boys. That's like, start speaking to it. That's a problem. It's like, you start saying, "How are you doing?"
Don't make me pull the plug.
It's just gonna like it's just a problem.
I mean, like you could stand in my kitchen and add things to a shopping list, like as you go through the fridge, and just tell the thing to order it, and it'll order it to the house within like a 3-hour window if you're choosing.
And what I can do is I can go to my fridge and I can grab a piece of paper and I can be like, need this, I need this, I need this. I can go to my pantry, I need this, I need this, I need this. And I can go buy everything I need for the next 3 months.
Yeah. I just don't need that convenience.
I mean, I get it. Don't get me wrong. It is kind of fun.
It goes a level deeper too. You could actually get buttons for the fridge that auto order certain items. So, like, say for instance, your fridge is always stocked with like a 12-pack of Coke, and you hit the bottom of that 12-pack. You just hit the button, and it shows up at your doorstep.
Until it doesn't work.
I mean, that's cool. No, don't get me wrong. I think that this is awesome. This to me sounds very much what my grandparents talked about with having the milkman and having the eggs delivered and the fresh milk delivered and the fresh bread delivered. It sounds awesome. It does. It sounds really cool. And I think for older folks or for folks that live busy lives or for folks that just don't want to leave their house, I think it's great. It's not necessarily my cup of tea. It's not my cup of tea, but I'm not going to blame anyone because what I do like is thanks to people like this, there's stuff in the world that I can't get where I live because I live in a very rural area. So online catalogs give me the opportunity to be able to get it. And by the way, to everyone out there, I want to thank everyone again. Those out you that do use Amazon and those that use my Smile. And if you don't know, if you put Smile before Amazon.com, I actually Amazon paid me again for all of that kind of stuff. So all the folks out there that do that, awesome. It helps. It goes to I take all that and take it to the nonprofit, and we steal a little bit from Amazon. So again, thanks for everyone that uses it with me. So.
The machine's got its hooks.
That was easy.
Well, I mean, there's some things I can't. There's some things that I can't do here. So, and that's what. So that's what I like that. And until there's a fair competition.
That's the whole thing, right? Is like Bitcoin never solved the problem of how you get goods place to place.
Yeah.
Like Amazon did that. Like UPS did that. Like FedEx did that. Like, but really the big winner there is Amazon. Like, because Amazon took the goods and the ability to get them to you and put them in the same place and said, you know what, this is a business. And now everybody wants it, right? Like, I mean, tomorrow, if somebody went out and built a warehouse and started doing this in rural areas or something and just delivering goods to like random hard to reach spots that like Amazon don't cover, like, hell yeah.
Okay, so all Amazon did is take the JCPenney catalog and put it online.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I could order. So on Amazon, like, if that's all you think is on there, like, you got to do some Amazon shopping, bro. Because like, I could order scientific equipment and all kinds of weird shit. Like, you could get tons of stuff on Amazon.
Sears would deliver houses to you. Back in the day, okay? So, like, when JCPenney's and Sears, and I just happened to say JCPenney's, but Sears also had a catalog. Sears literally had everything. There wasn't anything you couldn't buy from a Sears catalog. Now, you might had to go get the auto catalog or the industrial catalog or something like that. Right. But you could get everything.
Amazon.
Yeah, it was Amazon. All Amazon did is found a way or waited till the day that became practical.
They put it on the web. That's it.
Yeah, they modernized it.
Yeah, they just basically widened their distribution and put it on the web and made it global. Like, it's a good idea. Like, JCPenney is a huge company and should have still existed to the modern day, but like, unfortunately is near dead, if not dead already.
Yeah, no, they made a lot of those companies made silly decisions, and Amazon made good decisions. But that's just how. At some particular point, years from now, Amazon will be a dead company.
Well, I mean, the scary thing though is that Amazon has established itself as having a political agenda.
Every corporation has a political agenda.
All the corporations have done that. Yeah, this is corporate cancer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's a huge issue. Like,
it's life cycle.
I mean, here's the thing though. Me and Mark talk about this. In a few years, once we get the replicator, Amazon and most of these large corporations won't exist anymore.
I mean, like, the thing that I can't seem to wrap my head around, I think sometimes, is just like, every time I see a corporate messaging campaign like that, where like Amazon comes out with a political stance or whatever, like, imagine if like back in the day, like the Sears catalog told you to vote Nixon or something. Like,
yeah, it wouldn't go over well.
Yeah, like how like people wouldn't respond to that, but why wouldn't they respond to it back then and they do today? Like what is that difference?
People care less today. Politics doesn't.
Yeah, that's probably it. People don't think that the government really is.
No, it's not. It's not even that. People just don't want to vote. They're not going to bother. Most people are just not going to bother.
They're more disillusioned.
Yeah.
I mean, if you believe the voting system, though, more people voted for Joe Biden than any president in U.S. history.
Yeah, and that it kind of exposed what the voting system is.
Mm.
I mean, I think that now we're more aware of how fake our elections are than ever before.
But let's be fair. Let's be fair to that. Yes, Joe Biden got more votes than any other person ever in American history before. Donald Trump, the same election, got the second most votes that anyone ever got in American history before.
It's not saying that his election was any more legitimate than the next one.
So I mean, you could almost say then
how fake our elections are.
Well, I mean, you could say though that like if the elections are believed to be accurate and true according to let's toe the party lines and just America, yay, bald eagles, etc. Then we can't make the argument that people cared more back then than today, right? Because
No,
more
we
people are
totally can
voting
make
today.
we totally can make the argument because that election we're talking about, all you had to do was mail in a piece of paper.
Right.
That's fuck all. It's doing nothing.
That was counted by somebody. Yeah.
That's the easiest thing that you could possibly do. You can sit at your house, a piece of paper comes, you take your little nifty pen, you go scribble, 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 put it back in your mailbox. Oh shit, that was so hard. I had to walk 15 steps to my mailbox. Like,
But isn't that the most fair thing we could do, right? Everybody just gets a chance to vote, right? Nobody would ever. There was no fraud, right? No, they said no fraud.
Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm a big, I'm an advocate.
Right?
At this particular point, I think everybody should be able to vote from their smartphone. So, like
I don't think there was ever a possibility that there wasn't going to be fraud with the election.
But then again, when I say everybody should vote on their smartphone, I think everybody should vote on their smartphone for everything that deals with politics now, and we don't need representatives anymore.
I mean, just to be clear for everybody, I'm the guy that streamed the election fraud cyber symposium thing for like 3 or 4 solid days. I definitely feel like there's definitely a margin for fraud, right? I'm not sure how much of it is provable.
Hey man, I'm someone that's still concerned about the fucking hanging chads in Florida.
Yeah, the system is total shit.
So.
I mean, let's just start there. The voting system in this country is complete crap.
Diebold was made in the town I went to high school in. So, and I knew people that worked for Diebold. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't know. The whole system is not transparent or authenticatable really in any meaningful sense by the public. There's no place that you could really go to authenticate the votes ever. Like pull up data from somewhere. Show me the votes. Show me what they're supposed to be and why I should believe them, right? Give me an evidence chain. Give me something, right?
That's why we should all vote from our phone. That's why we should all vote from our phones. The same way we have to do online banking with all those stupid bells and whistles we have to jump through to do online banking.
All I'm saying is that my Coinbase Pro account, I'm looking at this, and I have a record of all 56 trades that stupid bot has made, right? I can authenticate them through everything. I have more, my $200 in Bitcoin or whatever the crap is, I think it's like half in REN swaps at this point. But yeah, whatever shitcoin this thing decides to buy is more authenticatable than the US voting system.
Yeah, we have the capability of doing it.
Yep.
Yeah, the tech is here. Why the hell are they not adopting?
We can either go one of two ways. We can do the high-tech plan, or we do the extremely low-tech plan, where it's just pencil and piece of paper. We do one of this middle hybrid crap we're doing in the middle is just ridiculously and stupid.
Shit show. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just absurd to me. I don't know. I mean, if you start from that premise, it's like the whole power structure.
Nope, we lost Mark.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yep.
Back.
Okay.
I think. Okay. I don't know what happened. Anyway.
Jitsi said no.
The Illuminati got me, dude.
Servers reset.
Yeah, the Illuminati. It was the Illuminati.
I blame the Illuminati.
It was
33 times.
It was the stuff
Xfiles.mp3.
Yeah. It was the stuff we talked about earlier.
Yeah. You start talking to voter fraud and yeah.
Yeah, no, you can't talk about that shit. It gets just disappeared. No, it's
Who
funny.
chooses the candidates?
Right.
Well, the candidates themselves are just basically a litmus test. That's the reason that both of them have primaries. Like, it's a marketing campaign in motion every year. Like, it's, yeah, the whole thing. Here's 24 puppets that basically are bought and paid for by the same campaign money from the same central core committee, either the RNC or the DNC. Like, crying out loud, their acronyms are basically the same even.
I believe that it's still the case that the way the Labour Party leader is elected in the UK is it's with one member, one vote, and anybody can join the Labour Party. You just pay a fee and you're a member of the Labour Party, and then because of that, when they choose their leader, you get to vote on that. I think that's how it works.
See, I think the president needs to be like jury duty. You're assigned the position.
Yeah.
I don't know. To some extent, the entire idea of a democracy is like flawed.
Well,
like,
yeah. I mean, 51% of the population could vote into slavery. I mean,
yeah,
and that's
like,
not good.
And that's why we don't live in a democracy.
You need a moral.
That's why we live in a representative republic.
Yep.
A democratic republic.
You need some standard of morality.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we've got the Queen.
yeah, she's moral.
That's why Mark has the Queen. So. Okay, with that, guys, I'm starting to get tired. I can hear Mark getting tired, and
yeah, I'm getting tired too.
And it's late.
And Rhythmic and Dan, and no, it was good. Thank you guys
I
all.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah. Rhythmic. I had a great time. I really enjoyed this conversation back and forth. It was awesome. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad that you brought some of your ideas to really challenge some of the stuff that I was saying, and that I. And
I'm an awesome contrarian, dude. Like, yeah. I love just taking the opposite point on anything. Yeah, this was fun, man. I appreciate it. Like, it's a great conversation.
We'll do it again next Thursday. I'm not sure what we'll talk about. Maybe we'll actually talk about what we were gonna subject we were gonna talk about. But we'll see. We'll see. Who knows? We'll see what happens. Again, that's what's fun about this, is it's kind of goes wherever the chaos goes, and that's fun. But Dan, thank you for coming in. Mark, thank you for being here. Rhythmic, and I want to thank Golf and Terry that were here earlier, jumping in, and I want to thank everyone that was in the chat today, and everyone that stopped by. And if I didn't acknowledge you, I'm sorry. But thank you guys all for everything. And I'm gonna leave us with a fun song. So I'm gonna jump here out of Jitsi and have a song start playing. So you guys have a wonderful day, and I will see you guys all in the very near future. And Rhythmic, thank you so much for the ice creams.
Peace.
Says it's the end of time, and the Mississippi River, she's a going dry. The interest is up and the stock market's down, and you're only getting mugged if you go downtown. I live back in the woods, you see, a woman and the kids and the dogs and me. Got a shotgun, a rifle, and a four-wheel drive, and a country boy can survive. Country folks can survive. I can plow a field all day long. I can catch catfish from dusk till dawn. Make our own whiskey and our own smoke too. Ain't too many things these old boys can't do. and homemade wine, and country boy can survive. Country folks can survive. Because you can't starve us out and you can't make us run. Those wooden old boys raised on shotgun. We say grace, we say ma'am. If you ain't into that, we don't give a damn. We came from the West Virginia coal mines and the Rocky Mountains and the western skies. And we can skin a buck, we can run a trot line, and a country boy can survive. Country folks can survive. I had a good friend in New York City. He never called me by my name, just Hillbilly. My grandpa taught me how to live off the land, and his taught him to be a businessman. He used to send me pictures of the Broadway nights, and I'd send him some homemade wine. But he was killed by a man with a switchblade knife. For $43, my friend lost his life. I'd love to spit some beach nut in that dude's eyes and shoot him with my old 45, 'cause a country boy can survive. Country folks can survive. You can't stop us out and you can't make us run, 'cause we're them old boys raised on shotgun. We say grace and we say ma'am. If you ain't into that, we don't give a damn. We're from North California and South Alabama and little towns all around this land. We can skin a buck and run a trot line, and a country boy can survive. Country folks can